mental resilience. So we start today's program on yoga and spirituality. We have COVID-19 in our a practical session on yogasana, pranayama, and dhyana. The speakers are Dr. Sivarama Varamballi and Dr. Hemant Bhargava from NIMHANS, Bangalore. And I welcome the chairperson and moderator, Dr. Nikhil Patel and Dr. Uday Chaudhuri.
Namaskar.
Welcome, Dr. Nikhil Patel and Dr.
Thank you.
Uday Chaudhuri. Now, I think we don't have to actually introduce the chairpersons, but still, just a line. Dr. Nikhil Patel is the advisor of Yoga and Meditation Task Force of Indian Psychiatric Society. And Dr. Uday Chaudhuri is Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Vivekananda Institute of Medical Sciences, Kolkata. So I welcome Dr. Nikhil Patel and Dr. Uday Chaudhuri. Let's start.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. It's nice to see you all on the eve of the International Day of Yoga. And what a day to start with, rather than usually in most of the conferences, you have the teachings, the lectures, the deliberations, which happen in the beginning, and then the practical happens. But herein, we are having the practicals first in the form of practice of yoga. And so it's a lovely day. I welcome all the friends, all the viewers from all the continents. It's a unique conference organized by 5 international organizations and telecast and webcast live in all the 5 continents. Good morning to my Asian friends. Good afternoon to my Australian viewers, and good evening and late good evening to my American and European and African friends. And I see my faculty and the organizing committee members. Welcome you all. The theme of the conference is, of course, spirituality, and yoga meditation is in fact related to spiritual health of an individual. As we psychiatrists know that mental health is intimately related to spiritual health, and both cannot be separated. Meditation, yoga has been practiced for centuries in India. The ancient most yoga, which has been praised in none other than Bhagavad Gita. It is said that Raj Yoga, the connection, union, yoga with the transcendent, or yoga or connection with the divine, is the most elevated form of yoga or yoga. And there are ways and means to achieve that. The so-called dhyana or trance or samadhi, and to have that feeling of bliss and peace, the experience of peak experiences, self-actualization or self-realization. There are different schools of yoga. As many of us are aware of, many popular schools of yoga are there, like Patanjali and Vipassana and Transcendental and Sahaj Yoga and Sahaj Raj Yoga by Brahma Kumaris, or even Raj Yoga by Vivekananda Institute, from which my friend Dr. Uday Chaudhary is representing. So today we have a very practical session from both the eminent speakers from the premier institute of the country, India, the National Institute of Health and Neurosciences called NIMHANS, Dr. Shivram Baramballi and Dr. Bhargav. I would request my friend and co-chairperson, Dr. Uday Chaudhary, to formally introduce both the speakers, and then we can have the practical session of yoga. Thank you.
Namaste to all of you. Now I'll tell you, before introducing my dear brother Hemant and Shivarama, we belong to the same family, Niman's family. And I have seen the place there and the people. What is important is their lifestyle, very simple lifestyle, and truthfulness, gratitude, their loving kindness, innate basic goodness. All these qualities in a team is essential. And as a captain of the team, my teacher, Professor Gangadhar, I had a training with him in 1990-91. What a teacher he is. And I feel these two persons, Bhargava and Sivarama, they need no introduction. Their life is an example of what they're going to teach. And just 1 minute, I would like to tell you. Once I was in a peace congress in Ramakrishna Mission in Delhi. It was a World Peace Congress. And all the delegates from all the religions and the authorities of the spiritual world, scientists are there. And what I've seen there, people are giving lectures. And then I found one outstanding personality, Dalai Lama. What he said, I had no need of any lecture. He was telling like a childlike simplicity. It's all about preaching. It's all about practicing. And you become peace yourself. So that transformation. And I'll tell you, well-being is a byproduct of spirituality. It's not the focus of spirituality. If you lead a spiritual practice, you will have harmony of physical, mental, social, as well as that well-being, which will give you the essence. What my dear chairperson told you about self-actualization, the peak experience. Once you become the manifest of it, and that is what is important, and that will transform your patient, that will transform their lives, and they will go for human excellence. So my dear friends, Sivarama and Bhargava, and my brothers, please go ahead with your presentation, because this practice part is the crucial part. This much I'll tell you. I'll not waste any time introducing you two, because introducing you two like introducing the sun who gives us sunlight. That's all. Thank you very much, Sivarama and Bhargava. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir. I am honored to represent NIMHANS on this day today. Of course, I think Dr. Gangadhar will be joining us sometime later in the day. I thank the IPS, especially the task force which has organized this, Dr. Rajeshri, Dr. Ramana Rao, Dr. Prasad Rao, all the people who are here, and thanks to Dr. Uday Chaudhary for introducing us in a very generous way. Of course, at NIMHANS, we have been running the yoga center for the last 14-15 years. And what I am going to do today is I'm just going to give you a brief introduction to yoga for mental health, maybe 7 to 8 minutes. And then Dr. Hemant Bhargav, who is a medical doctor who has done his MD and PhD in yoga, would take you on a short yoga module, which primarily deals with stress. I hope I will be able to share my screen. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to talk here is just a brief introduction. I'm not going to spend much time as we are all anxiously waiting for the practical session. So what we know this Ashtanga Yoga, the last three, which are called as the Antaranga Yoga, the meditation going into oneself, and the first five are called as the Bahiranga Yoga. But why are we discussing yoga today? Because we know that yoga protects the brain, and now there is indisputable evidence to say that people who do yoga over the long term, their brains do not atrophy at the same rate that others have. This is now multiple evidences are there. This is one of the recent evidence by Sarah Lazar's group. Female elderly yoginis had higher cortical thickness, particularly in the left prefrontal cortex, which we all know is a very, very critical area for cognition. In our own small way, we have done some studies at NIMHANS which showed that even in elderly people above the age of 60, 6 months of yoga was actually able to produce a change in the hippocampal size, increase in gray matter. This is all because of what we call neuroplasticity, as we know the famous Hebb's law. The circuits which we keep active, which we strengthen, become stronger. The circuits which we don't use become weaker. This is a natural law of life, and Hebb's law exemplifies it. A simple practice like even Om meditation can change blood flow in the brain. And this is, a small study from NIMHANS done by Professor Gangadhar's daughter, Kalyani, who is also a psychiatrist, showing that Om meditation calms the limbic areas of the brain, which are responsible or handle the most negative and difficult emotions. This is another way of looking at it through, transcranial cortical another way to look at cortical inhibition. So transcranial magnetic stimulation is a way to test the brain's reflex in terms of GABAergic cortical inhibition, and what Patanjali talked about, Chitta Vritti Nirodha, can be exemplified. As you can see, the leftmost pink is people with depression whose ability to suppress cortical activity was very low. The extreme right are healthy people, the orange one. And as you can see, before yoga, people with depression were quite low. And then within 5 sessions of yoga, the blue one was on the way to becoming healthy. So this is something that we have done recently. I would like to end my brief presentation with a set of advices based on our practical experience with patients at NIMHANS. For example, in major depressive disorder, what to do and what not to do. So energizing practices, sun salutations, particularly back bend and chest opening exercises are very good for depression. The fast breathing practices, Bhastrika, Kapalbhati, right nostril breathing, and loud mantra chanting are very good. We should probably avoid advanced meditative practices and very slow practices. It would not be suitable for patients with depression. On the other hand, in schizophrenia, most important is patients should feel safe, have a sufficient warm-up, have easy practices which are performed intensely. For example, dynamic sun salutation, fast yoga breathing, loud mantra chanting with eyes open. Prolonged meditation, which involves sense organ withdrawal, may not be the best thing for patients with schizophrenia. Neither is guided imagery, and anything which is maintained with eyes closed for a long time, again, is not ideal for patients with schizophrenia. Anxiety disorder, as you would expect, gentle relaxing practices, including slow and deep breathing, particularly exhaling should be prolonged, moon pose breathing, left nostril breathing, cooling breathing are very good, whereas fast breathing practices are not advised for patients with anxiety, neither are high intensity practices. OCD, another common condition. What is good? Regulated breathing, lot of relaxation, left nostril breathing, and practices of mild to moderate intensity interspersed with deep relaxation and chants. What is not so good is focusing on particular number of repetitions or exact duration or sequences, which we know that it can become difficult for patients with OCD. Finally, what about children? The ADHD and autism spectrum Interactive group practices such as Mandalam Yoga is very interesting and very good, where they learn to interact, chanting in chorus along with other children. Interesting animal breathing practices like dog breathing, rabbit breathing, lion breathing is very interesting. Imitation is very important because it activates the mirror neurons, which are not active in patients with autism. So is the, with schizophrenia. We should avoid frequent change in postures and arrangements and avoid complex practices. So these are a small tip of what we have learned in the last 15 years. And many of these are covered in the book, which we have released through the Indian Psychiatric Society, which is now available on Amazon. The Kindle version has not come yet, but the physical version is available on Amazon. This again is through the IPS. I thank Dr. Vinay Kumar particularly for allowing us to bring forth this book in a very, very nice format. So please remember, the brain is an excellent trainee. Depending on what networks we want to strengthen, if we train it, it will definitely become stronger. Neuroplasticity is possible in all of us. Even people at 70, 80 can change their brain function. And yoga, as we all know, is one of the best ways and systematic ways of doing this. So I would like to end by acknowledging all our collaborators and the NIMANS team led by our inspiring Professor Gangadhar. And thank you very much. I would now ask Hemant to take over. Okay.
Thank you very much, Shivram sir. My namaste to all of you, and I thank IPS for providing this wonderful opportunity. Let us all get ready for the yoga practice now. As suggested by Shivram sir, we all will be doing a very brief 15-minute kind of a stress management yoga capsule. I will share my slides with you. My humble request to all of you is that let us all try to practice it. These are very simple practices, and they can be done sitting on a chair also. So please join me. So this is on the occasion of the 7th International Day of Yoga that we are going to practice yoga today. The overall look of the capsule is that there is a warm-up practice, then there is one asana, then there is a quick relaxation technique, and then there are breathing techniques, and at the end, a short meditation. So this is what we are going to do very quickly. So let us all get ready. You can be seated on a chair or you can come to a standing position. Bring your legs in line with your shoulders. Keep them firmly on the ground. Your legs, knees should be in one line with your shoulder. On the chair also you can do it. Now interlock your fingers, keep them on the chest. Take a deep breath in and stretch your hands above your head. Those who are standing can come up on their toes and stretch up. Those who are sitting, just stretch your whole body up. Touch your biceps to your ears. Keep your elbows straight. Stretch up. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Feel the air into the upper zone of your lungs. Breathe out. Release and relax. Come down. Now, those who are standing can spread their legs 2 feet apart. Those who are sitting can keep the legs firmly on the ground. Interlock your fingers, keep them on the chest. Take another deep breath in, stretch your hands above your head. Biceps touching the ears, elbows straight. Take another deep breath in. Slowly breathe out. Keep a gentle smile on your face. One more deep breath in. As you breathe out, bend your body to the right side as much as possible within your comfortable limit. Feel the stretch on the left side of your body. Close your eyes. Keep a gentle smiling face. Maintain for 5 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Breathe in, come to center. Breathe out, go to the other side. Do not hold your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Breathe in, come to center. Release and relax. Close your eyes. Feel your heartbeat. Observe the breath. These mild stressors should be faced with a gentle, calm, relaxed face. This is how yoga can enhance the resilience. After palm tree pose, let us get ready for the next practice, Ardha Kati Chakrasana. Those who are sitting, keep your hands hanging by the side of the chair down. Those who are standing, keep your hand besides your thighs. Now, a very quick demonstration, then we will do it together. What we are going to do is, as you breathe in, you come to 90 degree, then you breathe out, turn up, breathe in again, up, and then we will bend on the other side like this and keep the other hand hanging loose. The left side of the body which you are bending towards will be completely relaxed and the other side of the body will be completely stretched. Then we will repeat the same practice on the other side. So one half of the body will be relaxed, other half of the body will be stretched. Same thing will be done on the other side. Get ready. Sit comfortably, stand comfortably. Your feet should be together. Take a deep breath in and start raising your right hand sideways slowly. Come up to 90 degree, be slow. Breathe out, turn it upwards, turn the palm upwards. Take another deep breath in and slowly come up. Keep your awareness on the tip of your fingers. Yes, once you reach this state, try to keep your elbows straight, hands straight. Now, relax the left side of the body completely and stretch from the leg up to the hand, only the right side of the body up as you breathe in. Breathe in and stretch up the right side. Stretch up, stretch up. Wonderful. Now as you breathe out, bend to the left side. Bend to the left side. Completely loosen the left hand and the left side of the body. Feel the stretch on the right side of your body. Close your eyes. Maintain. 1, 2, your biceps touching the ears. 3, 4, and 5. Breathe in, come to center. Breathe out. Bring your hand to 90 degree. Take a deep breath in, turn the palm downwards. Feel the tingling sensation around your fingertips. Breathe out. Slowly come back. Close your eyes and scan the whole body from your feet to the head. You may be able to feel that the right half has become lighter than the left half. The part that you stretched will be light and the other part will be heavy. Now let us balance on the other side. Feet together, relax the left side of your body. Breathe in, raise the left hand sidewards towards 90 degree. Breathe out, turn the palm upwards. Again, breathe in, come up. Come up till your biceps touch your ears. Keep your head straight. Wonderful. Take a deep breath in, stretch the left side of the body up. Wonderful. Completely relax the right side of your body. As you breathe out, bend to the right side. Right half completely relaxed, left half fully stretched. 1, 2, gentle smile on your face. 3, 4, and 5. Breathe in, come to center. Breathe out. Start taking your hands slowly down. Come up to 90 degree. Breathe out. Turn your palm downwards. Breathe out. Completely down. Once again, relax and close your eyes. Try to distribute your body weight equally on both the feet. Feel the lightness in both the halves of your body. We have done a warm-up practice and an asana. Now we are going to do a very quick relaxation technique which can be used at workplace for quickly relaxing the mind. This is called as instant relaxation technique. It will take just 1 minute. So I request all of you who are seated on a chair to look at me. Yes. The position here is that the whole body should be stretched. I will ask you to very quickly tighten the body from the toes up to the head. Just follow my instructions. The position will be hands stretched upwards like this, both the hands, your back leaning, you lean towards your back of the chair, drop your neck backwards, and then see my legs. Legs should be stretched forward like this, and the toes should be bent. So this is the position. Many of you are turning the palm towards your head. Turn your palm outwards. Okay, turn your palm towards the roof. Okay, get ready. Now, close your eyes. Stretch your body nicely. Bring your attention towards your toes. Bend your toes and tighten them. Tighten your ankle joints. Tighten your calf muscles. Tighten your knee joints. Pull up your kneecaps. Tighten the thighs. Squeeze your buttocks. Tighten your back muscles. Take a deep breath in and tighten your chest. Tighten your abdomen. Tighten your hands. Clench your teeth. Squeeze your eyes and tighten your face. Tighten the whole body. Tighten, tighten, tighten. Release. Completely release and relax. Palm facing upwards. Drop your neck down, loose. Feel the microcirculation increasing throughout the body. Feel your heartbeat. Keep a gentle smile on the face. Allow the breathing to settle down naturally. Same practice can also be done in Shavasana position, in lying down. When you do it in a lying down position, the hand need not be stretched over the head. They can be besides your body and you just make a fist and tighten it. So this very quick tightening of all the body muscles and then quick relaxation and spreading the palms up and relaxing in Shavasana can very quickly bring a deep state of relaxation. Then the next practice that we are going to do is the pranayama practice. This is a very, very important practice. The practice is called as Mukha Dhauti with Antar Kumbhaka. Patanjali Yoga Sutra describes this technique. Yes, yes. So we are going to finish it.
3 minutes, yeah.
This is a technique to overcome drowsiness, lethargy, and bring a clarity to the mind. Sit in cross-leg posture, or if you are on a chair, keep your feet firmly on the ground, knees together. Hold on to your knee joints with your hands. Very quick demonstration I will give. You have to breathe in from the nose. First, see. Breathe out fully from the mouth. Again, take a deep breath in and then touch your chin to the chest and apply chin lock and retain the breath in the lungs as long as possible. Then when you have to release, look up and slowly breathe out. Let us do one round of this practice together. Hold on to your knee joints. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out fully through your mouth. Take another deep breath in. Touch your chin to the chest and lock it. Hold the breath inside your lungs as long as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Look up. Slowly breathe out. Just observe the incoming and outgoing breath. Feel the touch of the air in your nostrils. Cool air enters the nostrils while you breathe in. Warm air goes out. Now, we shall do one more practice before we end the session. Okay, let us do the humming breath. With your respective hands, the thumbs, press the tragus of your ears and close the ears. And then the other 4 fingers press on the orbital bone. Do not press on your eyes, but just press on the orbit and completely cover your eyes. And close your ears. There should be no light entering your eyes. आपकी आंखों में कोई light नहीं जाना चाहिए. Now touch your tongue gently to the upper palate. Touch your tongue gently to the upper palate and produce the humming sound 6 times. Take a deep breath in. Feel the vibration in your face. Last 2 rounds. Drop your hands down. Drop your hands down. And adopt Dhyan Mudra. Right hand over the left hand. Close your eyes. Just observe the incoming and outgoing breath. Feel the relaxation in the body. Slowing down of the breath. Calmness in the mind. Gently adapt Namaskara Mudra. Let us end the session with a prayer for universal well-being. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhave. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May all creatures in this universe be healthy. May all be happy. May we see auspiciousness all around us. May no one suffer. Om, peace, peace, peace. Gently rub your hands together and give the warmth to your face, head, ears, and the neck. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhargava, for the practical demonstration of yoga. It's said that an ounce of practice is more than a pound of preaching, and we have completed the practice. Practice makes man perfect. If we keep on learning and practicing yoga, whether it's a physical yoga or psychological yoga, or at the level of soul or spirit, which elevates one's consciousness, all kinds of yoga needs little precious time from your busy schedule and, of course, practice. I hand over to Dr. Uday Chaudhary to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sivarama and Bhargava, and also Nikhil. What a wonderful way to start with. Preaching, it's not preaching, it's all about practicing. After such a nice execution from the hands, I will tell you one thing. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om peace, peace, peace. And the time of pandemic, it is the burning need of spirituality. See, one in many and in many one. The way you love yourself, the love your fellow beings, the love your colleagues, the love your patients, and that is the essence of spirituality. And I think all of us should try to spend some time with silence, with ourselves. And I think Swami Atmo Priyananda ji is here. We know the essence of practice is yoga. Chitta, Vritti, Nirodha. Chitta is like a lake, turbulent lake. And the Vritti ones are those waves. So our mind is like that. Chitta is our mind, and the Vritti is all the time our needs. And when it is absolutely shant, then what you can see the bottom of it. And you feel a lot of happiness, a lot of joy. Similarly, when you are with yourself in silence and peace with yourself, then you will be able to see your true self. And that is the purpose of yoga, meditation. It's not just well-being. It's making all of us better person and contributing for one and all. Thank you very much. Thanks all for giving me this opportunity, Nikhil and Rajashree and all of Indian Psychiatric Society. I am grateful to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
so
Over to
much, sir.
Masters. Yeah.
Thank you so much for a wonderful start of this Sunday. And I welcome you all. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the colleagues and seniors and juniors throughout the world who join us for the celebration of International Day of Yoga and Conference on Spirituality and Wellbeing 2021. The theme this year is application of spiritual practices in mental health services. And we are doing this. And if you see the collaboration, we can understand how important it is. The Indian Psychiatric Society, Task Force on Yoga and Meditation, Task Force on Spirituality and Mental Health, the World Psychiatric Association, Section on Religion, Spirituality and Psychiatry, the Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, the American Academy of Yoga and Meditation. And how better to start the day than to say, Om. Now to start today's International Day of Yoga and Spirituality, we, as I said before, that this year and the year before has shown us nothing else matters. What matters is physical and mental well-being. And we always talk about neurobiology in mental health. And now we know by evidence that yoga actually changes the neuroplasticity of the brain. Now, this is the scientific part. I would like to call our eminent dignitaries to the podium first. With us, we have the respected and for our Guru Swamiji, Atma Priyanandaji Maharaj, the Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda University, Belur Mott. And I would request Dr. Gautam Saha, the President of Indian Psychiatric Society, to present a memento to Swamiji.
As Swamiji is not here, I am keeping this for him. It will reach very shortly to Swamiji. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for being with us today.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to call upon the organizing chairperson, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, Chair of Yoga and Meditation Task Force. The guest of honor, eminent Dr. B.N. Ramesh, IPS, PhD, DGP of Police, West Bengal. Sir has been with us. Please, sir, come to the dais. Dr. Saha will present a memento to him. And as we are going through a pandemic situation, we've thought flowers won't be right. And the mementos are prepared and hand painted by our dear Dr. Rajashree Rai, our chairperson of Spirituality Section of Indian Psychiatric Society. Then we call Dr. Afzal Javed, the president of WPA. And then the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Gautam Saha. And I would ask Dr. Rajashree Rai to present a memento to Dr. Gautam Saha. And I think because of shortage of time, the mementos will be given later. Dr. Gautam Saha. Then I call upon Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, President of Ethics and Medical Registration Board, NMC, who is present with us online. Dr. Avdesh Sharma, Chair of WPA Section on Religion, Spirituality and Psychiatry, who is also present online. Dr. G. Prasad Rao, the President-elect of AFPA, who is present online. The organizing chairperson, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, Chair of Yoga and Meditation Task Force, Indian Psychiatric Society, who is present online. The organizing secretary, Dr. Rajashree Rai, the Chair of Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force, Indian Psychiatric Society, to come to the dais, who is present physically here. Then I call upon Dr. N.N. Raju, our office bearers of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Dr. K.K. Mishra, Dr. O.P. Singh. I think some of them are present online. Dr. Naresh Faldamani, who is present physically here. He is the co-chair of Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force. Dr. Shogato Bandyopadhyay, who is the co-chair of Yoga and Meditation Task Force, Indian Psychiatric Society, who is physically present here. Dr. Abha Soni, convener, Yoga and Meditation Task Force, Indian Psychiatric Society. And Dr. Praveer Varatkar, convener of Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force, Indian Psychiatric Society. So I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and online to today's International Day of Yoga and Conference on Spirituality and Well-being 2021. Now, I would like to request and ask our organizing chairperson, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, to give us the welcome address, and he will be present online. Dr. Rao.
Yeah, namaste, all of you. Greetings from the organizing committee of this International Yoga Day and Conference on Spirituality and Well-being, conducted at Kolkata, the city of joy. We have selected the concept, the integration of spiritual practices in the delivery of mental health services, as the theme of this conference. Government of India has started health and wellness clinics in sub-centers and the primary health centers, but we also need the same issues in our mental health services as well. In all the mental health facilities, we need the incorporation of these spiritual practices in the delivery of the mental health services, be it at the Apex institutions or the general hospital psychiatry units or de-addiction centers, rehab centers, either private or public. We need these services because they are very cost-effective and holistic in nature. We need to push the agenda forwards and submit the proposals to various governments all over the world. Today, we have very interesting panel discussion about the theme of this conference by eminent and senior psychiatrists of national importance who are involved in the administration of mental health services in India. Now it is my present duty to welcome Swami Atma Priyanandaji, the Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda University, Kolkata, to inaugurate the conference and bless the audience. Welcome, Swamiji. It is our honor to have Dr. B.N. Ramesh, IPS, Director General of Police, West Bengal, as the guest of honor, and he is going to share his wisdom with all of us today. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Afzal Javed, President of World Psychiatric Association, who is the chief patron of this conference, who is online. I welcome you, sir. I welcome all the patrons of the conference, Dr. Gautam Shaha, who is the President of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, the former Director of NIMHANS Bangalore, and who is now in the Ethics Committee of National Medical Commission, New Delhi. Dr. G. Prasad Rao, President-elect of Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, Dr. Indranil Basure, Chairman of the American Academy of Yoga and Meditation, Dr. Avadesh Sharma, the Chairman of Spirituality Section of WPA. I welcome all of you, sir. I welcome all the chairpersons, moderators, panelists, speakers from different parts of the globe who have taken immense work to present here. I welcome all of you, sir. I welcome all the office bearers of our Indian Psychiatric Association, Society, Dr. N. Razu, the President-elect, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, the Honorary Secretary, Dr. K.K. Mishra, Dr. O.P. Singh, all of you, sir, for this August conference. Finally, I welcome all the delegates and the viewers of the conference who have registered in big numbers. I'm sure all of you will cherish these memories for years to come and get enlightened by the experience of the conference. Just now we have seen wonderful exposition of yoga and meditation by the faculty of the NIMHANS. We are truly blessed by the presence of the great eminent personalities, the galaxy of yoga experts, psychiatrists, and the medical faculty in this conference. I welcome everybody and happy conference and a happy Father's Day too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we go on for the inaugural song by Dr. Shonchari Ray, a psychiatrist and who is the Lata Mangeshkar of Indian Psychiatric Society. Shonchari.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः।
Om Shanti. Thank you, Shonchari, for setting the vibe of today's conference. Now we go on to the lighting of lamp by the dignitaries. And this is going to be virtual according to the COVID protocol and will be the inauguration of the conference. Lighting of lamp.
शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनम् दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनम् दीपो दीपापः सन्ध्यादीपनमोस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं ते पुत्रांश स्वच्छामि ते सदा रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो रविरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य दृष्टिर्मे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्
Thank you, sir. As we finish the inauguration of the conference, we would like to start the programs by the words of blessings by our inaugurator, Swami Atma Priyanandaji Maharaj, Swamiji.
So may we begin with a universal Shanti mantra. Om Jau Shanti Antarikshagam Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apashanti Oshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Vishve Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. May there be peace in the heavens. May there be peace in the interstellar space. May there be peace on this earth. Peace in the water bodies, rivers and oceans. May there be peace in the vegetation and the environment. May there be peace everywhere. May all the forces of nature be peaceful. May the Supreme Being, Brahman, be the source of peace. May that peace envelop me and the entire universe. Om, peace, peace, peace. Om, that existence. All the human beings seek peace and joy. Peace is Shanti and joy is Sukha. And the Bhagavad Gita says famously, there can't be any joy without peace. Ashantasya kuta sukham. Sukha is possible, joy is possible only when the mind is peaceful. Sukha has been defined as a positive state of mind in which you experience the welling up of joy within from a source which doesn't ever dry up. The spring of joy within. Three kinds of joy or ananda have been spoken about in our scriptures. The joy which comes from the contact of the senses with the sense objects. I have a beautiful piece of rasagulla and I take it and put it in my mouth. So the contact of my sense organ called the tongue with the object, which is the rasagulla, I feel great joy. Oh, it's beautiful rasagulla, so tasty, so delicious. So this is a contactual joy arising from the contact, samsparsha, of the senses with the sense objects. And the Bhagavan says in the Bhagavad Gita, whatever joy is contactual will ultimately result in dukkha because it has a beginning and it has an end. Ehi samsparshaja bhoga dukkhayo naya evate adyantavanta kunte yanate shuramate buddha. So a wise man, a person seeking spiritual awareness, does not rejoice in this contactual joy, which is ephemeral. Another kind of joy is called the joy which comes of control of the senses. It's very interesting. Just like sense pleasure appears to give you joy, controlling the senses also is joyful. You feel great temptation to enjoy something, you tell your mind, no, I shall not get into this enjoyment. So the capacity to be able to regulate and control your mind and the senses is a source of joy. Look back and say, I did not yield the temptation. I am so happy that I overcame my temptation to enjoy. It's called Shama Sukha. Shama means control of the senses. And the highest joy is Atma Sukha, when you find the source of joy within. All the scriptures of all the religions have said, there is no permanent joy in anything outside. All the mental illnesses that the psychiatrists speak about is because of a vacuum in the human heart, which the human mind attempts to fill through sense enjoyment. I feel empty within. I feel a vacuum. I feel lonely. I feel that I have nobody to bank upon. Therefore, I want to fill up this vacuum, this gap, through imaginary enjoyment through the senses, virtual or real. When you see a picture and feel tickled and feel pleasurable sensation, it's just a virtual, unreal experience which is imagined by the mind. All of you psychiatrists know much more than anybody else how the mind plays the tricks and imagines things which are not there, and through this imagination either it is happy or unhappy. So find out the source of that within. This has been the repeated call of all religions, particularly the Hindu religion and Vedanta, the Upanishads, turned all the senses within. Avritta Chakshu is a statement in the Kathopanishad. Avritta, inwardization of all the senses which are going out. There is a source of joy within if you can discover that source. Believe that the source within, which can never dry up, then you have something to fall back upon. Why is it there is mental illness? That's because you feel that there is nothing for you to fall back upon. You feel so unhappy, you feel so distressed, you feel lonely. Immediately call up your friend. Oh, I'm feeling so lonely, I'm feeling so tired, I'm feeling simply bashed. Why don't you call me? Why don't you cheer me up? We can see that happening. Now, that friend may not be available. And that he who was a friend yesterday is no longer a friend. You imagine that somebody has deserted you, somebody has ditched you. But there is a source within which can never dry up, which you can never go away from. Seek the source within. It is there in each one of us and just waiting to be called up. Just as you call outside for a telephone, you call within through a great number. That number by which you call Brahman or the Atman, the supreme spiritual source, is called Om. This is the statement in the Upanishads. The Upanishad says Om is the name of God, name of Brahman, Nama, and the Nami, the person to whom this name is given is Brahman or God. So you have a hotline on your mobile phone. There is a button, special button, Om button. Press Om and immediately God responds, did you call me? And that call is from within. And that source is the source of eternal joy. The Bhagavad Gita says, any kind of contactual joy is a source of great sorrow. And a person who desists from external contactual pleasures gets immense, undecaying, immortal joy from within. Bahyasparishesh prasaktatma vindatyatmaniyat sukham sabrahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayamashnute. Fifth chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Bahyasparisheshu asaktatma. A person who has detached himself from external contactual pleasures, vindati atmani yat sukham. He enjoys atma sukha, the joy which comes from his own self. He becomes yoga yukta atma. He becomes connected through yoga to his own inner source. What happens then? Sukham akshaya mashnute. Akshaya means there is no kshaya, there is no decay. He gets undecaying, immortal, infinite joy. So this is the meaning of yoga yuktatma. The Bhagavad Gita is full of this word yukta. Yukta means connected through yoga. Connected to what? Connected to your own infinite reservoir of energy and strength, joy and peace. So all that we need is connectivity. When you go anywhere for a conference, I was seeing all the delegates. The first thing they ask, all over the world you travel and see, first thing, is there Wi-Fi connectivity here? What is the password? They will not even ask for tea or coffee or food. The first thing they need is connectivity and the password for Wi-Fi connectivity. This is yoga. Yoga is connectivity. You want to connect something higher, and the password that you seek for that is called the mantra. My students ask me in the university and the college, how is it that Hindu scriptures make the mantra so secret? Now we talk about transparency. We talk about openness. Why should we be so secretive? We should be open, we should be transparent. I listened quietly and said, yeah, what you say is right. You're so modern in outlook, you're so transparent, so democratic. Now tell me, do you have an email ID? Said, yes, I have. What is the password? Oh, that I can't tell you. Why? What is so secret about your password of the email ID? There are certain things which should be kept secret, not because of narrow-mindedness, but because they are too sacred to be thrown into the marketplace. Unfortunately, the popularity of the yoga, the popularization and the propagation of the yoga universally has a flip side to it, which is it becomes too cheap. All of you are highly enlightened psychiatrists and psychological well-being analysts. Please see to it that the yoga is not in the effort to popularize it, vulgarize. Popularization at the worst is vulgarization, and at the best, it becomes a dilution. We should very carefully guard against the dilution of yoga, as well as at its worst form, vulgarization of yoga. It's happening, particularly in the Westerners who take up yoga without knowing the roots of yoga and the traditional Indian texts on yoga. They discover their own newer and newer parts of yoga and take it to a level which is extremely obnoxious. So this connectivity is called in the Bhagavad Gita as Yukta. Gita talks about Nitya Yukta. What is Nitya Yukta? 24/7 infinite broadband connectivity. That's the modern interpretation of the yoga. You're connected 24/7 to the source within. Nitya Yukta, Satata Yukta, always connected. Yukta Tama, supremely connected. If you can fall back by the inner source, discover the source, and always remember that there is an entity within. You may call it God, you may call it Brahman, you may call it anything, or you may not name it at all. It may be an impersonal source, but it is infinite and vast, and it is your greatest friend. We are friendless. We are companionless. We feel so sorrowful that I am not being loved by people. There is an entity within which is a source of greatest joy. He is the highest companion. If you call it God, then he is called Suhrad. Suhrad Bharta, Gadir Bharta, Sakshi, Nivasa Sharanam Surad, Prabhava Pralayasthanam, Nithanam, Bijam Abjayam. Bhagavad Gita says, Lord is the supreme Suhrad. He is the greatest companion, greatest friend. Walk with him, talk to him, live with him. Prayer is extremely useful. Whether you believe in God, whether you don't believe in God, pray to something which is higher, which is eternal, which is immortal, which is blissful. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa once told an Nastika. He came and said, I don't believe in God. Why should I pray? He said, can't you pray like this? Oh God, if you exist, then this is my prayer. Then he said, oh, that can be done. So you may not know, but God knows. There was a person, a blind man, who was going to Kedarnath to have darshan of Shiva. Many people heckled him, laughed at him. You are blind, you can't see anything. Why do you go for darshan of God? With tears in his eyes, he said, oh, I may not be able to see him, but he can see me. Remember, there is one within who is constantly seeing you. He is the eye of your eye, he is the ear of your ear, he is the mind of your mind, he is the soul of your soul. He never leaves you, whatever circumstance you are. He is the infinite, he is the vast, and you are in essence that. Tattvamasi Shvetaketu. You are that. Aham Brahmasmi. I am that infinite vast entity. I will end with an interesting story by Swami Vivekananda. There was a mosquito was sitting on the horn of a bull. and the mosquitoes biting the bull. After a long time, the mosquito told the bull, "Oh, sir, my friend, I'm so sorry, I'm troubling you, I will go away." The bull looked and saw, "Oh, you are here. I never knew that you are here. You come with your entire family and settle on my horn for your whole life. What can you do to me?" We are the infinite in the vast. Little mosquitoes with the coronavirus for some time. So many troubles and tribulations. My traitors, my friends, and my enemies, so-called imaginary enmity that you have. 100,000 adversities may come and go. I am that infinite vast. Vivekananda once wrote in a letter, "Clouds of happiness and misery pass over me, and that vast, infinite blue sky." Nobody can shake you because you are that infinite self. Rivers go to the ocean, and the ocean does not say, "Don't come to me anymore, I am full." It says, "Come on." Any amount of rivers can go and empty into the ocean, but the ocean is calm, unperturbed, deep, infinitely vast. We are more profound than the ocean and the vaster than the sky. We are infinite and eternal, all blissful, all joyful. Sat, Chit, Ananda, eternal existence, infinite joy, and infinite consciousness is our real nature. This is Vedanta, and yoga is a process by which you can intuit and get in touch with that infinite source within. You connect to that source, draw inspiration eternally from that source, and be intensely happy. And finally, distribute this joy to everybody. A man who is joyful and peaceful is a source of great joy and peace to others. Sarva bhuta hite rata. That's the final word in spiritual realization. You should be concerned with the all-round welfare of all the beings in the universe. And on this very special day of the International Day of Yoga, which we are celebrating tomorrow, wherever we are, whatever we do, we are connected to that source, infinite source, which Vedanta calls the Satchidananda, which is our own higher self of the Atman, through the connectivity 24/7 called yoga. I wish this conference well. I heartily thank the organizers and all of you for inviting me to share some of my thoughts with all of you. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you, Swamiji, Atma Priya Nandaji Maharaj, for the words of wisdom and blessings. And our president, Dr. Gautam Saha, would say a few words to you, Swamiji.
Thank you, Swamiji, on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society. We are really happy, and it's a proud moment for us that you spare your time with us and for being with us today in the morning. Thank you again, and I hope again we will invite you and you will be with us.
Pranam, Swamiji. Now, a few thoughts which Swamiji shared really touched my soul is that yoga is the Wi-Fi to your soul, the Wi-Fi password to your soul. And I believe it completely and totally. And peace be to all of us, and especially to nature. We've seen Amphan and Yash in West Bengal, so peace be there. Now we call upon for the address by guest of honor, Dr. B.N. Ramesh, IPS. Sir, please come to the dais for your address.
At the outset, in such a great conference, international conference of Psychiatric Society, Indian Psychiatric Society, World Psychiatric Society, I'm extremely thankful to the organizers, Professor Sahab, my friend Naresh, Dr. Rajeshri, and just now I heard the Swamiji. I share with you, Swamiji, we were together in IIT Kharagpur in the month of February when we shared the dais, and we also received the accolades from the IIT Kharagpur in presence of the Honorable Prime Minister of the country. It's a great honor to be in front of you, so I will not waste your time, because time, they say in India or in the Hindu system, as Kala. Kala means black. Kala also means Kal, that is Yama. Kala also means time, which goes on and on, which doesn't stop. We are here on the eve of the International Yoga Day tomorrow, and today is a Father's Day. We all know that yoga means Yoga Yog. Our Indian telephone bhavan is also called Yoga Yog Bhavan, the one that connects the lower to the higher. And who else is the one that facilitates this than the Guru? Yeah. Now, the Guru is the one that takes us from the darkness to the light. And the Guru, as Swamiji correctly said right now, the best Guru is Jagat Guru, who gave us the Bhagavad Gita. And the best interpreter of the Jagat Guru is other one Jagat Guru called Adi Shankaracharya, on whose mission the Indian Vedanta system survives today. The person who gave us the Advaita Siddhanta, on which Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, Yogananda, Paramahamsa Yoganandaji, Arvinda Ghosh, and great many sons of Bengal who propagated yoga to the world. I bow my head with respect to this great land of Bengal, which gave Arvindo, which gave Vivekananda, which gave Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, which gave Yogananda Paramahamsa, and so many other yogis. But at the beginning, we must know what is the connectivity of yoga with psychiatry. Why psychiatry and why psychology? All of us suffer from insecurity. Why that insecurity? The insecurity comes because of the unknown. We are all saddled with the danger of the unknown. Swamiji said about the secret, the password, pass and word. The word is the one that gives the pass. What is that word? Somebody talked about word power. I say word is the power. Mantra is the power. Word is the power. Word is the one that passes you. If you don't know the word, you can't know the world. So much of power of the word. Akshara. The Vedic system of word is Akshara. A is the first letter of the alphabet in the Sanskrit, which has 50 words. Sha is the last word. And before that, there is Ha. Aha. That means me. In other words, if you want to become Akshara, you have to cross Aham, ego. There comes the role of psychiatry. There comes the role of yoga. There comes the role of training yourself to face all these challenges that the world offers you. If you don't know the word, you can't know the world. If you don't know the world, you can't face it. And you are the world, because Swamiji has given me a beautiful idea today. I must thank Swamiji for that. God is nothing but www, the World Wide Web, has accessible to all the knowledge in the universe. We have Elon Musk today. I have a mic system. I'm sitting in a garden house in Madhyam Gram. I'm talking to the world audience. Yes, it was not possible 100 years ago. But 100 years ago, there was a Swami Ramakrishna. There was a Vivekananda mission here. And 200 years ago also, there was Vedas. 5,000 years ago, there was Bhagavad Gita. In other words, for knowledge, time and space are always slaves to knowledge. I developed a Paramapada Sopana, the 7-step thing. That is, the first thing, the best thing that comes is the idea that whose time has come. The second one is the data that goes with the idea. The third one is the knowledge that comes out of the data. The fourth step is the wisdom that goes with that. And the fifth step is the standard operating procedure that you operationalize that wisdom to save your life and to save the lives of others. And the sixth step is the ideology that comes out of the crystallization of the standard operating procedures all over the world. And the seventh is the perfect religion. When ideology becomes religion, Vivekananda becomes Ramakrishna mission and the Ramakrishna machine. Patanjali gave us the machine, the Ashtanga Yoga, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pratyahara, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dhyana, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. Along with this Ashtanga Yoga, the first two are very minimal. The third one is also minimal. The first three and the last three, there is what's called Pratyahara that comes in the middle. What is Pratyahara? Pratyahara is the second avatar of God, Lord Vishnu, the Kurma avatara. That is the tortoise. The tortoise, whenever it has a danger, it withdraws all its limbs with a hood, helmet. God has given all the helmets to all the tortoises. It protects itself. What is Pratyahara? Whenever the challenge is there, it doesn't mean when you withdraw yourself, you are not withdrawing from the world. You are only withdrawing to face, to respond. And that is Pratyahara. The first three are the normal things. The last three are the waste things. Patanjali's yoga, the asanas, as Swamiji correctly said, Patanjali's yoga is yogasanas. All these Vikram power yogas, this yoga, that yoga is only 2%. The remaining 98% is dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. That is the one that the psychiatrist deals when he deals as a super psychiatrist deals with a very problematic patient. He does the last three things. He takes dharana, then he takes him to dhyana, and ultimately he offers the samadhi to him. So unless a psychiatrist himself is a samadhi kind of yogi, he perhaps cannot give the yoga system to him. Now along with these 8 systems, we have Ashtalakshmis, the Ashtavijayas. What are those Ashtalakshmis? Yesterday I have done. The Ashtalakshmis are prosperity, fertility, Santana Lakshmi, Gaja Lakshmi, good health, Arogya Lakshmi, Gnana Lakshmi, strength, Veera Lakshmi, Shaurya Lakshmi, Prajani, and ultimately power Lakshmi. These are all linked from one to other. And if you don't use this Ashtanga Yoga to acquire these Ashtashaktis, you are going to have Ashtadaridras and Ashtakastas. What are the Ashtadaridras? The 8 types of poverty. One is ill health. Second one is your ill habits. Third one is laziness. Fourth one is unhygienic. Fifth one is drinking. Sixth one is loan taking. Seventh one is resource wasting. Eighth one is day sleeping, daydreaming. You waste your life. And Panchamahapatakas, they call it. One of the Panchamahapatakas is Surapana. Asteya, that is thievery, sleeping with having no control on the self. And what are those? That's why it's Sanskrit, as it says, Bina yachena jivanam, bina dainyena maranam. Bina yachena jivanam. I don't. The hands are given to work. Karma, kar. Isko kar bolte hai. This we call it as kar. That is karam. That is karma. These hands are meant to do the work. They're not meant to yachana. There's only one yachana which is permitted by my religion, my Sanatana Dharma. That is Gnanarjana. Kshatratrana parayana kari, Madhanna Purneswari, Gnana Vairagya Siddhartham, Vikshandehi Parvati cha. Mata Devi Parvati, Pita Devo Maheshwara, Bandhanam Shiva Bhaktanam, Swadesho Bhavanatraya. That's what my Sanatana Dharma taught me. If I were to take my hands, I will go to the Guru, touch his feet, and ask for Gnan and Vairagya. So what is Vairagya? Detachment. When you have the detachment, when you know yourself, you become detached. And when you detachment is what? Detachment with aham. Main, mera, it's me, mine, thine. When mine becomes thine, you become the best wine. In the sense, you become the best drink in the world. When you understand the difference between mine and thine, when you know the difference of the God, then you become a Dev, the Sura. That is the Sura. That we call us. If you don't have that, you become Asura. And Asura is attached with Ashtakastas. What are those Ashtakastas? One is taking loan from others. Another one is taking beggary, third one is old age. Old age comes. Old age, my friends, please remember, old age, everyone is going to become age. When you become Ruddha, if you become Ruddha, you have the knowledge, then everyone respects you. If you are a ricketing person, you require even to go to a bathroom, you require a person, then everyone will pity you. If you are a akarpanya person, if you are an ungrateful person, everyone not only non-pity you, everyone will wait for your death. Do you want that kind of old age? No. The difference between the good intensive care unit and the mortuary is how you lived well. That's why I said, live well to live well. Are you living well through an ICU? The best ICU, the doctor of the ICU is you, my friend. There's nobody else other than you being your doctor, your nurse, your compounder. And that's how you treat yourself. That's why when you train yourself, that's what even psychiatrists, the neurobiologists the world over speak about. The circuits, the circuits in the brain always fire and fire. And that's what in English also there is a saying, birds of the same flock together. The neurons. So you give job to the neurons. A devil's mind, a lazy mind is devil's workshop. The third Ashtakasta is the laziness. The fourth one is prostitution. Prostitution is not meant for, it's not a feministic kind of thing. Anybody, Vyabichar, it's called Vyabichar in Sanskrit, in Sanatana Dharma. Vyabichar means whichever is against Achar. That's why I said, Acharya, who is Acharya? Acharya is the one who shows that by his own feet, he shows the way. Acharya, by his own way, he shows the Achar. Whichever is not Achar is Vyabichar. That is going against the Dharma. The fifth one is poverty. The sixth one, the disease. The last one is trying to eat the food that is thrown on the society, like a dog and all that, by the society. So you become a parasite. You become something which is disposed upon. So these, in order to come out of these ashta kastas, you have best 8 gunas given by the Sanatana Dharma. They are Daya, Shanti, Anasuya, Saucha, Anayasa, Mangala, Akarpanya, and Ashpruha. I will not take only 1 second I will take to explain this. This is nothing but cultivating, training yourself to be leading a good life. How do you do that? You don't have Anasuya and Anayasa. You don't be jealous of anything. There's nothing that yours. When nothing is yours, why should you be jealous? Why should I be jealous of Mukesh Ambani? Why should I be jealous of Elon Musk? I am best in my own way. Why should I be jealous? So when you identify yourself with certain competitive things in the world, then only you become jealous, you suffer from jealousy. In other words, detachment takes you from the jealousies. Anayasa means trying to, like a best swimmer. I'm a swimmer. I'm an Ironman. I completed Ironman competitions. When I swim in the oceans, may I please? May I? Now, Anayasa means with ease. You, as a plane, the plane with which a pilot takes, the kind of plane that a pilot comes out with that kind of with ease. How do you get the ease? What is the difference between an amateur swimmer and a mature swimmer is that ease. And the ease doesn't come by mere wishful thinking. It comes by tremendous practice. You don't become dharan, you don't become to samadhi in the first minute of your yoga exercise. It takes a lifetime. You don't become a swami by wearing a kashaya vastra. You don't become a swami. When we are swimming Swami Atmanandaji, we saw him, the kashaya, in his face also. That Brahmagyan, that Brahma Tej that comes. That doesn't come by merely wishful thinking. You don't buy it. You don't bribe it. You don't go and use your caste, community, power to buy that. You buy it by dedication of the whole life. And that is the one that's why he becomes a 24 karat gold. At 24 karat gold, my own quotation doesn't require a PRO. It is 18 karat gold which requires a PRO. You don't require a PRO if you're at 20 karat gold. And There is one great Sanskrit sloka which I like very much. I wanted to share with you. It was there in the Upanishads. I don't know who has written. People say Bhartura has written. Kamasya, krodhasya, lobhasya, mohasya, madasya, mastaryasya. Sasta taskara, dehe tistantis taskaraha. Gnana vairagya ratna chorarthe. Tasmad jagrata jagrata jagrata. These 6 shadripus, kama, krodha, moda, moha, lobha, mada, matsarya. These things always are challenges to us. They are like eternal bandicoots. They're like the dacoits which are living inside the body. They would always take away from you the idea of your own this thing. And you have to guard yourself from that always. Now let me come to the conclusion part of it. How relevant it is, this jnana. I've told you, I shared with you many of my thoughts. May I please? Please. I'm distracted. Whenever there is a disturbance, I'm distracted. I have not come to that level of yogic indifference, kindly. Now, dopamine is released when you feel good. God has given me 2 hands. When somebody is not putting on the back, patting on the back, if one hand is injured, God has given me the second hand to pat on my back. That's what Swami Vivekananda told us. You don't require external agencies to promote you, to motivate you, to machine you, to take you on the world. If you are there, Uttishtam, you are a lion, get up and fight. That's what Swamiji told. And Swamiji did not tell anything that was not written in the yogas, in the Upanishads. Swamiji was the crystallization of the information of the best that is there in the Upanishads and the yogas. And I'm proud to be an Indian. I'm proud to be a Sanatani. I'm proud to be a great admirer of all these great things that my country, my civilization for 10,000 years gave to the world. My civilization gave yoga to the world. My civilization gave jnana to the world. My civilization gave shanti to the world. Without shanti, there cannot be shanti. Without shanti, there cannot be any kanti. Without shanti, without kanti, there cannot be any kranti. And what is that kranti? Today the world is suffering from tremendous amount of insecurity because of COVID. If COVID goes, something vivid will come. If it goes, something other will come. It has been going on. But remember, only 9% of the population of the world are under poverty line today. The world is progressing. Never be under this thing. And let me assure you, my friends all over the world, as an Indian, as a person who belongs to the other IPS, I am in front on the stage of the IPS, Indian Psychiatric Society. I also belong to the other IPS called the Indian Police Service. And I'm assuring you, my friends, my country is going to be numero uno in the world by 2047. Nobody can stop it. You may ask how? Because I see the smile in the face of all my youth in the country. The smile of the hope. My people of India have taken on themselves, even if the Constitution of India did not give them the right, they have taken the right, they have usurped the right. And what is that right? The right of hope of tomorrow that the yoga gave to my country. A hope of tomorrow. The tomorrow is mine. If tomorrow is not mine, there will be bone marrow, there will be cancer. Tomorrow nahi, tomorrow hamara hai. We are not going to hit any. Neither we are worried about the cancerous growth of the bone marrow. Tomorrow, the right to hope. We always are worship. Tamasoma jyotirgamaya. Amrutoma, amrutas. This is what I always mention this. This is what the great Trishul. Asatoma sadgamaya. Tamasoma jyotirgamaya. Mrityorma amrutangamaya. I will live, I will survive, I will dominate, I will be the champion, I will be the fighter, I will be the soldier, I will be the conqueror against all those who destroy my country. This is what it is. This is what it is. This is Satyam, this is Dharmam, this is Gnanam, this is Mukti, this is also best possible life in the society. And how do I go over that? And I also say there is amygdala in brain. We talk about neuropsychology. The amygdala is the one that gets activated when you are on the flight or the fight mode. In order to avoid the amygdala to become what it is, we have to, in order to see that the cortisol doesn't poison us, we have to get the oxytocin, we have to get the serotonin, we also get all the other enzymes in the body that keeps us happy. Oxytocin is very easily available. You just have to shake hand. You just have to hug somebody. You have to give through your eyes a feeling. And eyes, face is the index of the man. They say, I said 92%, 93% of the body is the communication. Anybody, nobody, all bodies. Array, you've got your own body, $2.5 trillion worth of the body. Every human body is $2.5 trillion. This $2.5 trillion worth of the body, please protect it, that God has given. What is the shariram? The shariram khalu sadhanam. Shariram, paramartham. The shariram is meant for only for others. Parahite shariram. Shariram, parahite shariram. Parapakaram, idam shariram. And shariram khalu sadhanam. So there is no other body. Other body doesn't exist. Jab tak main ho, till the time I am there, I am Shivam. If I don't live, I become Shivam. Yes, I know I'm going to conclude. And how I earned all this to come and tell you. You may think that this is a spiritual conference. You are talking like somebody who is not a spiritualist. No, Vivekananda also must have spoken like this. And I'm a fan of Chandrasekhar Azad. I take the fine because Guru Vandana, Chandrasekhar Azad is my Guru. I dedicate this to Chandrasekhar Azad. Because of him, I do this. And how I earned this? How I earned all this is because when you go and you become an Iron Man, you need to get also this superlunar thing. When I could cycle 600 kilometers in day non-stop and 330 hours. That is your sharir. Your sharir is your shar. Your shar. That is your bow. And you are your sharir is your bow and your gyan is your kodandam. Dandinam, kodandinam, durachara khandanam. That's what about Rama Annamacharya writes. Dandinam, kodandinam, durachara khandanam. And there are so many other medals. These are all the medals that you. These are all the medals that you get by marathon running. More than 100 marathons I completed. And all this sweat that I take out of my body is the Gangajal with which the Shiva in me, I do the Abhishek every day. I don't need water given by him to do Abhishek to him. That is corruption. And last, let me share with you, the ultimate aim of all my Indians is this. We live for this. We die for this. We take pride in dying for this. Our Rajasthan. And last, before I conclude, I thank all my gurus who gave me the medals. The latest medal is the gold medal that IIT Kharagpur gave me as the best distinguished alumni. And you may show me, sir, is this the facility? Are you giving any publicity to yourself? Bhaiya, मेरा पास public है, मेरा पास city है, मुझे publicity की कोई जरूरत नहीं. And I said, God lives in the tears of other human beings. Remove the tears of other human beings. God will be. जहाँ आंसू है, वहाँ आशुतोष है. Remove the tears of others. God will be in such a people. अगर 1947 ठीक रहता है, AK-47 की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती. If 1947 all right, AK-47 was not required. So the best way of yogic life, the best. Everyone is a psychiatrist. All the police officers, all the government servants are psychiatrists. People come to you when they are in dire requirement. If you can't help them, give them a sympathy, give them the empathy, and try to live them, try to be empathetic with them. Last but not least, let me conclude by saying, human life, बहुत दुर्लभ है. We could have been born as a pig, but we were born as human beings. I believe in Punarjanma. Buddha believes in Punarjanma. Adi Shankara believes in Punarjanma. I believe in Punarjanma. Once one life is given, let us make this life as a light to the lamp and is the light to all the other people. Sarve jan santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani. The one that we talk about. With that, I conclude today. I am extremely happy for all those who gave me this opportunity, and I am happy to share my views with you. I'll continue to be with the Indian Psychiatric Society. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram. Jai Sanatan. Jai Chandrasekhar Azad.
Thank you, sir, Dr. B.N. Ramesh, for that powerful speech. Now, I would like to invite for the address by President Dr. Gautam Saha, the President of Indian Psychiatric Society.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Dr. B.N. Ramesh, DGP, West Bengal Police, for your powerful speech. Thank you so much for your participation and being with us. Thank you, sir. At the outset, I must thank to the different organizations who have participate with us, like World Psychiatric Association, in Indian Psychiatric Society, 2 specialty section like yoga and meditation, chaired by Dr. Ramana Rao, and spirituality and mental health, chaired by Dr. Rajashree Rai, American Academy of Yoga and Meditation, APPA, Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, and my regards and pranam to the inaugurator, Swami Atmapriyanandaji, Chief Patron, Dr. Afzal Javed, Guest of Honor, Dr. B.N. Ramesh, my senior, respected Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, my other senior colleague, respected Dr. Abdesh Sharma, Dr. Indranil Basu Rai, Dr. G. Prasad Rao, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Paul Samargad, Dr. Malcolm Habut, Dr. Anal Fong, my dear friend, Dr. Subodh Dave, Dr. Sarah Yeager, and Dr. Bruno Mascura. My respect and regards to all of you. In the very beginning, and you know that regarding yoga, already you have listened to eminent speaker on this field, Atmapriyanandaji, Swami Atmapriyanandaji, and Dr. B.N. Ramesh. I don't want to speak much, but what I want to tell, you know, the initial phase, in the early phase of our psychiatry, we have an idea that psychiatry has nothing to do with religion and spirituality. Religious belief and the practices have long been thought to have a pathological basis. And psychiatrists over a century have understood them in this light only. We thought initially it might have some pathology. In fact, Jean Charcot and Sigmund Freud linked this with the neurosis. But in the recent research, we should strongly and suggest that too many patients' religion and spirituality are the resources and help them to cope up with the stresses in life, including their illness. It is not only saying there are so many evidence-based studies which will be discussed on the later part of this conference today, that showed clearly there is a neurohormonal biochemical changes with this yoga and spirituality. But definitely, if you speak regarding the religion, it definitely works on those people. One study also showed that those who have believed on this religion system. So the importance of spirituality in the mental health is now widely accepted. Even in the Royal College of Psychiatry, London has a special group on the psychiatry and spirituality. The American College of Graduate Medical Education mandates in its special requirement for residency training in psychiatry that all programs must provide training in religious and spiritual factors that can influence the mental health. The World Psychiatric Association very recently established a section on psychiatry and religion. So we cannot ignore that. We have to consider that. Previously, we used to say, as for example, in a delusion, in the definition we say in the socio-cultural background. We must right now, we should add socio-cultural, spiritual and religious background. That should be added. I don't want to waste time, take time much from you because all the eminent speakers are waiting and we are also waiting to listen to them. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our President, Dr. Gautam Saha. Now we are coming to the end of the inaugural program and closing remarks by our Vice President, Dr. N.N. Raju, who is going to be with us online virtually.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmista. And I don't know really what, as Dr. Gautam Shah said, difficult to speak in a situation like this, where when the participants have spoken so eloquently, and somebody like me, it's pretty difficult to speak. I'm really happy that Swamiji and Dr. B.N. Ramesh have delved very beautifully on the spiritual and religious implications of mental health. And it's indeed a pleasure that many international organizations are involved in today's program. It is, I think, the true international conference today with World Psychiatric Association and Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association, American Academy of Yoga and Meditation, and the two important sections of Indian Psychiatric Society. One on yoga and meditation under Dr. G.V. Raman Rao, and task force on spirituality and mental health under Dr. Rajeshri, who has been perhaps the two pillars of this entire show. And I'm really thrilled to be part of this. And I think it is beautifully organized. Nothing more I can say about it. I think as has always been, Calcutta has been perhaps the nerve center of any great shows of Indian psychiatry. I think you are the face of Indian Psychiatric Society. I'm really happy to be part of this. And I also once again thank every one of you, including the various associations which have been part of this conference, and also many of the personalities today who have been part of this. Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, Dr. Avdesh Sharma, Dr. Prasad Rao, Dr. Afzal Javed, and rest of many others. So I thank every one of you, and I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. N.N. Raju. And now we conclude the inaugural session. And our next session starts at, I think we have 15 minutes break. We don't, I think we missed the break. So I guess we're going to start straight away to the next part of the session. So the next session is again a very important session, which is a keynote lecture of yoga and connectedness applications by Professor B.N. Gangadhar. And could I call upon the chairpersons and the moderators of this session, Dr. M.S. V.K. Raju and also Dr. N.N. Raju. So a little, I mean, everyone in the Indian Psychiatric Society know about Dr. Brigadier M.S.V.K. Raju, who is the chairperson of Awards Subcommittee of Indian Psychiatric Society. And of course, our Dr. N.N. Raju, who is the president-elect of the Indian Psychiatric Society. So I would call upon the chairpersons to introduce the speaker and start the session, please. Thank you.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Not clear, sir. Not clear. The voice is not clear.
Now, am I clear?
Yeah, better.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay, sir. Carry on.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, thank you. I'll just say a few words before I hand over to Dr. N.N. Raju for his comments before we request Professor Gangadhar to give his lecture. First of all, I thank Dr. Raman Rao and Dr. Rajeshwari for inviting us to for this very important session. As individuals, we all want to be free. At the same time, we want to escape freedom, as From said. And yoga is connectedness, not just intrapersonal connectedness, but also interpersonal. It is not just a technique for self-awareness and self-realization, but also I believe it is a interpersonal relatedness technique. One follows all the ashtangas of the yoga. They say one acquires supernatural powers and gain kaivalya or salvation. But we are all average, expectable human beings. And as yoga is practiced now universally all over the world, it has come to be somewhat secularized and rationalized perhaps. And most of us average beings do not follow the 8 limbs of the yoga. The main focus is on asanas and pranayama. That's what is practiced these days. And perhaps it is rightly so. I don't know. Swamiji spoke about the hazards of universalization. But at the same time, it is necessary to take yoga to the common people as well. And it is also a psychotherapy technique. If we follow the common ingredients of any psychotherapy, is a rationale and a relationship, professional relationship, and a scope for hope and a learning experience. All these ingredients are there in yoga as well. The man who brought yoga, scientific, sophisticated science into yoga, we have here today to speak on the subject, and it is none other than Professor Bengaluru Gangadhar. So I'm very fortunate, and I think it is an honor to share this session. And I thank once again Rajeshwari Rai and Raman Rao Garu for inviting me to chair this session. With these words, I hand over mic to my colleague, the another Raju, rare combination Raju and Raju, introduce Professor Gangadhar to the august audience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And can I have the slide of the biodata of Dr. Gangadhar? Can somebody share it? I think I'd be very happy. The first slide of Dr. Gangadhar's biodata is shared. Anyway, we all know Dr. Gangadhar, who has been doing a lot of research in yoga and mental health. And I think he is very quite close and very near and dear to every one of us. And indeed, it's a great start to have an eminent person like Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, who was the director of the prestigious National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences till recently, and has been a very powerful academician in the mental health. And also now he is a very key and important figure in national NMC, National Medical Commission, being the head of the ethical committee of that. And we are very happy to have him today. And once again, I request Sir, Dr. Gangadhar Sir, to start your presentation. Thank you, sir.
రాజు ద్వయలు ఇద్దరికు వందనములు.
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, let me start by sharing my screen. I hope that is permitted. There it is. Adaraniya pranams to Swamiji, who introduced today's topic on connectedness very aptly. My best wishes to the Honorable President of our society, Dr. Saha, and all the other members who are connected online and are there in this meeting, although I am not real. I wish to share a few things about connectedness and yoga and how we could use it in clinical psychiatry. Best wishes to each one of you sitting here listening to this program on the 7th International Day of Yoga. International Day of Yoga has now become very popular, and this year there is a commitment across the world that 20,000 people will do the common yoga protocol across the world. That is tomorrow when 7 o'clock happens in each of their countries. So thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister who made it possible by his address in the United Nations. And so let's go to why yoga in mental health. Yoga, wherever it is alluded to in our traditional texts, it refers to mind. Manah prashamanopayaha iti yogaha. Samatvam yoga uchyate in Gita. And yoga chitta vritti nirodha. So wherever yoga is mentioned, whether in Ramayana, Mahabharata, or even modern times by Patanjali, mind is a central issue. And so there's no wonder that we as psychiatrists should be preoccupied with practice and applications of yoga. Yoga has been researched world over. Yoga has a scientific basis. I don't think this needs to be questioned. For example, one of the practices of yoga, chanting Om, it was in the invocation today. When Om is chanted, some of our limbic gray matter becomes deactivated. And we know that this is the area which makes our life emotionally very challenging. And we become emotional, we challenge others. So quietening the emotional circuits, emotional part of the brain is very important. And there is demonstration that yoga makes it happen. For example, the Om chanting deactivates various limbic cortices. So having found this at NIMHANS almost 20 years ago, we began a yoga services which used yoga asanas, pranayamas, and making a person focus mindfully on all the experiences and the practices of yoga, synchronizing the breath with the movement that happen, and be relaxed throughout the yoga procedure. And so being mindful and practicing the yogasana the way that is traditionally taught is what we focused on, not so much on the what we may call as dhyana. Dhyana alone was not a focus that we used in our clinical practice. And yoga has come to clinical practice in the last 20 years, and we have now at NIMHANS the Integrated Center of Yoga, which became the Department of Integrative Medicine and Yoga is used for treatment of psychiatric and neurological disorders. Amongst the definitions of yoga of today's concern is yoga means to blend, to bring together. Samyoga yoga ityukto jivatma paramatmanaha. It blends my personal consciousness with that cosmic consciousness. Yes, it is a spiritual journey which I make while I continue to do the sadhana of the yoga, taking my personal consciousness to transcend to the spiritual and the cosmic consciousness. While this could happen in good number of people who practice yoga very devotedly, not all of us common men be able to achieve this. We all use yoga for our personal benefit and perhaps in our clinical work with the patients. So what should be happening? If yoga has to connect to that cosmic consciousness, which seems abstract to most of us, should it start connecting to neighboring consciousness first? I believe it should happen. And if that happens, the connectedness to neighbors and connectedness, and Swamiji said, yoga is a Wi-Fi and it starts connecting. Through the process of yoga, people start getting connected. And so at some time, if we do continue to practice yoga, we may connect to that cosmic consciousness. But most of us do not, because we're not so devotional practitioners of yoga. We're not yogis. We are bhogis using yoga for some part of bhoga itself. So that being the case, we use yoga to remove that roga which haunts all of us. So we get some benefits, and those benefits are related to this connectedness. Samyoga yoga ityukto jivatma paramatmanaha. For example, this feeling of connectedness gets depression better. It also gets schizophrenia better. I will show it to you a little later. People have found that yoga benefits. Yoga gets this feeling of connectedness, and that in turn produces benefits in psychiatric disorders. And in fact, this social connectedness has now become an important ingredient of public mental health as well. You improve this connectivity within people and make this connectivity harmonious, and you're going to get a better mentally well society. And this having been demonstrated in psychiatric literature by people who have been using yoga and public health research, we go on to look at yoga for one of the serious disorders for which we have been applying yoga for. I'll try to be brief. I'm not going into the details. I know we have already crossed the time. We have to use yoga, since yoga connects and schizophrenia splits. So there has to be a automatic link between the benefits of yoga in schizophrenia. And so to psychiatrists who are here, I don't have to say that schizophrenia is a split of my own mind. And it splitting goes on and on and on, and it splits the person away from the community, away from the society. He becomes on his own and lost to the individuals, lost to the family. He is there, but he is not there. And in the brain circuits also, we know that schizophrenia is a connectopathy. It is a disconnection in the corpus callosum. It is a disconnection in the networks of the brain. People have now demonstrated there are several network pathologies. I will be alluding to that towards the end of my talk. So yoga is a disconnection. Schizophrenia is a disconnection in our mind and our brain, and yoga is a connection that should facilitate to get schizophrenia better. And so we went on to put some yoga practices together. These have been researched on in the last 15, 20 years. Some of the postures which describe benefits which are related to the benefit that you expect to get in schizophrenia. Please remember, yoga was not written as a treatment. Yoga was written as a procedure to make ourselves better. In fact, true yogis, true yoga sadhakas, true yoga teachers will say, only when your mind is fine, you do your yoga. You have to concentrate. You should be fine. If If you are mentally unwell, please don't do yoga. Leave that apart. But we are now using in schizophrenia, where the severe psychotic symptoms have come down and the person is left with the deficit state, the so-called negative syndrome, or those having social cognition deficits. These yoga postures have been put as the yoga module and have been described, and we have found therapeutic effects of yoga, therapeutic effects in social cognition, in hormonal changes, and also the brain connectivity. Let me illustrate each of these in just one slide each. Schizophrenia, when treated with yoga or as a control group, an active control group exercise, or a negative control group as a wait list, we were able to demonstrate. Look at the central bars where there's a blue bar which indicates higher number of people got better with respect to negative syndrome improvement when you gave yoga, but same did not occur when they merely did an exercise or they were waitlisted. And this was significant. It has been published on 2 independent clinical trials. At the time of my presentation now, there are 2 more clinical trials that have happened, again independent clinical trials, which actually 3 clinical trials, in addition to these 2 which I have shown on the screen, which have all confirmed that benefits of yoga in schizophrenia. So much so, even these 2 articles, which have had a reference in the nice documents, nice guidelines of UK. UK now prescribes yoga as a adjunct treatment in psychotic disorders along with antipsychotic medicine. Clinical improvements do occur with schizophrenia. Amongst the clinical improvements, you also get what is called as a social cognition deficits, which get to better. We have developed a scale called a social cognition scale, which gives a composite score. And the composite scores of social cognition are significantly lower in schizophrenia when compared to healthy subjects. And when schizophrenia individuals were given yoga for a period of 3 months, as you can see here in this graph, the composite score of the social cognition becomes higher. And that does not happen in wait-listed individual. It's a randomized clinical trial recently published in the Asian Journal of Psychiatry, demonstrating that yoga benefits social cognition. And what does this social cognition translate in clinical practice? I had a mother who came and thanked me and said, "Doctor, you gave my son back to me." Her son was an engineer, was working as a software network person in some company, was stuck with schizophrenia and was treated here at Imans about 10 years ago. And he got better with respect to his positive symptoms. The negative symptoms continued to dodge him, and he stopped going to work and stayed back at home, wouldn't pay attention to his self-care, would be just at home, not bothering her parents, but would continue to take antipsychotic medicine. The negative syndrome persisted. The father died, the mother had to find a job, manage the house, and that was the time when she had brought him again after getting a job for herself. Let's continue the treatment, which antipsychotics were continuing, the negative symptoms were there. I referred her to yoga about a year ago. In the last 8-10 months, he has been practicing yoga and she found him better. I asked her this question, what do you mean you gave back my son to me? When you said that, what did you mean? No, doctor, he has now become not just better, he started going to work, he dresses himself well, and he inquires me, he greets me. In the last birthday of mine, he remembered that I like orange colored dress. He brought me an orange colored sari. He also remembered what sweet I like, and he brought that sweet to me. The same response, emotionally relevant response, had happened only with my husband about 3 years back before he died. In these 3 years, nobody emoted with me, and I now find my son is with me. He is responsible, and he has been quite emotionally close to me and near to me. So this change is something that yoga brings in. And why does schizophrenia individuals lose that emotional connectedness? they have low levels of what is called as oxytocin. And it has been demonstrated in various studies. Oxytocin levels are lower in schizophrenia. So much so, people have started trying giving nasal oxygen, nasal sprays of oxygen to get this emotional bonding better, negative symptoms lower, social cognition getting better. These studies are going on, and there are some encouraging signs that nasal oxytocin spray could work. It has worked in another related condition called as autism. In autism, such nebulization seems to improve the eye-to-eye tracking and things such as that. I'm not going into that, but the fact remains oxytocin is a mediator between the individual's schizophrenia and the social cognitive deficits. And there are, of course, in healthy individuals, people have shown that social cognition tests are related to the levels of oxytocin that this individual has. In schizophrenia, we have been able to demonstrate that yoga increases the levels of oxytocin and the wait list does not. So this increasing in the levels of oxytocin, which happens with yoga, is something that we generally refer to as autogenous oxytocin. He be able to generate his own oxytocin rather than having to depend on an oxytocin spray. Oxytocin increases in schizophrenia, and these people also obtain substantial benefits in social cognition. And yeah, behavior improves and it is mediated through oxytocin. And what happens in the brain? We were able to conduct, thanks to the resources available at NIMHANS and also funding we have received from the Department of Science and Technology, and also in the Wellcome Trust DBT projects, which one of my colleague, Dr. Shivaram Varambali, is able to do. One of the study, the fMRI study, we know that in schizophrenia individuals, you look at the anterior part of the brain in schizophrenia individuals, the default mode network, the anterior network is hardly picked up. In fact, it is not active at all in schizophrenia individuals, not as much as you would expect in healthy individuals. Even posteriorly also there is a deficit, but most striking one is the anterior network deficits in schizophrenia individuals. We also found in our population, in our studies, in schizophrenia individuals and healthy subjects, there is a significant difference in terms of the anterior network being deficit. Anterior default mode network in schizophrenia is deficit. And what happened after you gave yogasana for these people? They practice 3 months yogasanas. Look at both the anterior and the posterior, but more important is the anterior network, which becomes strikingly more coherent from the time when they received yoga to the time when we tested. In these 3 months, pre-post examination of fMRI network examination using fMRI, we're able to demonstrate that the anterior network becomes actually more coherent. And along with that, the individuals also obtained significant improvement in the negative syndrome scores, and the degree to which it lit up and the degree to which the negative syndrome scores went up, both seem to be related statistically. So in other words, connectedness is very important in yoga practice. Yoga practice with connectedness experiences benefits psychiatric syndromes, depression, as I said. And the very name of yoga comes from this concept of being connecting my personal to cosmic consciousness. In the journey to my cosmic consciousness connection, I would probably start connecting with people, neighboring people. An experience of collectedness is something that is commonly shared with all practitioners of yoga. And this connectedness is beneficial to making a change in schizophrenia individuals who remain with those negative symptoms and social cognition deficits. And this is mediated by what we call as the oxytocin as an hormone, which increases following practice of yoga. And that this change also has a brain source in that the brain network actually becomes more coherent, which was not so when the yoga was not introduced. 3 months of introduction of yoga, the networks get better. So, in effect, the connectedness process which the yoga generates has substantial clinical application. I request each of our psychiatric colleagues to benefit from this observation. There is a scientific basis for adding yoga to chronically ill individuals. Of course, we at NIMHANS have demonstrated yoga to be beneficial in a wide range of psychiatric disorders, each one practicing a different set of yoga practices. Leave that apart, but what in this session I wanted to share was this feeling of connectedness, which Swamijis and the yoga gurus have been talking about, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. You keep practicing yoga, all of us will feel one, there's harmony in the world, and the world will become one parivar. Well, that be so, it be so as regards yoga in public health, yoga in public practice, yoga in our lifestyle. But being clinicians who are all assembled here as part of the Indian Psychiatric Society, let's take home this message that yoga applications would have a very strong therapeutic value and that there is a scientific role for all of this. Thanks a lot for inviting me to share these observations and wish all our psychiatric colleagues greetings for the International Day of Yoga. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, Professor Gangadhar. That was a real tour de force about yoga, and one could see that he is more pragmatic in applying the yogic principles to clinical psychiatry, and he has taken to the next level about neuroscientific aspect of yoga, and particularly the rectification of the hyperfrontality and the coherence of the default mode network, I think is very impressive. And what is more important, Professor Gangadhar has collected an enthusiastic young team. And I think this is the beginning, and we are going to hear much more about this neuroscientific aspect of yoga. With these comments, I think I will request my colleague, Dr. Yanan Raju, to say a few things and invite a few questions if possible.
Thank you, Sarji. I think nothing much one can really make a comment on Dr. Gangadhar's talk because he has been an authority. I think he has been doing this connectedness for a very long time now. I think connecting yoga with biological factors of the brain, different aspects of the brain. Finally, we know that mind is not in the heart, but in the brain. And yoga is something which modulates the brain. And they have, I think Dr. Gangadhar has been heading the team, which has been publishing paper after paper, I mean, convincing the world and also showing the world that it really means business and it really makes the biological changes that are required to make any impact yoga has on our health. So thank you, Dr. Gangadhar, for those excellent presentation of your, this is only a very tip of the iceberg of work which you have done. You have done lots and lots of work on yoga and mental health. And we are very happy that a separate division of yoga has been started in NIMHANS, and I'm sure this is going to be a leading department in years to come. And I'm sure you will be guiding us, the Indian Psychiatric Society in general, and Department of Yoga and its application in various fields in general, not only in mental health, in every field of life, be it other research, be it other fields, be it politics, be it social functions, or be it engineering, everywhere, management. So I'm sure you will be our guiding force. And once again, I thank the organizers for kickstarting the program with such a wonderful lecture. And once again, thank everybody for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor B.N. Gangadhar. Now, I would like to request Dr. Gautam Saha to present a memento to Professor B.N. Gangadhar. And the memento has been hand-painted. All of them have been hand-painted by Dr. Rajshri Ray Bandyopadhyay, who is, as we know, the Ma Durga of Indian Psychiatric Society. And is multi-talented. She has done all of them personally.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Gangadhar, sir. As well said by our two chairperson, Dr. M.S.V.K. Raju and Dr. N.N. Raju, that is, you are the primary force of doing all these activities on yoga and spirituality among Indian Psychiatric Society. Not only Indian Psychiatric Society, what you have done and scientifically, which is spread to all over the world. Sir, you have established that there is a definite role in the science, in the medical science, in the treating, in the therapeutic value, in the diagnostic value of yoga and spirituality in mental health. And it is not only mental health, also in the physical health, it has got an immense therapeutic value. Thank you again, sir, for being with us. And it is a proud moment to hand over you. And it cannot be given by hand now, but it will reach very soon to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam Saha. We straight away start our next session, which is on myths about yoga and psychiatry. And the speaker here is Dr. Kari Rama Reddy, and the chairpersons are Dr. K.K. Mishra and Dr. P. Kishan. Now, as we know, so I would ask the speaker and the our chairpersons to get ready, please. Now, as we know, Professor Dr. K.K. Mishra, he's the honorary treasurer of Indian Psychiatric Society. He needs no introduction to all of us. And Dr. P. Kishan, who is EC member and WPA section of Religion, Spirituality, and Psychiatry. Let's start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. Good morning, everybody. And pranam to Swamiji and all my respected seniors from the IPS and WPA, Professor Afzal Javed and M.S.V. Raju sir, and all the office bearers of IPS and all my dear colleagues. Since morning, we have already got 2 to 3 sessions. We have learned a lot about the neurobiology of yoga from Professor B.N. Gangadhar. And we have dealt about spirituality from the Swamiji and from Dr. Ramesh. And I'll not go a long way. I'll just give a brief introduction, Professor Kari Rama Reddy, who doesn't require any introduction at this stage, or the at least for the IPS faculty, IPS members. He's a multi-talented person. He has done a lot of things beyond psychiatry. He has done a lot of studies in all the fields, as much as I know, from law to MBA to computer science. And he has got a lot of achievements, like all lifetime, the majority of the lifetime achievements and awards. And with this brief introduction, I'll request Dr. Kishan, my co-chair, just briefly dealt about the topic, and we can request Kari Rama to start. Dear Kishan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ji. And coming to a few words about Kari Rama Reddy, I'm not able to hold myself because the legend in South India, and is a proven leader in IPS. He was past president of South Zone and AP. He was past editor of both South Zone and Andhra Pradesh Journal of Psychiatry. We got a lot of our more than 30 awards and orations. Dr. B.C. Rai, Delan Murthy Rao, Dr. Vishaka oration. And one important point, he's a personally yogi, and he has seen 130,000 patients database with him. So that is the example at today's talk, the appropriate talk given by the organizers, that myths and about yoga and psychiatry. So as everybody knows that now yoga became international, and now a lot of research available in the net about yoga and evidence. But at the same time, myths are also increasing. So we have to, now this is the correct time to look after the myths. And that is, I think we are going to listen from the very top eminent psychiatrist, Dr. Kari Rama Reddy. I think everybody knows his way of presentation is very special, and I think you will see. Over to Kariramareddy, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you. Sir, is my screen screen is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Visible,
Okay.
visible,
I'm
sir.
audible also, I suppose. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Namaste, all of you. On this International Day of Yoga and the Conference on Spirituality and Well-being, I am overwhelmed with joy to share my views here. First of all, let me pray or pay my pranams to my Guruji, Dr. Anand Balayogi Bhavananiji, who is a PhD guide for me in yoga therapy, and who is the next speaker, who is there among the panelists here. My pranams to him. And to Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao Garu and Dr. Rajeshri Madam and Dr. K.K. Mishra and Dr. Kishan, my pranams to you. And so many seniors are there, like Dr. Gangadhar and all the office bearers. My namaskarams to them. Because the time is less, I think straight I'll go into this one. Misconceptions and myths. See, the people who are well educated, if they have myths, I do not know whether we have got any gadget to remove that one. If they are innocent, they can easily remove. Unfortunately, it is not the Western people who have got the misconceptions. Although they are from alien culture, they could easily get this one, and they are getting accustomed to this type of culture. But here
Sir,
in our own culture,
sir, 1 minute, sir. Yeah, your full screen is not coming, sir. Just set the slides.
I think that has to be done by the webinar manager there, I think.
Yeah, okay, okay. Go ahead,
Is it
sir.
okay? They have done it?
Attention to technical team. Attention to organizers and technical team.
See, they can set the proportion of the screen and proportion of the speaker. They can adjust that one.
Dr. Kariramareddy, you have to go down and put the mark on the full screen. They won't be able to do. Whoever is sharing, they have to do. Go for the full screen and mark it there.
No. Sir,
is it okay, sir?
Sir, click from beginning.
Okay.
Left hand side, upper screen. Yes, sir. Click that.
Yeah. Is it okay?
No, not yet.
Not yet, sir.
Is it okay?
There's the full screen icon, so that you have to go.
There is a peg mark niche, down below. Huh?
Actually, it is full screen. It is here.
Yeah, sir, you need to stop sharing the screen and share your desktop. Then it will come.
Okay.
You stop sharing the screen and share desktop.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll do that.
That is better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Is it okay, sir? Is it okay, sir?
It's on the way, sir. It's coming.
Slides are. Is it okay, sir?
Wait few seconds, sir.
It is full screen now, Dr. Curry. It is not shared.
Mehta ji, please, can you share from your ends, Mehta ji?
I don't have this presentation, ma'am.
No, I think sir wanted to share, sir.
Sir, you start with the minimum screen sharing, then you can go ahead afterwards.
Done, sir. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect, sir. You please go ahead, sir.
Excellent, sir.
Please continue, sir. Dr. Ramareddy.
Sir, it is okay, sir. Please continue, sir. Please. Go ahead. You unmute, sir. Again, your audio is not clear, sir. You unmute, sir. Slide sharing, okay. Please unmute and start the lectures. Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Ramareddy, please go ahead.
Yes.
You should.
Yes.
Yeah, please go
My
ahead.
pranams to my Guruji, Dr. Anand Balayoji Bhavanani, and my respects to all the chairpersons and secretaries here, and also the organizers. And misconceptions and myths are so popular, not among the common people, but well-educated people who are fixed at a particular level. They cannot go back to the ancient levels of thousands of years where the ancient wisdom was there, nor they can come to the recent scientific knowledge, and they just fix at one point and they say that they behave like ostrich. I think this lecture is required for such people. And regarding certain the misconceptions are, one is yoga belongs to a particular religion. Is it so? Is it really belonging to a religion like Hinduism? Indeed, Hinduism, in fact, it starts like, for example, it is started with a particular culture. Like, we cannot call it a particular religion. Also, it is a way of life. Sanatana Dharma, we know. Sanatana Dharma doesn't hate any religion. Any person who belongs to any particular faith, like Muslims or Christians, they can easily assimilate that one. Studies are there that in Muslims who do prayer and at the same time practicing yoga has got more benefits, it has been proven. So particular religion is not a thing at all. Even offering Surya Namaskaras also, it is praying the nature. And also Buddha who just doesn't admire Vedas or who doesn't like this one, and he has practiced yoga and recommended yoga. Yoga is not a religious ritual at all. There would be a prayer, but prayer is offering prayer to God or offering prayer to the supreme force which is around. And even mantra yoga also, mantra is not a religious ritual, but it is a sound vibration which stimulates the brain. Dhyana and japa also, we concentrate on a particular thing that has been taught even in the psychology also as a particular thing. Karma yoga, as you know, the emotional detachment from the actions also, it is also a well-known principle. And the jnana yoga is knowing about the supreme system and being part of that one. Bhakti yoga is something like displacement of our all sorrows and all our emotions onto a particular subject. So these things cannot be considered as rituals at all. So this myth also can be easily dispelled. Yoga is a philosophy but not a science. People think that. But philosophy about the existence and death. We talk about existential psychology. We always think about the death. The Thanatos principle has been talked by even Freud also. And here the Abhinivesa is one of the kleshas. And how to get the salvation. See how to prepare for this one, prepare for the death. And it is one of the darshanas. Darshanas include not only things like yoga, but even charvakas also are also recognized even long back. And it is not only philosophy, but it is a science, evidence-based science. PubMed has got so many so many listings. Randomized controlled studies are being done. Not only science, it is an art, the practice, the skill, and psychology, psychopathology. We can see how the chitta can go into various vrittis and all, how many kleshas we can have, psychotherapy, how abhyasa we can do, how vairagya we can develop, maitri, mudita, all these things are taught there. It is a lifestyle, yamas and niyamas, how we have to conduct ourselves in the society, how to make ourselves better. So these things are all taught in yoga. So philosophy, science, art, psychology, lifestyle, everything in one capsule. So it cannot be considered as a truth at all. It is a myth only. And yoga lacks evidence, mostly anecdotal. Somebody became all right with that particular asana, this asana, and so on. People would be saying, people think, but it is not true. We have got a national institute, Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga. Yasvyasa is there, deemed university, and Nimhans is there, where yoga is practiced, being practiced as integral medicine part. And our Sri Balaji Vidyapit, where CITER has been doing a lot of work, and so many papers are published in collaboration of all the departments. Kailas Dham is there. So PubMed shows so many articles, evidence-based medicine. And during the last 1 year, the previous year 625 articles were published on yoga therapy, and this year already 680. And so many articles, just you key in yoga therapy, PubMed, you know, it recognizes only the reputed journals which are standard journals only. Yoga therapy is indexed means you can understand. And 6,205 results on yoga therapy in PubMed during the last many years. And science versus traditions. People, unfortunately, anything which comes from tradition should not be considered as a science. They do the dichotomy. Traditions can be scientifically examined, and then they can be valid. They can be made valid. Unfortunately, the rules of the game differ. On one side, we find a volleyball team. On the other side, we find a badminton team. So rules cannot be equated for the science and religion here. Pratyaksha pramana, anumana pramana, upamana pramana, sabda pramana, anupalabdhi. So many pramanas are there. Pratyaksha pramana, anumana pramana, everybody accepts. Regarding the sabda pramana, because it is written in our scriptures, people don't accept. So that also, everything is being taken from the sutras and everything is analyzed with the scientific rigor and is being found that those are all true. So yoga lacks evidence, mostly anecdotal, is not true at all. That myth is dispelled. Yoga is just another form of exercise, people think, but it's not just a physical exercise. head-to-head comparative trials were done. Yoga is refreshing and just exercise, physical exercise is exhausting. It is a catabolic act, whereas yoga is an anabolic act. It is equal or better in all the studies done. Here, in addition to the body, mindfulness, Atma is there, and postures, breathing, and so many kriyas, all these things come together as yoga. So it is not just exercise at all. And some people think that Indian name for gymnastics is yoga. Unfortunately, it is true to some extent because people doing some difficult posture and giving a prize for championships and all. This yoga championships doing the physical crooked asanas and all. So indeed, those are really distorting the image of the yoga on one hand. But on the other hand, yoga has become popular because of those gymnastic people only. Yoga has become popular because of sports colleges, sports universities, and also the physical therapy departments also. So to some extent it is okay, but yoga is not just gymnastics. See this posture, when we see, we may think that it is a yoga thing, but it is gymnastics only. So yoga is just not gymnastics, but it is beyond. And yoga induces paranormal or psychotic symptoms. Indeed, yoga talks about those things. Viparyas and vikalpas. Vikalpas are illusions. Viparyas are hallucinations. Hallucinations and illusions are chitta vrittis. We have to We have to be careful, and we have to control the whirlpools. Bhranti darshanas. One has to be very careful while practicing yoga because the obstacles one can see there. And in Vibhuti Pada, there are some siddhis, some paranormal things are described. Those are not encouraged. Those are the things which may distract you from your final goal. So you have to be careful. So this doesn't mean that you are going to be a magician or going to be a person who is going to acquire all these things and all. One has to be careful which is really divine, which is fruitful and all. So psychotic symptoms or paranormal things also is a myth. Yoga is harmful. People say by doing yoga, so many physical injuries and all. Sometimes one may get musculoskeletal injuries because those who use props, those who do without supervision, those who overdo that one. But these injuries are never more than injuries with any sport or exercise. So yoga is not harmful than any sport or so. If it is done with carefully with a supervisor, then it is a good thing. So it is also a myth. Yoga is just some crooked postures called asana. Very unfortunate, most common misconception. Asanas are very minute fraction of yoga. One limb among ashtangas. Just 3 stanzas among 196 Patanjali Yoga Sutras. You can understand how little the asanas are. Unfortunately, that little is equated to yoga. And the fancy name for breathing training is pranayama thing. No, actually the pranayama is the awareness of our prana, awareness of our liver force. See, what is that pranayama, pranakosa? Where is it? All imaginary things people may think. What is the difference between a cadaver and a living person? Where is the prana? Can modern science identify the prana part? So it is an abstract thing. Chemically, biochemically, physically, every part you dissect it, there would not be any difference between these two. The difference is the prana. The awareness of prana and utilization of the prana is pranayama. And removing the sheaths of tamas and all is pranayama. So that it is something like biofeedback by introspection. So no need to underestimate pranayama. If you COVID and pranayama you key in PubMed, you get 4 recent papers. Yoga is outdated, people say. Millions of people around the world are practicing yoga. Year by year, the number is increasing. Modern evaluation techniques are used. So many things are there. I do not want to waste my time and encroach onto my Guruji's time. So many 300 million people practice yoga across the globe. So you can understand it. 10% claim they practice yoga regularly. 30% of the Dutch people prefer meditation. And more than 200 million yoga practitioners worldwide from India. So 50% raised between 2012 and 2016 and all. 89% of people in yogis practice for 1 to 5 hours per day. So much of literature, so much of adoring yoga in other places. Modern people adore this one. Yoga is not outdated thing. It's the most modern thing. One of the 15 uh, words which are most commonly used by UK people is yoga. So you can understand. Stress is one word. Other words, among other words, yoga is also there. Yoga is incompatible with modern medicine, people think. Can be easily integrated with modern medicine. Nimhan's experience, our Balaji Vidyapith experience, Vyasa, micro anatomy. See, for example, acupressure is there. They talk about the meridians and all these things. Those seem to be very nonsense for the modern medicine people. But those work. We accept that one. Here, modern medicine for yoga, so many books are written by our modern medicine people only on yoga chikitsa. And complementary alternative medicine people think this is not complementary or alternative medicine. When we talk about alternative medicine, homeopathy, it is alien to us. Ayurveda, it is alien to us. No, it is traditional complementary integrative medicine. Yoga can be integrated easily into this one. And moreover, as an adjunct, we talk in modern medicine more about the disease, illness, pathogenesis only. But here in yoga, we talk about salutogenesis, wellness, the holistic approach, the fitness, self-regulation, awareness, spirituality, all these things are talked about. Yoga encashes the deficits in modern medicine. When there is a deficit in modern medicine, yoga is encashing. No, it is more ancient. After all, modern medicine has come only during the past few centuries, but it is there. Salutogenesis, it is more promotional, preventive. Uh, See, people talk about the yogopathy like homeopathy or any pathy, but it is yoga as an art, science, philosophy, the holistic approach. It is not an exclusion, but it has got its own thing. But at the same time, when we have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. A yoga therapist who comes from non-medical stream may think that everything can be treated with yoga therapy. So I can treat anything, even including COVID. No, it should not be the approach. It should be the integrative approach, so that both can combine together and this one. So it is not encashing the thing, but it is enriching the modern medicine. Yoga can be learned from books and YouTube. Yes, books are there. Books are there for getting ourselves some knowledge about that one. YouTube things to get clarifications and all, to get interest that one. But human touch should be there. Supervision should be there. Preparation and maintenance. See, our guru with so many foreign students. Why should they come there to the ashram all the way and spending months together there? They can watch the YouTube, is it not? See, this Guru Chala relationship, that is the one which is really needed. So it is also a myth. Yoga promoters have no uniformity of thought. So many people talk about so many things. We have got the generic yoga like Adi Yogi, Shiva. He has given Hatha Yoga and all. Vasishta, Yoga Vasishta, Sri Krishna, given the Bhagavad Gita. Patanjali has given his sutras. It is one of the darshanas. So Bhagavad Gita, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Garant Samhita, all these things are generic things. Nobody can refute that one. But here, so many things are there. Iyengar Yoga, Bikram Yoga, so many are there. And these things have gone to the level of goat yoga, beer yoga and all. As long as they keep the culture, that is real yoga. Once they go out of the culture, naturally it will be a distortion. So it is not the uniformity of the thought, it is the deviation. But yoga is yoga, which is there since ages together. Some people think that yoga promotes sloth, laziness. No. It is action oriented. Bhagavad Gita, in Bhagavad Gita, what is said? Arjuna, go and fight, act, not tamasic one, not rajasic one either. It is the sattvic one. And flexibility of body is needed. No. Flexibility of body is not needed. At this age, I do that one. Not the need, but it's the result. And even armchair things also can be done easily. Like armchair sun salutations can be done. So flexibility is not really a required thing. Age also, only certain age people also can be done. It can be done by even 100 years old person, asanas and all. If you cannot do Kriya Yoga, Tapas, Swajaya, Iswara Pranidhana is there, Samyama, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, these things are real yoga which take you to the goal. Even the younger children, 3 years old and 5 years old, not only the yoga and also the other arts, as part of their education, they learn in Pondicherry.
Sir,
So,
sir, conclude within
I'll be
4 minutes,
concluding.
sir.
I'll be concluding here. Not only the age, but differently abled also, like ADHD people, autism people, intellectually deficient people. We think that we cannot give psychotherapy for them. We cannot communicate well with them. But yoga therapists, how they are doing, you see happening at Pondicherry. Yoga principles are irrational, they think. Very logical, very systematic problem solving, harmonization, as Dr. Gangadhar was pointing out. So many schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, all these things. It is gaining mastery over the control, over the mind, equanimity, stability, harmony, balance, and equipoise. See, we find many parallels with yoga and psychiatry. Jnana yoga, systems theory, desensitization, we can find there. Bhakti yoga, displacement, we can find. Raja yoga, introspection and concentration, we can find. Karma yoga, detachment and control of emotions, we can find. Gita is the best psychotherapeutic tool endorsed by our legends, Venkobarao Garu and J.S. Neki. So much research is being done, and it requires a lot of time. People think, no, even a single session of Chandranadi Pranayama resulted in lowering of the BP and all. Yeah, and total lifestyle is the requirement. Yes, that is the thing. Awareness of body, mind, emotions and cognition, awareness of awareness, awareness of unawareness. That is the thing. Anybody can become a yoga therapist. No, traditionally coming parampara, those can become. And those who have done course, academic courses, they can become. Not a person like our 10th class failed compounders becoming quacks. No, it is not the thing. Yoga therapist should be a qualified person. Yoga is just a placebo. Yes, of course, placebos we know. Antidepressants, one third only works, one third placebo. So total 2/3. One third people are resistant. So increasing awareness, increasing span of this one and all. So many studies and all, as Dr. Gangadhar was pointing out. So much science is being done. So ultimately, I conclude that we have to integrate. We have to integrate the traditional wisdom with the modern science, so that we can have the best remedy or best wellness tool for the people around. This is this is what I believe, what I practice, and what I say in conclusion for the people who still have the myths and misconceptions. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and my apologies for too many animations I keep. That is the reason why it gets hanged and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari sir, for your nice deliberation. And we will not waste much time as we are going late by time. We will request your guru, Yogacharya Dr. Anand Valyogi, who is a great Yogacharya for our nation. And with his short introduction, we will request him to start the presentation. Dr. Kishan, you can have a short introduction of him.
Oh, no, I'm not having a CV, sir. You can continue. Right?
Then a short introduction. Yeah, he's a great Yogacharya, I know, and he's a great teacher for all the yoga people. And with this, we will request him to start. And we will be speaking in the spiritual practice management. And we understand what is the implications and importance of spirituality. Can you share the?
So it will be a straight session because I'm going to. So my salutations to all the great, wonderful, divine beings in human form who are serving the needy, especially in the times of this pandemic. Each and every one of you is an embodiment of the divine healer. Ayam me hasto Bhagavan, ayam me Bhagavan, says our Vedic literature. Through our hands, through our heart. Our hands are the extension of the heart, and we are serving the needy. What can be a greater opportunity as a human being than to serve the needy, enabling them to move from a state of suffering, dukkha, to a state of ease, well-being, wellness, salutogenesis, health, which is purnam, and sukha. So I salute all of you. A wonderful opportunity celebrating the IDY 2021, where the world organizations Asian organizations, Indian organizations, and local organizations have come together for this wonderful celebration. When we talk about the human mind, Arjuna tells Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which is a yoga shastra, Chanchalam hi mana Krishna. He says this mind is so agitated. He says it is more fickle than the wind. It is constantly moving here, there, and everywhere. He says, what to do, O Yogeshwar, Lord Krishna? How can I control it? And Lord Krishna says, Asamshayam Mahabaho, without doubt, O mighty Arjuna, what is most important? Abhyasena to kaunteya, vairagyena. He gives the message, Abhyasa and Vairagya. Same message is given by Maharishi Patanjali, the codifier of the Yoga Darshana. He has told us how to control the mind, the chitta vritti nirodha. The chitta vritti are the fluctuations, the whirlpools of the unconscious, subconscious mental activity that catch us and pull us down into the despair. He says, how can you control it? Abhyasa and Vairagya. So what is Abhyasa? It is the self-effort, dedicated, disciplined, regular self-effort. One has to make the self-effort. But at the same time, one needs to have the capacity to let go. Non-attachment, metacognition is the latest word for Vairagya. You have to do your best, but you have to leave the rest. The message of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita can be summed up in that phrase. Do your best, leave the rest. When we talk about the mind, and you want to look at controlling the mind, it is very difficult. Because the mind is very, very much like one of those beautiful girls who the young boys in school, they are attracted to, but they can never get to her. It is like a mirage. You get close to the mirage, you think I've got it, and it disappears. Like that, Sarvam Brahmamayam, it just disappears. So how do you deal with the mind? Because the moment you get close to it, it knows what you are doing. And it says, oh, you want to control me? I'm not going to let you control me. And this is why we have to use an indirect approach. Just like Lord Ganesha got the fruit of wisdom through indirect lateral thinking, we have to utilize the lateral thinking, lateral approach towards mind control. And this is where the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, one of the traditional texts of yoga, tells us, Chale vate chale chittam. How your breath goes, that is where your thought goes. How you are breathing will affect your thought process. So the mind, if you say, I'm going to control the mind, I'm going to control the mind, will say, oh, you're going to control me? It will put up all the barriers. It will put up all the barriers. So what do? You say, I'm not going to do anything. You can be where you are. I'm not coming to you. And it is very happy. What you start to do? You start to work with the breathing. So he thinks, he is working with the breath. What will he do to me? Nothing. I am safe. I can be myself. So the mind has been tricked because you are working with the breath. But what is the key here? When you start to work with the breath, the mind is indirectly affected. And this is the key of the spiritual practices for mind control in the yogic tradition. You don't try to control the mind directly. You start to control the body by putting into a still position, steady and at ease. Sthira Sukham Asanam. It should be a stable position where you are at ease with yourself. When your body is stable, you start to now focus on the breathing. Make your breath regular. Breathing in and breathing out. This is called Sukha Pranayama, where you breathe in for the same duration as the breathing out. It is a very beautiful technique. And if you breathe in for 5 seconds and breathe out for 5 seconds, you will be breathing at the rate of 6 breaths per minute. The formula, if you don't remember anything else from my presentation today, the formula is 6 breaths per minute. If you start breathing at the rate of 6 breaths per minute, you start to harmonize your cardiorespiratory autonomic function. Your cardiorespiratory autonomic function is harmonized. The moment there is sympatho-vagal balance, what happens? Everything starts to settle. Your limbic system starts to be attenuated. Tanukarana, it is called. The limbic system is attenuated. Immediately, what is happening? The cortical aspects of our functionality can start to come into our domain. And instead of being someone who is a victim of the emotions, And the subconsciousness, we start to move from subconscious, unconscious into the conscious. From the bottom of the lake, which is the subconscious, unconscious, we are coming through the waters to the top, which is consciousness. And then we are moving above that into super consciousness, which is the drone that is going up and above and looking at the lake from above. This is how we are transforming our consciousness to look at our own mind from above. That metacognitive capacity where we start to use our prefrontal cortex. I tell people, this is where the buddhi is. That is where the buddhi, Icha Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Jnana Shakti. And suddenly you can start to observe yourself with metacognition, non-attachment. And you can start to understand what is happening in your mental process from above. From below, you cannot understand. But from above, you can understand. The greater will always understand the lower. The lower can never understand the greater. The child can never understand the parent, but the parent will understand the child completely. We are outgrowing this process of the emotional turmoil, the emotional volatility. And how do we do that? One, Sukha Pranayama. Breathe in, breathe out, just in an equal ratio 6 times per minute. Second option, normally the respiration is governed by the brainstem. The brainstem activity is survival mode. Keep your breathing going, keep your heart beating, keep your food digesting. Survival mode is brainstem. In yoga, we call it abhinivesha klesha, the desire to cling to life at any cost. And this is governing your normal respiration. What is happening in pranayama? We are saying, shift your activity from the brainstem to the prefrontal cortex. Bring in the higher centers. So instead of letting your respiratory center tell you how to breathe, you say, I will choose how to breathe. I will choose the depth of my respiration. I will choose the tempo of my respiration. I will choose whether I breathe through right nostril called Surya Nadi Pranayama, which activates for people who have depression. Whether you do left nostril, which deactivates for people of anxiety, or you do left nostril, right nostril, Nadi Shuddhi, Nadi Shodhana, to balance the hemispheric influences and create a balanced personality. We are choosing. So how are we bringing about the mental control? By shifting the loci from the reptilian brainstem autonomic control, autopilot. We are now taking back our manual control. We are coming into manual pilot and saying, my prefrontal cortex, where we have the power of choice. The power of choice is the superpower of being human being. We can choose how we want to breathe. And the spiritual practices of yoga say, when you can start to choose how you will breathe, how slowly will you breathe, how deeply will you breathe, how long will you hold the breath, how long will you take the breath in, out, all the patterns are changing. The inspiration, the held in, the expiration, the held out. And through the breath, by working with the breathing, by shifting survival mode to living mode. I call this survival mode. When it is brainstem dominant, governed respiration, it is survival mode. When it is prefrontal cortex, higher cortical control governed respiration, it is living mode. We shift from survival to living. In survival, what will be there? Fear will be there. Will I survive? Won't I survive? The whole world, along with the COVID pandemic, we have the fear psychosis pandemic going on. We are all caught. Will I survive? Will my family survive?
Swamiji, we are behind schedule. 20 minutes. Please conclude within 2 minutes, Swamiji.
So we are shifting from the autopilot to manual pilot. So what message I want to leave you with today? 2 things. We have the choice. What is the choice? The window of opportunity is how we choose to breathe. How we choose to breathe will affect how we think. It will affect how we feel, how we emote. And on top of that, we bring in the power of japa. The moment you start to do the japa, it doesn't matter what japa you do, you create an attenuation of the limbic hypervolatility. And suddenly you become a calm, composed, serene human being that we should be. So my gratitude to all of you for this opportunity to be amongst you, share these thoughts. And just remember, The power of choice is the superpower of being human. We can choose how we breathe. And when we change the way we breathe, we change the way we think. Thank you. Dhanyavadaha. Nandri.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji. Really, we have seen two legends, Guru Shishya, have given wonderful direction. And I've seen Swamiji, I'm blessed to listen you, your frequency of talk and depth. Really, I'm learning a lot of things. And I think my elder brother, Dr. Kariram Reddy, has given wonderful narration. Thank you. And my congratulations to organizers, Dr. Rajeshri and Dr. Raman Rao, Dr. our President, Gautam Sahaji, for giving this opportunity, and congratulations, wonderful going. I think only the 20 minutes delay we are going, I think we will cover that. Thank you. And over to the Mishra ji for conclusion.
Hey, thank you, Kishan. You have already done a nice conclusion. They have nicely delivered the topic like this, from spirituality to myth about the yoga, and whatever the question they have dealt upon during their presentation. So we'll not waste much of that time. And we thank all the organizers for giving us this nice initiative and for these presentations. And thank you, everybody. And we can request Dr. Sarmishna Madam and Ashley to go to the next presentation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to both our chairpersons and our speakers for a wonderful session. Thank you, audience who's joining us across the world or through our StreamYard, through our Facebook and our YouTube links. Over to the next session, may I invite our chairpersons, Dr. Mrugesh Vaishnav, who has been the past president of the Indian Psychiatric Society, and Dr. Vinay Kumar, who has been the past honorary secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society, to chair the session. And our speakers will be Dr. Padmavati and Dr. Abdesh Sharma. Technical team, can we have the slides of Dr. Padmavati, madam, please, first? Thank you. Over to the chairpersons. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rajeshri. I think I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rajeshri. And at the outset, I congratulate the Indian Psychiatric Society under the leadership of Dr. Gautam Saha, office bearers Dr. N.N. Raju, Dr. Mishra, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, and Dr. O.P. Singh. This is an excellent session organized by the spirituality section, and the chairman is none other than our own Avdesh Sharma and Nikhil Patel. They are the main backbone behind this. Now, the next session is, the next speaker is Dr. Padmavati. I think she does not require any introduction. She'll be speaking on yoga module in the rehabilitation of psychotic disorders. We know that for the rehabilitation of the schizophrenic patients, for the rehabilitation of bipolar patients, we are always in search of an instrument, of a therapy, which can help the patients to maintain their life along with the medication. So yoga as a way of life, yoga is a connection, yoga as a way of connection with the eternal, definitely helps the psychiatric patient, particularly the psychotic patient, in rehabilitation. And we have the speaker who has the largest experience, research experience, clinical experience, and as a speaker, Dr. Padmavati, to speak about this topic. Yes, Dr. Vinay Kumar, would you like to comment?
Just a line, just a line. Dr. R. Padmavati from SCARF. one of the biggest NGO working in India and working for schizophrenia related and other psychotic disorders. She is most experienced. The only thing I would like to add that if we talk about rehabilitation, it is all about three things: physical, psychological, and socioeconomic. Socioeconomic part cannot be addressed until you are physically and emotionally fit. So we can very well imagine that if we institute a kind of therapy which improves physical and emotional condition of the sufferer, person will be able to be productive, active, socially and economically as well. With these few lines, I invite one and only Dr. R. Padmavati, who has the vast experience of doing all these practices in her institution, for the talk.
Thank you very much. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation. I hope to be a little quicker so that we save on time a little more. So from a larger perspective of talking about, we began with the inaugural address and Dr. BNG's wonderful lecture on connectedness on a very much larger perspective. We heard about the myths and of course our spiritual leaders talking about it. I'm going to go into a more narrow mode of talking about rehabilitation in yoga, using yoga as a module for rehabilitation in psychotic disorders. I don't really need to introduce SCARF to our listeners here, but then just to tell you that SCARF was actually formed for the purpose of rehabilitation of chronic mentally ill. And right from the beginning, Dr. Sharda Menon has been talking about the role of yoga. And in fact, she was the one who has been motivating us to look at yoga in a big way. And of course, I had my interests and therefore I have been working in this field for some time now. So as a routine, yoga is, a very, yoga is used routinely in both our daycare facilities as well as our residential care programs. For a long time, it used to be volunteer-led, but right now, the motivation to train in yoga has picked up even amongst the staff who are trained social workers, psychologists, and so on. And we have trained staff who are trained in yoga who take on the practice of yoga in the facilities. Now let's just look briefly at what is the literature on yoga and schizophrenia and yoga research. We know that these are the schizophrenia is the leading cause of disability worldwide, and we know that there is proven treatment of choice in terms of antipsychotic medications. But we also know that the effect of antipsychotic medications in the treatment of schizophrenia is very modest where negative symptoms are concerned. So there is this search that's ongoing where mind-body based treatment methods like yoga have been examined as an add-on therapy for the treatment of negative symptoms. So let's look at what is the research. The research has emerged over the last 10 to 15 years, and we have a lot of reports which have talked about improvement in clinical symptoms, cognitive deficits, resilience, and well-being amongst persons with schizophrenia. But what has happened is that they've not really looked at negative symptoms in isolation. And most of these are single-center studies, which limits the generalizability of the findings. There have been meta-analysis which have examined yoga as a treatment. And again, these studies, these meta-analysis have talked about absence of multicentric studies, randomization of randomized studies, as well as which are important limitations. So I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about the study that I have been involved in along with NIMHANS, and which was recently published in the Schizophrenia Research as add-on yoga treatment for negative symptoms of schizophrenia. And this was a 2-center study. So the objective of this study was to examine the efficacy of add-on yoga treatment for negative symptoms specifically in schizophrenia. And we started out with the hypothesis that schizophrenia patients receiving yoga as add-on treatment will have significant improvement in the negative symptoms compared to those who were wait-listed. So the inclusion criteria was schizophrenia aged between 18 to 45. Exclusion criteria, of course, there had to be many because this was a proper randomized controlled trial. And we, I just leave it on for a few seconds for you to read through the exclusion criteria. So the design was a multi-centric, randomized, wait-listed controlled study. So we had two groups. We had yoga treatment group and we had a wait-listed control group. This study was cleared by the ethics committees in both the institutions and it was registered in the clinical trials. The yoga module that was applied for this study was the very well validated module by Govindraj et al. In 2016, where they had a complete module was planned for in the NIMANS Integrated Center for Yoga. So it really was 12 sessions of supervised yoga training. And after the 12th session, another 12 sessions, patients were encouraged to practice yoga at home with the research staff on telephonic interviews every week to check on the regularity of practice. The other group was a treatment as usual group. This waitlisted control group continued to receive treatment as decided by the treating psychiatrist, which means they got their medications, they got whatever else that they were receiving. The outcome measures for this study was primarily negative symptom score, and the secondary outcome was the positive symptom score. I'm limiting this to what we have done at SCARF. The NIMANS group, of course, had a few more outcome measures as well. So there are a large number of clinical scales that were used. There were scales for, physical abnormal involuntary movements, and there was a scale for cognitive insight. The statistical analysis, of course, was done for using the R, and we did use different kinds of measures for testing the effectiveness of yoga practice in this study. So if you look at this chart, there were 96 people who were recruited. 47 of them were allocated to the yoga group and 49 to the treatment as usual group. At the end of this study, there were about 4 people who withdrew consent before the intervention started and 3 in the TAU group. At the end of the study, 35 people in the yoga treatment group had completed the study, while 29 had completed the TAU group. So there was no difference in the baseline SAN scores between the two centers and between the two groups. However, there were differences, small differences in age, SAPS, BCIS scores and the CGI at baseline. There was no significant difference in any of the other demographic and clinical variables between the completers and the non-completers. If you look at the treatment, the negative symptom scores, the severity of the negative symptoms improved in both the groups over a period of 12 weeks. So what was it about yoga that really made a difference? So we did look at, when we tried to control for other possible confounders, we did find that the yoga treatment group had definitely more significant improvement than the treatment as usual group. So this just tells us that although there was some negative symptom improvement in the treatment as usual groups, it was much more in the yoga treatment group. We did find that positive symptoms also improved in both the groups, and both in the yoga treatment as the yoga therapy group as well as the treatment as usual group. There was not much of a difference in cognitive insight, self-reflection, and self-certainty. So the key features of this study was that this was the first multi-centric study to examine the efficacy for negative symptoms in schizophrenia. And this was less influenced by the investigator or subject-related biases. The referred patients had minimal positive symptoms. The two centers demonstrated feasibility of following a uniform protocol for protocol for yoga, subject assessments, and the therapy as such. Two of the both the groups were matched at baselines on clinical and demographic features. Subjects were randomized, so there was unlikely that other illness factors influenced the primary outcome of the study. Now, there was more dropout amongst the waitlisted group as compared to the yoga group. There was no significant difference between those who completed the study and those who dropped out of the study. And we used a linear mixed model analysis to allow for inclusion of participants with missing data at one or more time points. Now, it just indicated that the dropout itself would not be a major confounding factor. As patients were not blind to the intervention group and the yoga group, because it's all available everywhere. So it's possible that people in the waitlisted arm just chose to attend yoga sessions elsewhere. Were site factors important? I mean, NIMHANS is a large center with greater experience and longer years of research, whereas SCARF, we were really not involved in extremely important yoga-based research. But we did find that, so there was differences in the sense that illness-related factors like younger age group and lower duration of illness in the NIMHANS center were possible reasons for the differences in outcome, where NIMHANS did show better improvement than in SCARF. So the limitations of this study was the absence of blinding to intervention, absence of a blind rating. It's really impossible for a blind rating to happen. The interview itself will tell the rater that the person is either in a yoga group or in the waitlisted group. So there was possible expectation bias of the patient and the observer to influence the outcome ratings. Also, using TAU as a control group may not really be a ideal placebo intervention. The empirical evidence linking the yoga with neurobiological changes were lacking in this particular presentation. But then we do know that Dr. Gangadhar, Macheri Keshavan have all talked about how limitations are common to clinical trials evaluating yoga therapy and is not really specific to the current study. So in conclusion, this is the first multicentric study which suggests efficacy of add-on yoga for the treatment of negative symptoms. It has implications in improving connectedness. We've heard Professor Gangadhar talk this morning, and whether we need to explore on this a little more for looking at how we can improve connectedness, which is a key important negative symptom of schizophrenia. The moderate to large effect size suggests the potential for clinically meaningful improvement. And while multicentric designs, randomization, and concealed allocation of subjects minimize the confounding factors, one definitely needs to consider the limitations of the study before interpreting the findings. Further examination of underlying neurobiological mechanisms is needed in the future. And if these findings are to be replicated in future multicentric studies, add-on yoga is a potential option for treatment of negative symptoms in schizophrenia. I would like to end here by thanking the organizers once again for inviting me to this session.
Thank you, Professor Padmavati. It was an excellent presentation in which you compared the schizophrenia with negative symptom patients and treatment as usual. And as you have rightly said that there is advantage with the group on yoga in the patients which you put. However, it's difficult to control, particularly the neurobiological mechanism.
Yes.
And Professor Gangadhar had an extensive research in this field. And I hope that we all have the multicentric study on effect on yoga, particularly in rehabilitation of the psychotic patients. Thank you, Professor Padmavati. And our next speaker is none other than the most soft-spoken, whose own voice can make you hypnotize, and very well read, and the person who has worked the most in the field of spirituality and mental health, none other than Avdesh Sharma from Delhi. Dr. Vinay, you will comment on the subject on which Avdesh is going to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Vaishnu. Dr. Avdesh Sharma is, I always call that he is the spiritual face of Indian Psychiatric Society. But now he is the spiritual face of World Psychiatric Association as well. With these few words, I invite Dr. Avdesh Sharma to enlighten us on how meditation is connected to well-being, emotional and otherwise. And Now it's to Dr. Abhay Sharma, please. We have to save time also.
Thank you very much. One of the hallmarks of spirituality is humility, and I think both Murugesh and Vinay have shown that in the brief introduction. Thank you very much to the organizers, which I am one of them, and I would like to share for the rest of the population the kind of sleepless nights, sweat, and love and care that has gone into this particular IY Day 7, 2021, with so many organizations coming in. Now, I don't need to go into why it is important. I think the very presence of so many organizations together, starting from World Psychiatric Association, to our section, to IPS, and of the top brass, Afzal, Gautam, and all the executive past, present, and future of IPS being here. I think the challenges that we would have to be looking at, can you have the screen being shared, or can I share my screen? Whichever way it is possible. Can you see the screen, please? Can my screen be seen? I've started screen sharing. Is it seen?
Yes, we can hear your screen. We can see your slide.
Yes,
we
sir.
can view. Yeah.
Okay.
It's visible and audible.
All right. Okay.
Could you have a full
Now,
screen, sir?
thank you. I would like to make a difference between meditation as a tool and meditation as a lifestyle. I think what most of the people, especially those who start, talk about teach me meditation, which means tell me some way by which I can sit for 15, 20 minutes and get all the benefits. It's like saying, give me a medication which is once a year and I will not have a problem for the rest of my life. Meditation, when we see it from that perspective, and I'll share a little later, would also still be useful. But when you have meditation as a lifestyle or as a way of living for well-being, then it has different implications. I've been involved in this for the last about 30 years, some of it from personal experiences. So I went through learning different kinds of meditation and then tried to apply it for different populations in clinical practice. But what I realized is that we have been working mostly, and rightly so to some extent, on what is called as patient population, those who have already developed some kind of mental or emotional disorder or distress. Whereas a lot of people, and the way it was initially thought of centuries back, especially in India, for which we had excellent exposition today morning by Atmapriya Nandaji and Dr. Anand Bolyagi, is that it was more for growth. It was more for well-being. And that has to do with, in the last about 100 years, we have forgotten that we are a continuum of soul, mind, and body. And we have just focused on the last, that is the body. And because of which now the asanas, about which I don't need to go into the 8 limbs, but unfortunately only the asanas, difficult to, not very difficult to learn, but easy to package, easy to sell. And that's how it has come about. But when we talk about a meditative lifestyle, it means a shift in consciousness. It means a shift in the soul. It means a shift in the energy. And for that, one has to work on a continuous basis. Now, incidentally, what ultimately become the so-called modern medicine, which is a few centuries old, both meditation and medication have come from the same root word, which is a Greek word called mediri, which means making whole. And even healing and holy have the same origin. And meditation is not something to do with the East. It has nothing to do with, as Karirama Reddy said very eloquently, nothing to do with the religion. It has been found in all cultures. It's there in Islam, Buddhism, Christianity, all the other major religion, Jainism, and of course, Hinduism as it is called, it has taken on some very esoteric meaning. Right from what you now see on the YouTube, but basically it means just a disciplined way of reflecting on yourself, your relationship with the world around, which Dr. Gangadhar very eloquently talked about collectedness, and your relationship with God, and the present and future path of life that one has been leading, and the meaning and higher purpose in life for that individual, if it is practiced by an individual, or sometimes when it is practiced by a group who would want to attain certain powers together, like it happens in many of the gurukuls across the country. The techniques, if you will go into different kinds of meditation, you'll come up with more than 1,000 established forms of meditation which are being taught. But basically, they could start from just a practice of concentration or becoming aware, most well-known being mindfulness, or of altered states of consciousness. It could be a mantra which is focused, which helps us to be able to practice this more easily, or it could be non-directional. It could be a practice for a short period of time. So some people will set a time, sit for 20 to 25 minutes and feel that they have done the meditation. But if it is with a particular lifestyle, then a shift in consciousness does happen. The incense, music, special colors, light are just to get you into that mood. But they may or may not to some extent help in the process of meditation. But basically, unless there is a specific planned shift from here and now to the level of consciousness which one wants to achieve, then it will not be enough. Now, I want to bring your focus here to what is the functioning of the mind, because all of them work in sync with each other. We have become used to dichotomies, so we talk about thoughts, emotions, actions, as if they are different things. And yet the fact is that we have an intention which is at the level of consciousness or soul that brings a particular thought which is at the level of the mind. And it then evokes an emotion which is at the level of the lower mind, as it is called, or the emoting mind, amygdala, etc. And then it leads to an action. Again, the connection between the prefrontal cortex and the frontal cortex, and below this amygdala and other systems. But at that point of time, there needs to be some kind of a judging that should happen, which unfortunately in today's times do not happen. And then we have an action. And once this has been completed, it becomes a memory in the mind, incidentally, which is holographically embedded in the brain. And when we do it on a longer period of time, then it becomes a sanskara or a personality. Now, this is an automatic process, which ultimately leads on to what we call as karmic patterns. Unless we can learn to shift it at the level of intention in a very, very specific manner, all the other things will keep on following as they have been following. And meditation is the process of doing just that. When we talk about the well-being, the word well-being here refers to the consciousness. And this is the interplay, the dynamic interplay from wellness or well-being to disease or illness, which starts with stress. If it goes on for a little longer, it becomes distress. If we are disturbed by it, if it goes on for a longer period and it starts affecting our body or our mind, it is dis-ease. And that's where the basic word of holistic well-being, which is meditation, came in. When you are not at ease with your basic self, that is dis-ease. And when you have more of that in more than one system of the body or in more than one system of the mind, that becomes a disorder. Incidentally, all of us know that about 25% of the population in any culture across the world is seeing disorders or definitely disease. And there are many subclinical symptoms that are there. So that's a large population. But that is not the goal that one needs to be looking at, because unless we can go back to the roots and try and prevent the distress or disease, and we can promote well-being, or we can promote emotional health, then we will have number of people who will keep falling, depending on the externals, which we have seen during the time of the present pandemic, or whenever there have been traumas or war or any kind of a stressful situation in individual or society's life. So the idea should be to prevent diseases from happening and to promote well-being so that they do not happen. Now, this, because of this particular goal, this should be the purpose of life for each and everyone. Unfortunately, not talked about, unfortunately, not spoken of in any of the training programs that we have for psychiatrists, psychologists, or medical graduates. I hope that Dr. Gangadhar, we have had discussions on this, that we would be able to bring it as a part of the curriculum. Even now, what I see in the last about 30 years, and I have had the good fortune of being in the physical company of people like Dr. Venkuba Rao, Neki, Dr. Veg, Dr. Kapoor, Gangadhar, of course, R.S. Purti, or Dr. Malik, who were able to very beautifully integrate these dimensions into their day-to-day clinical practice. And if we are able to do that, then we would be able to help the person as a whole and not treat the symptoms. And incidentally, I see the same trend across the world, because now I'm involved at a WPA level, but especially in India. And I want to congratulate my colleagues in India, because the kind of openness and the kind of wanting to bring about a change, I see that happening in India much more than most of the other countries. Although we can look at some of the systems that are in place for this particular specialty, especially from American Psychiatric Association or Australian Psychiatric Association or Royal College. There are various forms of meditation, and as I said, that if there is a guiding philosophy, the practices or the lifestyles or the ways of handling changes from within or outside, then these would be most effective. Meditation for health promotion and disease prevention, and illness meditation management, as well as for growth of the individual. Now, that's one area which, of course, we leave it to most of those who are doing spiritual practices as their full-time work. But I think there is possibility of integration. I will be very brief. I'm fully aware of the time. I don't think at this point of time we need to show that there are double-blind studies. The literature is full of it. You can just Google and find out. Dr. Kariram Reddy had given a glimpse of it, as did Dr. Gangadhar. But in terms of how it works, because most of the students of science or of medicine want to know that. Now, these are the different prepositions and fair amount of research behind them, that it raises the energy levels and strengthens the immune system to ward off or fight illnesses, induces the relaxation response, which Dr. Anand Balyogi was talking about. It acts on the karmic and sanskar level, especially when you are working with yourself, when you're working with your consciousness. You're looking at what brought you here. You're becoming mindful of where you are. And then you have charted a plan of action for the future. It enhances the positivity of the person about self and healing. When you start realizing, and I think that's where I think a shift has to happen. We are seeing the body as the one which is producing certain emotions. Whereas I think what is required to be seen is that there is a programmer, which is the consciousness, which through the software, which is the mind, is bringing about changes in the body, including the brain. So once we see that, then during meditation, you can set off the process of healing. It induces a connection to the source, whatever name you want to call it, God, higher power, etc. And it also stimulates lifestyle changes, which are useful for self-healing. If practiced regularly, many studies have shown that this is what happens: reduced heart rate and blood pressure, increased blood flow, positive changes in EEG, sleep and digestion, less irritability, depression and anxiety on various rating scales, less frequency and duration of illness. And that's something useful, especially now that we have seen some of the effects of mental health during the pandemic. Very interesting studies which have shown that there are decreased accidents and man days lost at work, improved interpersonal relationships, and in terms of growth, better self-actualization, inventories, emotional and spiritual quotients. Found at the level of psychosomatic illnesses or mind-body level in A to Z, all these kinds of illnesses. Many of them not only are psychosomatic, but a lot of them are illnesses which are found for us to be dealing with. Just to share something, that while I was doing some kind of an inner search for myself, I found a lot of people who would be under treatment already with a mental health professional, but were looking for more answers than just reducing the symptomatology. And I think that's where the future lies for all of us, to be able to either integrate it or to be integrate our services with others who are providing these services. And maybe in future, we would be able to come up with models by which we would be able to provide more holistic health to the populations. Whether we like it, whether we do it or not, this is happening in the society. This is going to happen more and more because the shift is going to happen towards well-being. For economic health, for low resource utilization, none of the countries can handle the kind of cost. And I'm not talking about money, I'm also talking about resources and the holistic health that is required from different settings across the world. And these would be shared through tools of exploding information technology that would be there. The question is, would we be a part of it? And I think that is a decision that we all have to take as a profession, because I feel that ultimately we are spirit who have materialized in a human form, and we are engaged in spiritualizing the matter around us, including our own body, because we are not human beings having a spiritual experience, but actually we are spiritual beings having a human experience. Thank you very much for a very, very patient hearing. Thank you.
Excellent, Professor Sharma. We are a spiritual being with human experience, and you nicely narrated your meditation as a lifestyle and meditation as a tool adjunctive to the other kind of medical treatment than other psychotherapies, and over and above that meditation. This reminds me a quote that what a man can conceive and believe, it can be achieved. So if you conceive, if you picturize, and if you meditate and picturize, then you can achieve anything and everything in the life. It's a man's search of meaning, as Viktor Frankl wrote when he was in concentration camp of the Hitler, and healing himself with this self-healing process, and ultimately came out with 39 books, of which Man's Search for Meaning, about which Professor Avdesh Sharma talked, that we can search for the meaning of life and we can have the connection with the universe by the way of meditation. Excellently explained, Avdesh. Thank you very much. Yes, Vinayji. Your voice,
You're
Vinayji.
muted. You're muted.
Your voice, Vinay.
Vinay, you're muted.
Vinay, your voice.
We must honor the concern of organizers, and listening to Dr. Avdesh Sharma is always a kind of meditating experience. This how softly and gently he speaks, and drop by drop each word enters in your mind. And we have learned meditation is important, and we will propagate the message from our end to masses. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for excellent presentation. And now we hand over to the organizers. Thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you for the excellent session. And then we have the first panel discussion. Before that, an announcement that as we are running a little bit late, our lunch session will be a little bit short, and we will start as usual from 2:15 only. So the first panel discussion is on application of spiritual practices in mental health services. And the panelists are Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, Dr. P.K. Dalal, Dr. P.K. Singh, and Dr. R. Sagar. And the chairperson is our own Dr. Professor O.P. Singh, he needs no introduction, of course. He is the editor of Indian Journal of Psychiatry, Dr. O.P. Singh.
Thank you. And good afternoon to everybody. It is my pleasure to moderate this panel discussion with the so eminent people in this. So the first, I would like to introduce Professor B.N. Gangadhar, though he needs slides, please. Rashid, slides. Okay. So Professor Gangadhar already he has spoken on this. It does not need any introduction. He is the former director of NIMHANS. He is the member of ethics board of NMC. Also, he has been awarded Padma Shri. He is DSC, and he has been associated editor of lot of international journals. He has been awarded prestigious C.V. Raman Award. He has been the part of expert committee of DST of Government of India. So then I will go to next Professor Dr. P.K. Dalal. He's next, please. He is the past president of IPS and also past professor and past HOD of KGMC Psychiatry Department. He has been awarded of Central Zone Oration Award. He is also a recipient of Best Paper Award of the Indian Psychiatric Society Central Zone 2001. More than 100 research papers, authors two books, contributed 1 chapter in book, and reviewed 2 books. Our another panelist, eminent panelist, is Professor P.K. Singh. He is also former head of Patna Medical College. He is advisor of publication subcommittee IPS. He has been MBBS from AIMS and MD from PGIM at Chandigarh. He was also has a lot of experience as director of mental hospital in Koilwar in Patna, and also he has been editor of IPS UG's textbook of psychiatry. And then my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rajesh Sagar. He is the co-chairperson of the Journal Subcommittee. He is a professor, Department of Psychiatry, AIMS. He has recently been news due to his paper in Lancet about service delivery. And he is one of the advisors behind Government of India's all the programs in mental health, particularly the NMHP and DMHP. So I welcome you all, sir, all the panelists. This is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. So I will start with, I'm audible, sir? I will start with Professor Gangadhar. Though we have been talking about spirituality, but again, I want you to, sir, define spirituality for the audience. And also already you have talked about connectedness, but still a lot of people say why psychiatrists should be talking about spirituality. So your comments on this.
It's a very profound question, sir. Defining spirituality is next to impossibility. Spirituality is an experience that all of us have to go through. All of us have to go through in terms of feeling that we are one with the rest of the world and the rest of the nature. But that, I don't know whether any one of us have had it. Each one defines spirituality in his own sense. Leave that apart. I mentioned in my talk that attaining that transcendence of spirituality maybe a dream for most of us. But in its transition, there are a lot of good things that we attain. Compassion, empathy, being friendly, doing something good to others, and a host of those things. I have to tell a small anecdote when Ganesha asks Vyasa at the end of writing Mahabharata, look, you have been making me write so much again and again and again. I'm tired. Vyasa shows him, look, I have written so much earlier, the Vedas, the Upanishads. Now I am only asking you to write the Mahabharata, a very short one. Where are you getting worried? So then Ganesha gets, he becomes, sees all those things, and he is wonderstruck. He said, so many books you have written. And why did you write all these things? No, people should read, they should become good, they should become spiritual, they should learn a lot of good things. Then Ganesha says it is like a Supreme Court judgment, huge one, and it has to be, you have to give me an executive summary of the whole thing. Otherwise, we won't understand, for people to practice. So Vyasa says, whatever are written in these crores of shlokas, I'm going to summarize in half shloka. Shlokardhena pravakshyami yaduktam grantakotibhihi paropakara punyaya papaya paripidanam. And that is spirituality. I'll stop here. Why psychiatrists should be worried about all these things? And we know in the journey of that spirituality, we get a lot of benefits in mental health. I think we should translate it into our clinical practice. And there is no book other than Patanjali, which should be our foundation for clinical psychology or whatever you want to use it, psychological aspects for clinical application. We may be reading a lot of other books, though we are modern medicine people, we give medicine. I was telling yesterday to one of my colleagues that we need to understand the limitations of yoga to be able to practice clinical medicine that we are giving prescriptions about. So I leave it at this point of time. I wish the others will be able to contribute even better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful definition and how we psychiatrists are related with this. So I will come to Professor P.K. Singh, sir. Since spirituality is a very kind of private experience, so how can we learn to practice spirituality? And the second thing is again related to this, whether we can teach it. Then since we are talking about service delivery, and what are its health benefits? Professor Singh, sir.
Okay, thank you, Professor O.P. Singh. And my good afternoon to everyone, all the audience. My thanks to the organizing committee and the panelists and both the specialty committees. Now, your question has, I think, three parts. First of all is, what are spiritual practices? Now, this is a very key concept, and it has to be defined in tangible and concrete form because this is the end point. This is like the common, the final motor pathway that we have as far as spirituality is concerned. It is difficult because spirituality is an abstract concept and practices as concrete, and that we have to engage in everyday life. The way I would like to put it, or the way I would like to define spiritual practices is that all those practices, all those activities, maybe it is mental or maybe it is physical or behavioral, which lead to attainment of spiritual goals and lead to enhancement of the spirituality of the individual. For that, now we will have to go to define as to what are the spiritual goals, many of which has been talked about. Now, spiritual goals, the dimension of spirituality, the most central concept of it is that we accept that human beings are just not body, mind, or social dimension, but there is an extra thing which our rishis and yogis and munis have called the soul or the spirit. Now, this part, which is the soul, which is generally not available to experience to majority of us, is something which is the innermost. This is what this call about it. This is the innermost component or the dimension of individual's personality. And it is indestructible. It is immortal. And about this, what in Gita has been called Atma, which is not lost. And there is a shlok which all of us know about. So the first thing is all those activities, I have separated it into a few points. All those activities may be called spiritual practices which lead to the conviction and enhances the belief of individual in the existence of this soul as the innermost component of the individual. Similarly, all those activities which help him to accept this part, that is the soul or the spirit, at his true self. All those activities which helps him to identify with this true, this soul, and helps him identify all the time. And all those activities which help him to live and act like a soul or the spirit and not simply as a body or mind. This is one of the very important concepts. And all those activities which allows him to see no difference between himself and the whole creation of the divine or the supreme being, and all those activities which helps him to connect with the supreme being and his creations, that is the other people. And all those activities which lead him to find a purpose of life, a meaning of life, and gives him peace, perpetual hope, and joy. So all these spiritual experiences are aided by whichever spiritual practices, they should be called spiritual practice. Now, what are these spiritual practices that we commonly talk about, and often it is mentioned? Again, it will be difficult to enlist all of them, but the important ones are, the simplest one are prayers. The prayers that we all engage in throughout the world and throughout all times. And and prayer leads to experience of all those things, the spiritual experience and development that I've just talked about. And now prayer and similar to that would be chanting of mantras or the jap or bhajan. Similarly, regularly visiting places of worship has enhancing effect to the spirit of the individual. And undertaking periodic pilgrimage to places of special worship, that is also one of the spiritual practice that one can engage in. Then meditation, about which a lot has been said, yoga, sadhana, tapasya in its different forms. Meditation, as has been said again several times, that meditation means withdrawing from the exterior world and moving towards your own inner self. The fourth one would be recitation and listening to scriptures, which is quite often practiced, at least in our part of the world, in our religion. So that also has a very enlightening and uplifting effect. Then fasting has also been included as one of the spiritual practices. And as most of us know, that fasting is translated as upavas in Hindi. And upavas, the meaning of it is, vas means living or dwelling, and up means by the side. Now, living by the side of the Almighty, of the Divine, is one of the purposes of fasting. Then certain breathing exercises, they also lead to experience of spiritual nature. Affirmative appreciation and expression of gratitude is also one of the spiritual activity that leads to experience of spiritual nature. Then surrender to the divine, surrender to the Almighty, surrender to the Supreme is a spiritual activity, and service to the community, service to his creations, service to his fellow beings is again a very important spiritual activity which leads to a change in outlook and understanding inside of the individual, in the sense that you are looking into everyone the presence of the divine being or a part of the divine being. Now, being close to, periodically allowing yourself to be close to the nature, the vast nature and the beautiful nature, like going to mountains or to forest or to the seaside, that again has a very uplifting experience, maybe of a spiritual nature. And then another people have mentioned is the journaling. Journaling is a new word that I've come across, that is writing down the insights that you gain during contemplation, during reflection, during maybe reading of scriptures or during meditation. That also has an uplifting experience. So all these activities which lead to enhancement of the spiritual quotient of the individual or certain spiritual experiences are the spiritual practices. Now it's a relatively big list, maybe the list can be longer, but for every person, he need not engage in all similar kind of spiritual practices. Every person has to select a suitable routine for himself, what is practical for him. And the simplest maybe starting with a prayer in the morning, setting aside some time for yoga meditation, setting aside some time for listening to scriptures or participating in similar activities. So it has to be individualized and it has to be tailor-made, but the purpose is that you enhance your spiritual experiences, spiritual attitude, and spiritual convictions. Now, can it be taught? Well, of course, it cannot be taught in the way we understand it through didactic lectures, because growth in the spiritual field is an individual pursuit, and it has to be taken by the individual himself. But of course, the society, the milieu, which includes the medical milieu, or the teaching institutions, can definitely facilitate it, can definitely promote a sense of conviction, or can lead to attitudinal change into the individuals, so that and support them throughout their life or journey of spiritual growth, so that they are able to become a more spiritual person. So it can, other people can be facilitators, they can encourage, they can prime, and they can lead, they can guide, they can support. So that would be what I would say, whether it can be taught or not. It cannot be taught, it can be learned definitely. The last part of the question was the health benefits. Of course, the very number of people or the size of the body throughout the world who are moving towards spirituality points to the fact that spiritual practices do have certain benefit health-wise and different aspects. So what should be considered a health benefit? Now, health benefit, anything, any influence that leads to improvement in the health status of other dimensions of health, like whether it is physical dimension, or it is mental dimension, or it is social dimension. So spiritual growth, there is evidence also from studies that a spiritual dimension growth in that area does lead to benefit in all these dimensions. So any influence which leads to or improves the survival of the individual, the growth of the individual, or leads to better quality of life or better life course, and leads to full realization of his innate potentials, better ability to cope with the stressors of life, and improved ability to creatively contribute to the welfare of society. Anything that does this can be considered a health benefit. And spirituality does have positive effect in all these areas. But one thing that I would like to point out, that spirituality has a kind of field effect, a positive field effect in terms of having health benefits. It's not as specific that it will cure TB or it will cure diabetes, or it will, as happens at the physical level. So, but the field effect is very important. The positive field effect that it generates leads to it being effective as a promotive, preventive, and restorative influence on the individuals. As far as observations are concerned, in the physical health area, there is evidence that it enhances immunity, and enhanced immunity, we have all become highly sensitized to it in the corona area, is very important to the welfare and health of the body. And also it has been noted that it leads to optimization of blood pressure. In the mental health area, there is evidence that it reduces anxiety and depression. It improves sleep. Now, sleep itself has a positive effect on the general health of the body because sleep is the period when there is repair, restoration, and resetting of all the physiological cycles. In the social health area, people have talked about connectivity. Better connectivity leads to better social support, and better social support has all the positive effect on the health. But the most important of all the health effects is that it leads to general reduction of stress. And stress, life cannot be without stress. And in the increasing, in the modern age, one of the bane of the modern age, the complexity of modern age, that it has led to increase in the number of acute and chronic stresses. So, this enhanced spirituality has a positive effect in reduction of stress, and most importantly, because probably it changes our cognitive appraisal. The negative impact of stress is based on the cognitive appraisal that the individual engages in. If we consider something as snake, there is more anxiety. If we consider something as a simple rope, there is less anxiety. So cognitive appraisal is very important, and spirituality leads to change in attitude of the individual, attitude of life, and that leads to a decreased negative impact of stress. Also because identity with the Supreme leads to a sense of empowerment. The patient feels there is somebody who's always there. There is a reduced sense of hopelessness and helplessness, and there is also a sense of inner joy and peace, and all that leads to reduction of stress. And when there is reduction of stress, it has a whole lot of positive effect, as we all know as psychiatrists and general medical practitioners. So these are some of the but substantial positive effects of enhanced spirituality on the individual. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have pointed out rightly that spiritualities, components of spiritualities which can be practiced, and also that it can be learned, and there is a need to change in the atmosphere of our training institutes and medical colleges so that spirituality can be promoted. And of course, the benefit of spirituality on stress, cognitive appraisal about life and self, and also immunity. Wonderful, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will come to Professor Dalal, sir. Since we are talking about service delivery, so how do you think these spiritual practices can be integrated in delivery of psychiatric services? Sir, you have to unmute, sir. Sir, you have to unmute. You are muted, sir. You have to unmute first.
Thank you, Professor O.P. Singh. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And our very eminent panelists and organizers for having me over here. And I will be sharing some of my views as has been asked. And there were wonderful deliberations beforehand already. So there could be a spirituality and psychiatry special interest group, and the aims and objectives of what we believe spiritually informed psychiatry should be able to offer and summarize. Now there are certain points, and these are the views which I am talking about are from Professor Andrew Powell. Psychiatrists should be aware of and responsive to spiritual aspects of psychiatry arising from the need to find a sense of meaning and purpose in life, the personal search for answers to deeper questions concerning birth, life, and death, the difference between spirituality and religion and their interrelatedness, the relationship of spirituality to the development of expression of individual human values, and how spirituality informs concepts of good and evil. Then the next point is the psychiatrist should have knowledge of the spiritual crisis, meditation, prayer, and altered state of consciousness, including the near-death experience. The spiritual significance of anxiety, doubt, guilt, and shame. The spiritual importance of love, altruism, forgiveness, and their relation to mental health. The influence of materialistic goals of personal identity and self-esteem. The reciprocal relationship between culture and spiritual beliefs and practices, and the consequences of psychiatric practice. How the presence or absence of spiritual beliefs and practices in mental health care workers may influence clinical decision making. The role in clinical management of spiritual support networks, including chaplaincy, different NGO groups, and care departments, as well as those in community. The psychiatrist should be familiar with researches on the application of both quantitative and qualitative research to the field of spirituality and psychiatric practice, the finding of epidemiological studies relating to spirituality to mental health variables, the introduction of spiritual values in the design and execution of research validated instruments for measuring spiritual and religious beliefs, the contribution of research to understanding the neurophysiology and efficacy of prayer, meditation, forgiveness, and love. Good psychiatric practice should be informed by awareness that medical practice is founded on values which include discernment, compassion, generosity, tolerance, patience, honesty, humility, and wisdom. Awareness of how her own value systems may impact on others. Sensitivity to and tolerance of the value system of others. The understanding of the concept of spiritual development as part of personal growth. The psychiatrist should be skilled in taking a spiritual history, being able to stay mentally focused in the present, remaining alert and attentive to equanimity, developing the capacity to witness and endure distress while sustaining an attitude of hope, the recognition of her own emotional responses to spiritual disclosures, honest self-appraisal in interest of continuing personal development, maintaining personal well-being in the interest of patient care. Taking a spiritual history should include inquiring what is the patient's spiritual background, what role did spirituality play in childhood, and how does the patient feel about that? Is spirituality important now in patient's life? If so, are such beliefs supportive or anxiety provoking or punitive? Is spirituality drawn upon to cope with stress? In what ways? Is the patient a member of any spiritual community? Is it supportive? What is the patient's relationship with their clergy like? Are there any spiritual issues the patient would like to discuss in therapy? Do the patient's spiritual beliefs influence the type of therapy he or she would be most at ease with? Do those beliefs influence how the person feels about taking medication? So these are some of the points, but besides that, how it can be incorporated in medical science and especially in psychiatry, for that, I think Professor Gangadhar is in front of us, and in the medical ethics lectures or whatever is happening now on every 2 Saturdays. Their medical ethics lectures are being organized by all the medical schools. So in that part, can we really talk something about spirituality as well? Can it be incorporated? And the practices which Professor P.K. Singh has already enumerated, and the benefits and neurobiology and all these things which have been talked about, to have some interest among UG students. That is number one. The number two is in PG also, like in say ethics and psychiatry, we can also incorporate spirituality in that, and can be discussed and talked about, and some sort of practices can also be followed, so that there will be a spiritual bent of mind of these of people of medical fraternity, so that they can also get benefited in development of their own personality as well as treatment of their patients. Then that is for UG and PG. And for already trained doctors, there could be certain some CME courses which I would again like Dr. O.P. Singh, they can begin with the spirituality and mental health subsection of psychiatry, and can be talked about in webinars and whenever the practices, like we talk about in yoga and meditation practices and all these things. In that, the at a I would say greater canvas, that we can include spirituality, and we can talk about, and amongst them whatever the practices have been enumerated, the person, it is anybody's personal choice. He or she can pick up those and can practice those, and then we can have all those I would say experience sharing platforms, where we can really experience about it, that how it helps in development of our own I would say spiritual experiences, as well as how it's going to help in the treatment of our patients. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for illuminating us. As you have said that, of course, it should be part of the medical curriculum and development of the doctors and therapists. And very importantly, we have to learn to respect the other people's belief. And as we are taking a lot of medical decisions, we have to respect the person's cultural background and social background or religious beliefs, and should not take any decision or could not take any decision which contradicts it. Similarly, we should take care of the patient's spiritual beliefs while providing or delivering services, both medical and psychiatric services. Thank you, sir. Now I will come to Professor Rajesh Sagar. He is one of the main people behind now District Mental Health Program, and it has been expanding quite fast to almost all the districts of India. And this development has now incorporated other peoples also, like school teachers, faith healers, who are so-called gatekeepers in society, to provide some services. And in India, we know that there is a huge dearth of particularly psychologists and social workers. So how can we include spirituality as a psychotherapeutic or services for the people in District Mental Health Program?
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and thank you to all the organizers. Let me first thank you everyone involved in this particular very important symposium on the occasion of International Yoga Day. And I must thank all my panelists, Professor Gangadhar, Professor Singh, Professor Dalal, and such an important panel discussion it is on the application, because ultimately that's a thing that we want to see in the future. And it was very heartening to listen to all my panelists. Now, I think it is very important, to talk about it, and we have heard that the application can be there, and it has, and there is no doubt about the benefits what it can have. One thing to begin with, I just want to start by saying that when we talk of the definition of health, we are aware of the three components of the well-being, that is physical, mental, and social. But we all know that the spiritual well-being is also the important component of it. I just want to say here, very important point to start with, what WHO, when they have the definition, they have mentioned it should be free from disease. It should be the absence of disease. What I would argue that even with having a disease, you can have a well-being. I think that's what the point we want to say, that though it was made long time back, but even having one having a disease, because the ultimate goal is to have a well-being, because even if you have a illness, you can still have achieve the well-being, and spirituality plays a major role, we all know, with regard to well-being. Now in this phase, I would just like to emphasize, because at AIIMS we have a Center for Integrated Medicine and Research, CIMR, who is headed by the cardiology professor. And I just want to apprise everyone here, because we talk of spiritual health, alternate medicine in psychiatry and mental health, but let me tell you, a lot of research is going on in other medical branches. I know that many publications from AIIMS have gone to cardiology, from diabetes, from obesity, from infertility, and all. So I just want to just mention here this particular point, that not only mental health, but actually the spiritual health, yoga, and meditation actually has gone beyond mental health, and and Dr. Gangadhar is aware of it, and it's not just mental health, it has gone. In fact, I am also part of that of the CIMR division of AIIMS, where a number of research, it's a big staff, and a lot of efforts are going on. So I just wanted to apprise each one of you on this aspect. Now coming to DMHP, I think that's a very important point you have raised. Just to apprise you, at the moment, DMHP is running in 692 districts. In fact, there are more than 700 districts, but 692 is the official number. And just to tell you the components of DMHP, because there you can have integration of spiritual health and yoga. Actually, we all know there is something known as PPP model for NGO support. There is a residential care facility. There is a residential care long-term, and also there is some support for the community health services, and also support for primary health center. So you can see that there are many places in DMHP where the funds are there, where the integration can be there. What we can see with regard to community health center as well as primary health center. Other than this, we all know that when in form of targeted intervention, we have something known as life skill education. We have something school health, and where this yoga and spiritual health can play a very major role, because life skill education, school health, college mental health, and and also, so these are some of the important component where spiritual health, the integration can be there. And also we all know there is also important component of workplace stress management. If you are aware that in the components of DMHP, it is also their workplace stress management that is there. So and one of the other important thing is the suicide prevention. So what I'm saying is these are the integral component of DMHP, and which again is running in almost all districts, and where spiritual health and yoga meditation can play a major role. And with this integration, I think, and one of the most important thing, what personally I feel, that one, that there is no doubt about the evidence, we all know it, not only mental health but all health conditions. And the important thing is that the delivery, it can be the ease of delivery. I know that recently in my own family, because the yoga practices can be done through a smartphone. One person is there who is an expert and is training about 100 people at the same time. So the point is that the ease of delivering the spiritual health and yoga and other these services is very, very very easy to do that. So some of these because they're not complicated. So what we see that with the ease, it can reach out to many people, and we all know that with the ease it has, especially in the school, colleges, workplace. With these component of DMHP, it can reach out, and we all know district is the basic unit of administration and for the implementation of National Mental Health Program. And in fact, I had a discussion in the ministry about it. Right now, there is no PIP, but anyone can approach for these, and where these can be there, and of course we all know in our clinical practice the importance of it. There is there is no doubt about that. So of course we see in the future that some of the district mental health program, some integration will happen with the evidence what we have, with the ease what is there, and perhaps we know that the effectiveness can also be looked into very clearly. I can also tell you something very important in my own family. My maternal uncle, who had a COVID, and what he said, he didn't have a complication. He was treated at home. He said, no, I didn't have any complication because I'm practicing yoga every day. So, and in fact, I don't know whether, I have found many people who have not admitted in the hospital or any complication. Maybe that, they have the belief of practicing yoga. But as a purist and researcher, I need to really look into that, because there may be selection bias, but we need to look at that. Even with the COVID complication, how many of them were protected in that way? We all know that yoga and spiritual health has a some bearing on, some impact on the immunity and all. So, but as a researcher, we need to really document this. What the hearsay, what I am hearing, that many people have believed that because of yoga, they did not have a complication. So I think this is the high time that we need to really document what all the good effects of it, and and also see and have a high quality research in this area to really see at multi-center level to see the benefit of it. And I see a great future in that, in the time to come. And already, Professor Gangadhar, who demands and working in this area, and there are other centers also need to come up. And the smallest unit, DMHP, I think this is something for the future. Maybe more and more people will take up this particular area. I know time is short, so I will stop here. Thank you, Dr. Singh. Maybe if there's any question, I can take up later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for particularly wonderfully putting the concept of well-being due to spirituality with disease also. It is not that only absence of disease. This is something wonderful concept to take to the people and our patients also. So thank you for this. And third, as you have already mentioned, that there is ample scope in DMHP, which is flagship program of India, taking psychiatry to the remotest corners. And as you have mentioned, that it is being run in 692 districts. And there is a lot of components are there where spirituality can be introduced and can be practiced. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful thoughts. Now, again, I will come to Professor Gangadhar, sir. Many psychotherapeutic techniques like mindfulness, and they come from a spiritual background. And we know that this is the era of instant coffee, instant food. So how we can convince people to go for this development, which requires a more kind of investment in themselves?
So, like I have always been saying that in your office practice, you would of course listen to the individual about concerns, whatever he or she may have. You may want to either write a prescription, or you may want to ask him for come back for some more counseling, 1 or 2 sessions. In each session of counseling, depending upon how much you have read about spirituality or the practices leading to spirituality, whether from Bhagavad Gita or from Patanjali or from standard other traditional textbooks, it is possible that in the very first session, some insights can be given to the individual that some of these things are relevant to the way you are going through. I'm sure there is a way out for the whole thing. Some examples, in fact, one of the PhD thesis, which is going to be starting from next month or so in Immense, although I'm not the guide, I am aware of this process, is to apply the yoga counseling principles into clinical applications. So she's going to discretize the yoga counseling into many examples which could be tailored to a given individual. There can be many instances in which you will find that this description of yoga psychology would probably make the person gain more insight, and then also accept some simple procedures like breathing, etc. Like Dr. Bhavanani was saying, the simplest that you can teach when they come to the clinic with some anxiety or depression, those are the common ones that you see them, is to chant Om. Of course, there could be people who have some religious or faith-based reservation in chanting Om. But given that a good chunk of people who come from this faith that would accept this, please go ahead and tell them to chant Om. In fact, Nimans has designed a small capsule of Om, which can be used in outpatient clinical practice, which helps them to bring their anxiety down, depression down. I'm not saying that we have done clinical trials, that we know by our experience that there is some instantaneous effect, albeit small, but continuing to practice, they will going to get more benefits.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening that some very short-term practices can be practiced in spirituality also, like Om chanting, and which will bring benefits to the people. So my next question is to Professor Singh, sir. Already we have talked about delivery of services. So how do you think services can be delivered? First thing. And second thing is that who are the persons who will deliver this spiritual services to the people? So whether we should have a special class of people, or whether we can do this, or whether psychologists should do this, or social worker can do this. So your comment on this aspect, sir.
Thank you once again, Dr. O.P. Singh. Now, this is one of the practical question and the lower motor neuron of the whole delivery system. Now, of course, Dr. Sagar has said about that it can be integrated into the already existing infrastructure and the manpower that we have. And that is the main approach that has been of the whole country, that we have to integrate it. Now, but of course, we'll have to realize that delivery of spiritual services would be slightly different from delivery of other kind of health services, of medical or surgical. One person does something to the other person. The spiritual services, of course, they will need to be primed, they're encouraged, to guided, and of course, the whole environment has to be created where the individual gets motivated to take it, integrate it into his lifestyle. So that difference we'll have to keep. And the most important thing is that if all of us are convinced as a society, or all of us are convinced as a medical fraternity, at the national or the international level, that spirituality is a separate dimension. The first step is this. There is a lot of confusion at the international level. That is one of the reasons why spiritual health has not been included in the official definition of WHO, despite the fact there was a proposal of it in 1999 to the World Health Council. So people find it overlapping with the mental and the social. But if we are convinced at a society level, medical fraternity, then the decision makers and the people in authority will have to take concrete steps. Now, in our medical system of education, we all of us know that we give to our medical graduates, we give the degree of MBBS, that is Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. It also doesn't mention anything about the psychology or the psychiatry. So of course, the medical and surgical, they take care of only two of the body. Even psychiatry has not been properly integrated in the curriculum in a very big way and to the degree that it should have been. If we are convinced that spirituality has to find a place at the undergraduate level, at the level of basic training that medical graduates they receive, and has to be given adequate representation, independent, adequate representation. I think it can be done in three ways. Of course, the approach has to be that it should be integrated with the already existing infrastructure and health personnel that we have. The three things that can be done is that for that we will have to empower our medical graduates and the medical paraprofessionals. Now, how to empower them? Well, I'll just come to that a little later. And we also have to take steps in integrated spiritual practices at our own health centers and hospitals. If we do that, then we'll be setting examples, we'll be creating milieu for that. And there will be many thoughts, of course. The two simple things that I would like to share is that if in every hospital, in every OPD, before we start the OPD, the medical professional or the medical personnel indulges in a prayer. Now, prayer is the simplest form of spiritual practice. Now, if it is to be done, if prayer has some positive effect, it will show it and it will set example. Similarly, when we are seeing a patient, when a patient comes to us for his health problem, quite often people look at him as a client or a health seeker or whatever it may be, as a consumer. But spiritually inclined health personnel would tend to look to the patient as a representation of the divine self. Now, if he approaches the patient with this attitude that he is not just a body or a mind, but also a divine spiritual being, that will also make a difference. Then, and many other thoughts can be, many other ways can be thought of, which can be integrated in our everyday practice of health delivery at the health centers and hospitals. Now, finally, if the need arises, we can think of a small specialized cadre of spiritual counselors, which finds some mention somewhere. Just as we have a cadre of clinical psychologists, we have a cadre of psychiatric social worker taking care of the mental and social dimensions. We may have a cadre of spiritual counselors who will be trained in secular spiritualism. And I think we will have talked about that spiritualism is not always linked with religious beliefs. It can be religion independent also. So such spiritual counselors can provide faith congruent as well as faith independent counseling, and that would be secular spiritualism. And another point of caution would be that as health practitioners, we should be limiting ourselves only to the health gains of the individuals or the patients who are coming to seek for their medical problems. Just because we are dealing with spirituality, we should not consider ourselves as a guru or as a guide to final attainment or experience of the divine being. As medical health professionals, we should be limiting ourselves by focusing on the spiritual dimension to the health gains and health benefits only. Now, how to empower the medical professionals and paraprofessionals? Of course, for that, there will have to be a major structural change in the curriculum of all these professionals, and that how much to include and what to include will need a much larger deliberation by a group of specialized and experienced people. But of course, it should include the basic principles of spirituality, the basic skills of spirituality, and certain minimum skills of yoga and meditation may be taught during that. But if we want the benefit of health benefits of spirituality to be transferred or to the general masses, we'll have to include as integral part of training of our whole health medical professionals and paraprofessionals. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful concepts of team training and prayer and empowering the medical graduates. As we have been talking, Dr. Gangadhar also mentioned. So my question to Professor Dalal, he comes from the city of Lucknow, that like nowadays yoga is almost accepted to all of the people. But still spirituality, though it is religious neutral, we say that spirituality is not religion, but the concepts and the terminology, a lot comes from Hinduism and Buddhism. And so how can we change, or how can we make it accessible and acceptable to people from all the other faiths?
Thank you, Professor O.P. Singh. See, what I do with our Muslim patients, my standard dictum is to all my patients is that you give 1 hour to yourself, whatever time it is, maybe morning, evening, whenever you are free. And to Hindu patients or Hindu religion, I say you do walking exercise, yoga, pranayama, whichever you choose, or a mix of the goals, the battery. To our Muslim patients, I see I tell them that you do walking exercise and you offer namaz. That is a 5 times namaz is being offered in Muslim community. And this is the exercises. If you see in namaz, in offering namaz, it is as good as doing certain yogic exercises. So for that you will have to be very, I would say, you will have to be learned enough to evaluate that what the other religious, I would say, spiritual practices coming out of religion, that is besides Hinduism and Buddhism, that is what are the spiritual practices coming out in say Muslims, in Sikh, in Jainism, and in all the other countries, maybe Christianity, maybe if other religions are being followed world over. So for that you will have to have some background, or at least you can talk to your patients from different faiths and from different religions, that what are your say thinking about spiritual practices, not about religious practices, but about spiritual practices. And you see, when Professor P.K. Singh talked about spiritual practices, never ever he talked about anything about Hinduism or Buddhism. So that is, take an example of prayer. Anybody can pray in their own from their own faith. The common platform is about praying. So that we should inculcate. And the next thing is that we should not impose our own spirituality or our own religiosity in our other patients or students of different faith or different religiosity, or having different spiritual background or something like that. So for that we will have to be very patient, and we first try to talk to them that what are the things which they are practicing, and getting knowledge from that we can impart spirituality the way they like or the way the other people like. So that should be practiced, what I feel. And spirituality, we all know that it is above religion. I mean, religion has got nothing to do with the spirituality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying and role of wisdom in providing spiritual services to the people. I will come to Professor Sagar now. Already he has talked about the work done in their integrated center. But my question is whether any either pilot project or any work is being done on taking spiritual practices in DMHP or in service delivery in psychiatry.
That's a very important point. Actually, I checked also yesterday in the ministry. In fact, there is no formal research program as such in the ministry. But we all know, especially with regard to DMHP, yes. But anyone interested, can do that. Because PIP, one has to submit a proposal just to make you aware, and all the DMHP comes under National Health Mission. So there is a fund for research. So anyone interested, and I mentioned that what the components are. So anyone interested can do that, in the future. The important point is, yes, in our country, the research in yoga and spiritual practice is happening. We know Professor Gangadhar and Nimans is involved. And in fact, IJP also has a special issue, I remember, which you have edited. So it's happening in our institute also. As I told you, one of the very good impact journal was published in cardiology, I know, yoga, and very, very talked about. So, and currently also we are involved with many research right now happening. And also, let me tell you, with this post-COVID, the interest in yoga and meditation also have increased now, because whoever was talking about, the COVID, what they have to do, the, kind of video films and activities, they were talking about, like exercise, structuring of activity, yoga, meditation. So all these were being discussed. So maybe the interest has come up. In fact, tomorrow I am one of the speakers for Prime Minister's, Principal Scientific Advisors, program. They are going to launch the mental wellness, seminar for next 6 months. So ministry is doing that, and I am one of the speaker along with WHO. So what I'm trying to say here is that now this is the high time that we need to really showcase it, look at the evidence, and really impress upon, and everyone is interested. So maybe I see in the future that there may be multi-centric study, not confined to 2 centers of the country. What I see that such centers, CIMR, integrated medicines, should be there in all regions of the country. And maybe that how it can be integrated in the medical college. So maybe something for the future. I think more interest can be there, especially after the COVID. So more such research will come up, and I would be glad that, if such research evidences come in a much more scientific way, so then we can also tell the world that, this is happening, and happy to see that it's gone beyond mental health, and other specialties are also taking up. I think there is a scope for that. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you. This has been really, really wonderful panel discussion, and I salute all my eminent panelists. But before we wrap up, I want one quick comments from each of you. Very short, quick comment before we wrap up from Professor Gangadhar, sir.
Yoga should become a part of our clinical training in psychiatry, at least.
Thank you, sir. Professor Singh, sir. Sir, please unmute. Dr. Singh, yes.
Yeah. I fully agree with what Professor B. Gangadhar has said, that it should be an integral part of the medical curriculum or all health training system, because otherwise we will not be delivering comprehensive health care to our health seekers. And of course, we need to devise ways and means of how to enhance it, how to propagate it, and how to deliver it. Thank you.
Quick comment from Professor Dalal, sir.
We all should have at least some spiritual bend of mind, we will have to learn it and practice some of the spiritual practices already enumerated by Professor P.K. Singh before we embark upon teaching others.
Thank you, sir. Professor Sagar, sir.
We need to look beyond health. I think the well-being should be the motto, and for well-being, the yoga and spiritual health will be the integral part. And let us strive for that. Even if you have a disease, doesn't matter. You can still, your well-being can be improved, and look for that. I am optimistic person. Maybe in future, more such things will come in the future, and really we can thrust upon this important area of spiritual health and yoga to everyone and create more awareness into this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And since time is short, we cannot take individual comments, but I request all of the participants to please write their comments and question in chat box, so which will be collated and we can try to answer them by sending to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you again. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. O.P. Singh and all the panelists. It was a wonderful first panel discussion. Now we will stop the sessions and have lunch. I think we are a bit late and we will commence again at 2:15. So during the lunch, you can have your lunch and watch your phones for a change, because we are going to show 10 points which are going to keep your mental health well. So for the wellness of mental health, there are 10 slides how to keep us mentally well. Thank you. Meet you at 2:15.
नमस्ते अफजल जी।
Janab, how are you,
बहुत
sir?
अच्छा हुआ। बहुत बढ़िया।
So, no, in fact, I thought that I will just log in 5-10 minutes before and see that how things are. Hi, Jayashri.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. We've just finished the first session.
Well
How
done.
are you,
No,
sir?
no. You may. No, I only logged in early because I thought that it is better to check the technical things.
Professor
Sir,
Singh.
namaste, sir. नमस्ते अफजल जी। जनाब देखे ना ये गुरु तो यहाँ बैठे हुए।
यहाँ बैठे।
गुरु आप हैं, गुरु आप हैं।
Sir, this is the venue.
Good morning, sir.
This is the venue, sir.
Good morning, Abdul.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
Can we stop
Fine,
live
sir.
streaming
Thank you
for
very
our
much, sir.
okay, sir. So this is the venue.
Well. You are making us more tempted.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir. Sir, missing all of you in person.
Well, you are not making things easy for
Comfortable.
travels. लेकिन ना ये अब मुर्गेश जैसे लोगों को आपने हमसे दूर कर दिया है।
अरे सर पास में ये हम।
Sir, I will introduce you to our chief guest, Dr. Ramesh, who is the DG of West Bengal. This is Professor Afzal Javed from UK.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you,
Good
sir?
morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning,
How are you,
sir.
sir?
I'm fine, and we are really grateful to you for your patronage.
Thank you very much, sir. And it was
This
a
is-
great honor to be being an IPS man with another IPS person.
Well, IPS certainly needs a lot of appreciation, but people like you, these are the pillars and these are the supporters to IPS.
Yes, sir. Obviously, sir. Obviously. And in fact, every policeman should be a psychiatrist at the core in order to reduce the need for third degree.
What about politicians?
I said every policeman should be a psychiatrist in order to reduce or obviate the need for a third degree.
Well, that is perfectly all right, but probably we need more psychiatrists or at least psychological minded people.
That's right, sir. That's the reason why I did MA psychology also. I'm a clinical psychologist.
Well, we need people like you in those administrative roles.
Yes, sir. My coming here is to be a bridge between this IPS and that IPS. And I'll be very happy to do the role. Thank you very much, sir. I will be in touch with you.
Hi, Avdesh.
Anji, kya haal hai tode?
No. The DG has phrased a very good word that he is a bridge between this IPS and other IPS. I would say that he should also try to be a bridge between IPS and ICS.
IAS.
Yes, I will be, sir. I will be.
IAS.
No, he spoke eloquently. It was a pleasure, Dr. Dinesh. Can we offer you some lunch? Afzal, virtual lunch maybe?
Well, no. I mean, it is not good for the hospitality of Indian friends that they are offering virtual lunch.
Whenever you have the opportunity, you know we will facilitate your coming here.
No, my NOC is in the hands of Mrigesh.
सर भजिए बनाए हैं पार्सल करा दूं कुरियर करवा दूं भजिए
Now it is really so nice of you, and I'm so pleased when I see all the old friends, and importantly the friends who are very active in promoting mental health and promoting psychiatry. I mean you people are amazing in terms of your work, and most importantly you join hands with each other.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
It's a very cohesive group, and Afzal, some of the excellent work that you have started in the first year itself, and you know that we are all behind you, and maybe we can do something more active, because COVID doesn't seem to be going completely. So I think I have to be done virtually. And what is also coming up in the sections meeting is that it is time that we start offering more to our colleagues in developing world who have no access at the moment to mental health.
Afzal, may I take a minute? Afzal, may I take a minute? The initiative you have taken in bridging the gap for the developing countries and not so developing countries as a leadership from WPA is highly commendable. And I think this is an opportunity for me to congratulate you. I know you have started quite earnestly and trying to do the best you can do for these countries. Thank you very much.
Prasad, I have got a sort of a hidden agenda. I want to make sure that IPS is not only Indian Psychiatric Society, it becomes International Psychiatric Society.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Nikhil Patel from Mount Abu, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning and good afternoon. I'm sorry that if I have interrupted you while you were taking your lunch.
No, not at all. It's a pleasure to have a chat while eating. So how is everything in UK?
Well, UK, the situation is again getting a bit more dodgy. They are not very sure because the number of cases are increasing, and they are postponing the lifting of the restrictions. So they are just waiting because they were supposed to lift most of the restrictions by this tomorrow, but they have now postponed it for another 4 weeks.
So is it a third wave Delta variant?
Yes, it is. Yes, Murgesh, this is more Delta because it is spreading very rapidly. But one thing is very reassuring, that although it is spreading, more cases are being positive, but thanks God that the hospital admission and especially the ICU admissions are not very high.
Right.
And they have actually started the vaccination from 18 years onwards from Friday. So they think that by 19th of July, they will be at least having all people aged over 18 vaccinated with the first dose. And the completed second dose is almost by now is about 60 to 70%.
Sir,
that's
this
a good news.
time children are more affected.
Well, there is no data is coming, but probably it looks that younger age group is getting more positive, and it could not be because of Delta. It could be because mostly above 40 or above 50 have already been vaccinated 2 times. So nobody knows that what is going on, but it is spreading, and actually it started spreading from some pockets, but now it is getting widespread. So but they are hopeful. They are hopeful because they think that this immunity will develop when most of the people, almost 60% of the population have already been vaccinated. So
I think, sir, in 2021 there won't be any personal meeting at all. It
no,
seems
no. There is nobody. And then the situation about South American countries are also not very encouraging.
Okay.
I think we have got now experts from spirituality and religion people. They should really pray that at least we start meeting in 22.
Yeah, sure.
Ask Avdesh to lead the prayer because he's the chair of the WPA section on spirituality and religion.
Sir, Avdesh is always praying for everybody.
Yeah.
He was earlier a spiritual face of IPS, and now he's spiritual face of WPA by your grace.
Of course. Yeah. So Mrughesh, how are you? How's family? Because you are in a very, very dense populated city, and that's really worrying.
No, actually 2 months were terrible in Delhi. It shook us to the core because I don't think any family was spared.
Yeah.
Everybody got infected, and the number of people who were denied, there is a story of one of the biggest hospital here called Medanta, which has a lot of people coming from across the world. The director of that place, his wife, could not get an ICU bed. She was outside in the ambulance for 2 days because there was no bed available. So Malik of a hospital cannot get bed. What more? But now it is gotten down.
Yeah.
Now it is settled.
Let's hope the things start getting better. And
Sir, yesterday only, Mr. Guru Prasad Mahapatra, who was Commissioner Aviation, and earlier he was Commissioner of Ahmedabad and due to be the Chief Secretary of Gujarat. He died yesterday of COVID after 1.5 months on ventilator in one of the hospitals in Delhi. He was a personal friend of mine.
No, it's really shocking. It's really shocking, and when it comes to those people who are near and dear to you, it really becomes more difficult to cope. But still, Mrughesh, in many countries, especially countries of our region, people are still not convinced that this is a problem.
Yeah.
So this is a
is a problem. This is a real problem. I mean.
So it's true in India.
No, I know. I've been speaking to people. It is true in Bangladesh. It is true in Sri Lanka, in Nepal, in Pakistan, in Burma. I mean, the people only get convinced when they are caught. But then by that time, it becomes too late.
Yes, sir. That's a denial. Everybody thinks.
And within 3 days, the markets are full. Half the people are not masking. And yesterday, the director of AIIMS, who was predicting that the third wave may come, maybe in 3 or 4 months, he says if it is going to be like this, our feeling is that it may happen in 6 to 12 weeks.
Avdesh, I think we will have to live with this.
Yeah. Yes, perfectly right.
We have to live with this. Now it's up to us how far we can really go in terms of the preventive measures.
Right, sir. Sir, people are in denial mode unless and until they are affected. When the RT-PCR comes positive, lastly, then also they say, no, I cannot have COVID. But then they say that, yes, I have COVID. People are absolutely in denial mode.
But your video presentations and the message to the public is exceptionally great.
Sir, your blessings.
No, we need people like you, and we need the translation of those into different languages. Of course, you can have more in India, but probably these are the messages that should go to the general public.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do the needful, sir. I'll do it.
Think of the subtitle, and I could help. Afzal could talk about maybe Spanish or Portuguese. These are languages which you can very easily get done in India. Because of the embassies being here, there are people who would be doing it very easily for you.
it will be great if you could really, at least in Spanish, because Spanish speaking countries are many. That is affected more. And more importantly, even the professionals in those countries, because of the medium of instruction being in Spanish, they would prefer having some material in Spanish.
Sir, I'll definitely do the needful. I'll definitely look into
it. If you could, or if our other Indian colleagues can do that, I will definitely make it a point to circulate and share that with all member societies in that region. Actually, Murgesh and Abdesh, you may know that WPA has generated a fund to help our Indian colleagues, and I'm waiting from both societies that they should advise me that how do they want to spend the money. And one of the things they were thinking of preparing, and I encourage them to prepare some videos in local languages.
Right, sir.
Because that
you mean
will be one of
South
the
Indian
best
languages?
Yeah, in India, and that will be the best way that if these both societies, and especially IPS being the big society, should take the lead. And we have collected, WPA has collected some money. It is not a big amount, but at least many people, many societies around the world actually listened, and they came back to my response when I approached them that we want to help our Indian brothers. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting for their reply. I'm saying that.
No, we can talk with Gautam, because if we are
Gautam is working hard. Gautam is working hard, but we need something as early as possible.
Sir, Gautam has already circulated through Gmail to everybody that whatever contribution you want to give for as so far as the videos are concerned, you can definitely give your contribution and give the suggestion. That circular is, I think, a week or 10 days old.
Yeah, but
he has already taken up, sir, the matter.
No. I know he's working very hard, but Murgesh, my issue is that there are 3 or 4 big member societies who have contributed some money, and I don't want to really keep that money with WPA. I know that there are issues in terms of the money transfer, but I'm saying that do something so that because
excuse
once
me,
people
sir.
know that this money is spent.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you. This is being live streamed. So can we discuss these issues later on?
Yes, please.
This is being live streamed.
Sorry, we were just saying.
Hello. Yeah. I'm sorry, sirs. I'm sorry to interrupt you all, but this program is being live streamed. So can we discuss these issues later on? Because all the audience can hear what we are discussing.
We are at your disposal. We will wait for your announcement.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. So with that, light on.
Dr. Afzal Saab, good afternoon.
Sir, how are you, TSS? How are you?
We're doing well. Of course, Mysore, the lockdown has been continued till 5th of July.
Oh. But I'm really pleased that IPS is doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, may I ask the audience to please have a seat? So with that, we come to the post-lunch session of the International Day of Yoga and Conference on Spirituality and Wellbeing 2021. It has been a wonderful session since morning, and we have been enlightened by some illuminating talks by speakers all over the world and a fantastic panel discussion moderated by Dr. O.P. Singh. So with that, we start the post-lunch session. For that, I would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Gautam Saha. Yes, sir. Dr. Gautam Saha needs no introduction. He is the current president of Indian Psychiatric Society. Our next chairperson is Dr. T.S.S. Rao. He is the honorary general secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society. So may I request Dr. Shah and Dr. Rao to take on further from the session. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Sanjay.
Gautam?
It's a great privilege to start after lunch session, and with definitely the man always very much supportive and one of the most dynamic leaders of world psychiatry is Professor Afzal Javed. It is really great privilege. He will deliver the keynote address, especially on the mindfulness, meditation, and yoga for addiction recovery. We all know that yoga and spirituality plays a very important role. In fact, there are lots of discussion how yoga, what is the biological significance. There are lots of evidence-based study. Dr. Gangadhar and all presented before, all the eminent speakers in the pre-lunch session. And it is definitely it is a motivation. It will increase the motivation. It will act on the reward cycle. So it has an immense role. And we are really eagerly waiting to listen Professor Afzal Javed. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, please, if you want to add something, please.
In fact, organizers have given a lot of thought in planning the sessions. Post-lunch, anybody might be feeling a little drowsy, but having Afzal Javed and Dr. Prasad Rao, I don't think anybody will get sleep anywhere around. Sir, we are waiting to listen to you. You have already been introduced. When Prasad Rao's turn comes, I'll speak again. Thank you. Dr. Afzal Javed, sir.
Well, good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Gautam Saha and TSS for very kind introduction. I'm grateful to the organizers of this very important and very appropriate academic congress and academic day, which is not only needed for our general information, but more importantly, while all of us are going through the stress of COVID, this type of activity and this type of message is very, very important. I'm also pleased that today's activity is being co-sponsored and supported by Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, by section or WPA section on religion and spirituality, American Academy of Yoga and Meditation. And of course, this meeting is being attended by the important leaders of IPS, especially our past presidents who have been playing a vital role in the promotion of psychiatry and mental health, not only in India, but also in the region and at the international level. So this also shows their dedication to continue supporting IPS and our professional colleagues in their educational activities, in their teaching and training programs. I would really like to thank, special thanks to Dr. Rajshri, because she is not only the organizing secretary, but has been really a great push to invite and to make sure that people have got no courage to say no to her. So that it's really a sort of a great privilege of working with Rajshri, with Gautam Saha, and all other members of the organizing committee. Well, I'm not an expert on yoga. I have really started my interest in this because while we are talking about treatment in many different mental disorders, of course, non-pharmacological treatments are assuming a great importance. And when it comes to the talking therapy, when it comes to the other complementary therapies, I'm really pleased to know that yoga that has been really started from your land is assuming a paramount importance in not only in the field of mental health, but also in the field of well-being. And there has been a number of efforts through our Indian colleagues, our Indian professional friends, and the experts on yoga and meditation that this particular topic is now becoming really a topic of the day in many countries and in many areas. I have been asked to talk about the relevance and the appropriateness of yoga and meditation with the special reference to drug addiction. As you know that when we look at the burden of diseases in terms of mental health, there has been a sort of a general consensus that about 25 to 30% of people have got some form of mental health problems. And when people say 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, this actually emphasizes that what needs to be done and what has not been done in this important and neglected area. But when it comes to the addiction or the dependence, the burden of disease is not less than any other major illness. And there are many reasons for that. It is not only that substance use prevalence is increasing, but more importantly, due to the relapse rates, which are very high in this particular disorder, the importance of drug addiction, drug dependence, and substance abuse disorder requires further input and further attention from the professionals. And more importantly, we are now entering into an era of complementary therapies. So this is very, very appropriate if we continue exploring that what are the complementary therapies that could help us in alleviating the sufferings of our patients. I don't want to go into the details because most of us have experienced about the extent and the severity and the underlying dynamics of addiction. But there are few stages which are very important to understand the impact of this illness. And these 3 stages, for example, are very important when we start discussing or trying to understand what addiction is, what does it mean, what does it affect. So preoccupation, anticipation, intoxication, and withdrawal or negative effects are the salient feature of this pathway that we experience in our patients, in the general population who are more vulnerable and predisposed to this particular disorder. Now, generally speaking, in many cultures, although the drug addiction is considered a social taboo or a social problem, I think over the years, we are now getting more awareness about the understanding of substance abuse disorder. And I am pleased that there has been some good experts who have spoken about the neurobiology, the underlying brain circuitry, circuits, and all the other areas that could really give us some clues that it is not only simply a social problem, but it is also something which relates to the brain activity. And it is not sort of a overnight process that a user becomes abuser or an abuser becomes an addicted. So in addition to the neurotransmitters, in addition to the brain activity, I think there are so many patterns and there are so many components of this cycle that it really becomes a true effect, not only on your medical health, but also into your psychosocial perspective. So from looking at that point of view, it is indeed a very, very complex issue that requires our professionals' attitude in a more effective and appropriate. Then, just to sort of remind you, and this is also being highlighted in this Congress, that there are actually brain areas that could be involved in understanding the neurobiology of addiction. And then the compulsive use also involves some of the circuits which require more probing and more understanding so that we can think about different treatment and management strategies that could be helpful to us. Now, while we are talking about the burden of disease, while we are talking about the high prevalence of substance use disorders, particularly the relapse rates, as I mentioned earlier, there has always been an effort to find out what are the best treatment and management strategies to deal with drug addiction. And complementary therapies are assuming an important role. And there are many reasons for that. People are scared of pharmacological interventions. People have got a sort of assumptions that psychotropic drugs are equally addictive. So they do not want to go from one addiction to another addiction. But more importantly, the underlying cultural needs and the cultural understanding of well-being and the methods and the parameters that are being used in different cultures, that is also a moving force in making and shaping the treatment strategies. Why people go to the traditional healers, why people go to the religion and spiritual healers. The reason is because this is acceptable in the culture, but more importantly, this is in line with the development of our beliefs, our thoughts, and our preoccupations about well-being and non-well-being. That is the reason that the yoga and meditation is assuming an important place, not only in many other psychological disorders or psychiatric problems, but more specifically for the drug addiction. And then looking at the basic underlying concepts is the mindfulness. And again, this is a sort of, I must say that India must be proud of its history, because many aspects of this mindfulness, meditation, and this type of activities have been started, initiated, and propagated from the land of Indian continent. And this is not a sort of something which has really come to our attention and medical or psychiatric literature just in 20th century or 21st century. I mean, it goes to a number of years back when people from the Indian part of the world actually initiated and propagated this particular concept. And just taking it into from a different aspects and different perspective, the mindfulness meditation is becoming an important tool in the hands of the clinicians for its use in clinical practices. And this can become not only a growing subspecialty within the treatment and management modalities, but this approach of understanding the mind and offering the mindfulness and using the underlying religion and spiritual background and preoccupations and traditions, that also becomes more a big force in making understand our population not to accept these type of therapies and these types of interventions. And now we have really seen that these approaches, which one can call it meditation, mindfulness, or yoga, or similar activities, actually have an effect and impact on the brain. And that furthermore supports that it is not only in our beliefs that these types of management strategies can help, but there are actual proofs and evidence that these therapies and these interventions do help us when it comes to the understanding of the dynamics and the mechanisms of actions in terms of getting relief and getting some help. I won't go into the details because, as I said, that I was looking at the program and there has been some exceptional talks giving about the underlying biological mechanisms in understanding and making it more clear as a part of the scientific understanding about yoga, about mindfulness, and how there are some structural and functional studies have confirmed that this particular type of therapy is very, very helpful. Again, just to sort of emphasize that the strengthening of the connectivity between different parts of the brain is probably and possibly one of the underlying biological aspects that could really give us more confidence in terms of believing and practicing it as a true scientific branch. Now, coming back to yoga, one thing is very, very important, that this really, the philosophy of yoga is coming from your part of the world. And when you look at these 8 limbs of yoga, you find different dimensions. You find not only just concentrating on one aspect of this particular therapy or exercise or this ritual, you find that it has been beautifully explained about different aspects, disciplines, or arms, or different components. I mean, you look at this, those 8 limbs of yoga, which is linked to BC period, and this really gives a sort of a wide spectrum of ethical disciplines, postures, breath control, concentration, meditation, realization. And if you just try to dissect these limbs a bit more, you will be able to find out that how beautifully this links with the true and the underlying nature of the problems. And then it is not only that beliefs or preoccupations, these are the ethical principles for living a purposeful life. I think this bit is very important, that this is not something for those who are in trouble, but this is also for all those who want to live and lead a purposeful life. And this is the connection that is very, very important. And I always say, one of the major problems for mental health is that mental health is generally linked to mental disorder. Whereas people always forget that between mental health and mental disorder, there is another compartment, and that is the mental well-being. So probably this aspect of this yoga and meditation is becoming more important, that it is not only talking or helpful in disease or disorder model, but also in terms of leading a purposeful life. And when it comes to the aspects of the substance use or drug addiction, that even becomes more meaningful, that how one could acknowledge about living a purposeful and a positive and moral and ethical conduct in terms of the daily life. Then there are many, many ways and many aspects of its practice. It is not only the breathing techniques, but it is also on a number of other areas that could help in many, many aspects of our day-to-day living. Now, coming back to the addiction, stress is usually considered as one of the most important precipitating, perpetuating, or contributing factor to many of the substance abuse disorders. And if we look a bit more closely, what is stress? The stress can be defined in many ways, but in general terms, this is the subjective experience of negative emotional states. When an event, when something that happens is not...
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yes,
2
sir?
minutes more, sir.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
So just looking at that, there are a number of clinical benefits of yoga, which could be helpful not only in terms of understanding the problem of substance abuse or addiction, but also understanding and correcting the withdrawal and the cognitive processes to overcome craving, self-efficacy, and motivation. So these are the aspects that can be really covered by all these aspects and different types of yoga and mindfulness. So yoga and mindfulness teachings share a fundamental mindful awareness of experiences and emotions. Those are important components of the process of drug addiction and drug withdrawal, which are the salient features of this particular problem. I won't go into the details. There are different types of modalities that could be used and that could be practiced. And I'm sure that some of these are covered and will be covered in our future meetings. For example, mindfulness-based relapse prevention for alcohol and illicit substances. Mindful training for smoking cessation. Mindful-based stress reduction programs. Mindfulness-oriented recovery enhancement. Vipassana meditation, spiritual self-schema, acceptance and commitment therapy, dialectical behavior therapy based on the concepts of mindfulness. So these are different ways that we can always teach and promote to our patients and to the general population about understanding and the practice of and using of yoga and meditation in underlying mental health problems, but more importantly, in the areas of substance abuse and drug addiction. So in summary, the practicing traditional elements of yoga and mindfulness needs an important recognition. Why simply doing yoga postures or breathing exercises that can help and regulate stress, we have to really look at more closely how can we make it a part and parcel of our day-to-day living and day-to-day activities. And then mindfulness based interventions are helpful in understanding the conceptual underpinnings and the enhancing addiction treatment, prevention, and recovery. And I would really like to emphasize and use this opportunity to request the Indian Psychiatric Society that they should promote the inclusion of this yoga, meditation, and these techniques in our undergraduate medical education. Because if we really want to make something important, popular, and relevant to future medical practice, we have to emphasize and we have to share this knowledge with the medical students who will be looking after the medical field and the medical profession in the coming years. So with these words, I once again thank you, and I'm really grateful for giving me this opportunity. Actually, this is an area, as I said, I'm not an expert, but this is really an area that all of us who may not be practicing yoga or meditation, we must have some basic understanding of this particular topic. And the IPS, the WPA section, and all the supporting organizations really need to make it a joint effort to bring this particular topic to our medical curriculum, to our training, not only for psychiatrists, but also the training and the training programs for everyone who is involved in the mental health. Thank you very much, and I wish all of you a successful remaining day of this important Congress.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor Abdul Javed. It was really wonderful, excellent deliberation, and definitely it will help us somehow. If the mainstay of the treatment of addiction is psychotherapy, in that case, definitely the yoga therapy or spiritual therapy should come in front. Sir, your suggestion regarding the inclusion of the yoga and spirituality in the undergraduate course is very much well taken. And I give my word that on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society, we will try our best to include in the undergraduate curriculum. Thank you, sir, again for your absolutely fantastic deliberation. Next, our speaker is, this is a small memento from all of us to you, sir. I don't know when we are able to give it to you by hand, but definitely, if possible, by courier, we will send it.
No, may I suggest, Gautam, don't send it by courier, because then at least there will be a temptation for me to come and see you.
Okay, sir. And this is made by Rajarshi.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Rashid.
With our own hand, and is really all the mementos today was made by Rajarshi only. Thank you, sir. And our next speaker, our Dada, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. G. Prasad Rao, always fantastic as a human being and also as a speaker. Whatever he delivers, it is very scientific, attractive, and also very effective for all of us. Sir will speak on spirituality, well-being, and positive psychology. I request Professor T.S.S. Rao to speak something. Hello, Dr. T.S.S.
I am here.
Okay, please.
After that wonderful presentation by our WPA President, Dr. Afzal Javed, real friend of Indian Psychiatric Society and India, we have another high-flying individual, Dr. Prasad Rao. In fact, I am yet to come across, except WPA, which other organization he has not headed. And among all the things, the thread of spirituality being noticed, nurtured, and implemented In fact, Dr. Afzal Javed's presentation had a lot of directions for us. And here already we have another person who is actually nurturing that particular concepts, very, very true to his life and at personal level and at social and academic level. Prasad Rao, we are waiting to listen to you.
Thank you, Gautam Dada. Thank you, TSS Rao. It's quite difficult for me to talk after a challenging president speech on yet another lucid and clear topic. And yoga, each one of us have a journey of our own spiritually. I'm sure each one of us practice spiritually. But today, I'm focusing on both spiritual well-being and positive psychology, but attempt to see the resilience through yoga and practically how does it come. Carl Gustav Jung, quite in 1913, he has said, I'm not what I happen to be, I am what I choose to become. I think that is quite true for today's talk. Yoga is nothing new. As seen in this slide, it is almost as old as second and third before Christ. We have literature, maybe it is even before that, we don't know. And the four karma, the religions of India, which are, as Afzal very nicely said, the Hinduism, the Buddhism, the Jainism, all have more or less a practicing yoga in their life as a goal. And Narendra Ji Modi probably has brought this to the world's attention when he became the Prime Minister of this wonderful country. The 7th International Day of Yoga is being celebrated tomorrow. We in India, and this is a day of a happy Father's Day, and I wish all the best for all the happy fathers who are listening here. But we are celebrating at least one day ahead of the world. And what you see here is the last year celebration across all religions. This was celebrated, and this year it's going to be even more. What in the next 19 minutes or so, I'm going to cover the 3 or 4 important aspects: the yoga and resilience, the perspective which I understand from the science, the positive psychiatry and psychology, the new emerging wave, even the WPA through its guidance is emphasizing on 2 important things. 1, the positive psychiatry. 2, the personalized psychiatry. The new perspective of preventive psychiatry actually is guided by these 2 philosophies. And the third concept, I'm going to talk about how yoga is going to be the positive psychology. And finally, a few nuances of the evidence and a few take-home messages. The resilience and positive mental health. Dilip Jaste, the past president of American Psychiatric Association, has started propagating, and provoking all of us. Resilience, the strength of the brain, it is for the prevention of psychiatry, and it is for the positive mental health. That's the message Dilip has given to us. In fact, if some of you would like to be very specific, the resilience means the capacity to recover quickly from the difficulties, the toughness, the ability to of substance. In fact, this is the Oxford Dictionary's meaning. Very simply said, if you come to the dictionary.com meaning, ability to recover readily from the illness, from the depression, from the adversity, from the stresses, and from the buoyancy. I hope every one of us agree. Time magazine takes the essential things, and over the last 5 years, there are at least 4 issues dedicated to yoga, meditation, and the neuroscience. The positive psychology is something which was there some time back, but it is getting very positive, and it is directly linked to the well-being and the resilience. The various pathways, spiritual, positive psychology, yoga, exercise, and nutrition, to summarize in a brief. But positive psychology, if you may, as shown in this cartoon, on my right side, you have the positive 0 to 10, which talks about life satisfaction, spirituality, well-being, what is right to us, what are our positive goals, and how to reach them. As opposed to, as Afzal has correctly said in his definition, in illness, we talk about the negative side, the pathology, the stresses, the neurosis, what is wrong with us. But I think the positive psychology has taken. In fact, Dilip Jeste and Palmer in the publication of 2013 have creatively defined that science and practice of psychiatry and medicine focuses on the study through this positive psychiatry in the promotion of mental health, well-being, through the enhancement of positive psychosocial factors as well, and relevant to mental and physical illness as well. There are multiple publications, but Martin Seligman should be credited with this new concept, the resilience and how to build up. The word acronym is PARMA. P for positive emotions, E for engagement, P for positive relationship, M for meaning in our life, and A for accomplishment. Everyone, all the speakers today talked about two important things. One is the connections and engagement. Two, trying to understand the meaning out of it. In fact, the resilience, how it works, it only works to strengthen our own brains and mind, our own goals, our own virtues, our own motions. All these things we need to work positive. In fact, James Casico, a futurist, has a wonderful definition on resilience. Resilience is all about being able to overcome the unexpected, but more so, sustainability is about survival, and the goal of resilience is to thrive. Each one of us have the resilience, and that is the positive psychiatry. Like Marcus Antonius said, the happiness comes in your life depends on the quality of your thoughts, and we should promote the positive thoughts. All the great people in the world, Martin Luther King Jr., Mahatma Gandhi ji, and our own Dalai Lama, all talked about two things. They are man with the greatest resilience. In fact, Dalai Lama, through the Buddhists, actually promotes the meditation, which is one way of yoga, as most of you know. In fact, Buddhist principles in the positive psychology talks about three important things, apart from the six things, the Guru Yoga, the Karma and Nirvana, and strengthening and an enlightenment will reach the goal. In fact, the three important messages from the positive psychiatry is to build all the positivity with ourselves. First, to improve your reserve first, then improve relations, just like the Indian Psychiatric Society has a great relations with the WPA president Afzal Javed, and how Indian Psychiatric Society is growing, being and building the emotional resilience, and then this works for the preventive power. As Steve Martin says, happiness is not about the absence of problems, it is the ability to deal with the adversities and difficulties. In fact, the yoga and positive psychology, and I have picked up this, is one of the important data which comes from our country. The link between yoga and positive psychology is a strong one. It offers an excellent opportunity to enter flow, the state of being engaged and connectivity and present in the moment with the attention paid for the time passing. One of the best things in yoga is perfectly balances the physical and mental well-being, as told. So positive psychiatry merges with yoga as a spiritual way, and that's how I see it. Think positive, work for today's wellness, work for the preventive psychiatry as well. That is, the positive mental health will give us resilience. There were a lot of stories which we heard since morning, how yoga prevented the COVID's aggression, help build resilience. So I think Seligman's message of positive emotions, engagement, accomplishment, and positive relations with others goes well with yoga. And in this land of Himalayas and Manasarovar, where lot of yogis are even said to be there today practicing the yoga, they're supposed to survive till 150 years and 200 years in those great temperatures. Yoga is not a new, but it became a part of the life. And I, for one, always thinks that yoga should be a part of our life in some way. In fact, what is yoga? Since morning we are hearing this, but I just like to say, and this is my favorite statement, Samayoga Yoga Ityuktam Jivatma Paramatmanaha. What it means is, as you can see here, Jivatma is us. Through yoga, we can reach the higher powers or higher energy or God, whatever you call it. So in this spiritual journey to the ultimate destination, yoga yields, and anything practiced regularly is a spiritualism in one way, both physical and mental, exploited as yoga. So it started becoming a complementary alternative medicine along with all the other medicines in psychiatry. In fact, Vasudeva Kutumbam, that is, the world has become a single family because of yoga, as you can see. The yoga gurus and the yoga participants around the world in this society has made this possible. In fact, I think this has been again told time and again since morning. I wouldn't repeat, but yoga is not just doing an asanas. It has Ashtanga, 8 parts, the Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadha. In fact, your lifestyle, your life control and practice finally reaching to. But the point is, whatever we are talking for centuries, today, in the last 3 decades to 4 decades, we are actually having the neuroscience of yoga as the evidence. In fact, NIMHANS over the last 2.5 decades is doing research in the center of yoga center. Now it is becoming a specialty within the NIMHANS, an alternative center where Sthira Sukham Asanam is the principles. Objective validations through experiments and a social neuroscience perspective through yoga is being practiced and the evidence. In fact, the very first study in yoga and depression was done none other than my own teacher, Janaki Ramaya, which was published in 2000 in the Indian Journal of Psychiatry, where he has used Sudarshan Kriya Yoga and showed that effectiveness in the patients of depression symptoms. He also mentions that meditation was as good as imipramine, as antidepressant, but not as powerful as the ECT. The real evidence came from the world over. It's not only from this country. The mirror neurons, which you can see in this cartoon, both these publications, well, in 1992 and 2011 by Galaxy, has pointed out a potential neurobiological substrate to interpret the intentions of social behavior. Mirror neuron formation and stimulation helps our emotions to grow. And second evidence which came subsequently to that is the oxytocin or the bonding hormone and the role that the yoga can do it. Now I'll show you for the last 2 decades, Perry in 2010 published in the Psychoneuroendocrinology, one of the beautiful studies. He took 24 students, administered 24 units of oxytocin and intranasally and placebo, just today talked by a few speakers, and he could see a difference. And but oxytocin increase through yoga has been shown in these 2 publications published, which practicing for as less as 6 weeks itself has shown an improvement. In the NIMHANS, the 5-6 studies which I'm going to cover, one is in schizophrenia negative symptoms. They have very clearly have shown by Mehta et al. Study, when compared to volunteers, the patients had a lower social cognition to begin with, but by practicing yoga, they became much better, both in terms of improvement of negative symptoms. And there were 2-3 publications based on this. In fact, schizophrenia does increase motor neuron activity, has been now well published in the Schizophrenia Bulletin, and probably is advocated for the residual symptoms or negative symptoms of schizophrenia. In fact, we also gave the world, not only from us, Lee et al. Published in Schizophrenia Research, a similar study where negative symptoms did increase the mirror neuron system's activity, and well documented by this time. And this is done by yoga. And poor social cognition, again relevant to the negative symptoms, seems to be increasing after yoga. This is one very interesting experiment study done by Varamballi, published. Here he took 3 groups, yoga, exercise and weight list. And you can very clearly see that in the PAN symptoms, both the negative symptoms and positive symptoms and total symptoms, those on yoga improved much more when compared to the weight list and exercise. So there is always a comparison between exercise and yoga, but I think yoga did change in yet another study by Behra, the negative symptoms and social cognition improvement. So I think clearly in schizophrenia, and another study from in autism, which was published by Radhakrishna, this lot of autistic symptoms did improve. And hence yoga could potentially improve social connectedness in schizophrenia has been well established. So treatment without prevention is simply unsustainable, said Bill Gates. And I think yoga should be part of our life. Yet another activity of MNA activity, motor neuron activity, the mirror neuron activity, improvement, pre-yoga to post-yoga, neuroimage-wise has been, yet another study was published, and yoga in a dynamic pincer group, cognitive deficits improvement in schizophrenia also has been documented, both in short-term studies and 3-month studies. There is a third area of neurobiology which has been studied.
Just interrupt you 2 minutes.
Yeah,
more.
3 minutes. Yeah, I'll finish in 3 minutes. I'm ready with 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
The cortical silent activity or the increase of brain GABA is supposed to be documented. And this is one area. The initial observations by Mehta et al. Has clearly shown that the cortical silent period activities did improve in yoga. Having said, they went into doing the same experiment with a long-term follow-up in a yoga group. And what they found is, as you can see, the two differences. The wait list were totally different when compared to those who practice yoga in the patients. So in summary, oxytocin, mirror neuron activity, and the schizophrenia and the cortical silence do improve with yoga, and that's a take-home message from my side. In conclusions, yoga training is a spirituality. Yoga training is daily practice, and it improves a lot of systems. The management of resilience and many new exciting techniques have a significant role in preventive psychiatry. And to me, the summary is positive psychology is nothing but practice of yoga as part of your life. And resilience does build up with this. So practice of yoga is a practice of spirituality in a way. Don't call it a dream, call it a plan. And yoga is way of life. Remember, to breathe, it is after all the secret of your life. And yoga is one wonderful way of it. We need to do further more studies, but I think we are reasonably sure at this point of time. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Rajashri and team and Raman Rao. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And thank you for the patient listening.
Thank you, sir. It was an excellent presentation, scientifically so sound, sir. What I am telling, you are always our elder brother, like my elder brother. In my personal life, when I became the General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society, I always grateful to two persons of Indian Psychiatric Society. Those two are my two presidents, Dr. M.S. V.K. Raju and Dr. Prasad Rao. Dada is, both are my elder brother. And whenever I need any help, whatever I do in Indian Psychiatric Society, I'll remember their contribution in my whole life for their way they help me, their way teach me, their way brought up me. Thank you, Dada, again for my personal life. And whatever you say, it is absolutely right. Resilience and the positive mental, it is not only related for the therapeutic purpose, but for the any to want to go ahead in your life. It is so much important. And now it is proved scientifically. And you have shown so many scientific data also that yoga is so important, spirituality is so important. We have to incorporate it in our curriculum also, and in our therapeutic modules also. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, please, if you want to add something.
Because Prasad Rao and Afzal are very popular, that my wife came and sat, listened every word spoken actually. That only shows the capacity to attract and in fact, send the message. I think these two keynote addresses are carry home messages for I think today's sessions, all the thing from morning and now what we are evening. I'm really grateful for, one is actually to elaboration of the concepts involved, the directions what our society need to take or the world in general need to follow, and how to look at the world and incorporate in the personal life, academic life, professional life. That way the resilience builds up, immunity increases, and we lead a healthy and happy life. Thank you very much, both Dr. Afzal and Dr. Prasad Rao, for making one of the beautiful days in our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, TSS.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad Rao. I think it's not working. It's again the hand painting of Dr. Rajeshri Rai, and I know that it will reach you very shortly in Hyderabad. And thank you again
Thank you, Rajeshri.
our Professor Afzal Javed. And again, I am really grateful to you, not only because of whatever you have taken a decision from the WPA to support in this crisis moment. And we are doing all these things. We are very shortly will let you know that what the ultimate we have taken the decision. Right now it is on the survey. And I hope that within 7 days we'll come to you and take a final decision. And I'm really grateful that you also helped me as an elder brother, always so supportive, not only me, for all the Indian psychiatrists. We are really grateful to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot.
Sanjay, please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Gautam Shah, for moderating this session, and Dr. TSS Rao. We had two stalwarts of psychiatry, Dr. Afzal Javed and Dr. Prasad Rao, illuminating us with their wonderful lectures. And I'm sure we have a lot of messages that they have given us and we will remember for life. So my big thanks to Dr. Shah and Dr. Rao. With that, we approach the next panel discussion, a very interesting discussion where we have some experts giving us their own views about various things. For this session, the chairperson is Dr. Subodh Dave. May I have Dr. Subodh Dave's? Yeah, so Dr. Dave is the Dean-elect of Royal College of Psychiatrists. He will be moderating this session. Dr. Dave?
Welcome,
Dr.
everyone.
Dave, can you please listen to me?
I can.
Yes, we have Dr. Dave. Can we see him, please? Dr. Dave?
Hi there.
Okay, great. So we have Dr. Dave with us. May I request you to take on from here, please, for the panel discussion, the second panel we have today. So Dr. Dave, please.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, congratulations to the organizers, my friend and colleague Rajeshri Ray and Gautam Da, for organizing such a wonderful program, and Dr. Raman Rao, thank you for inviting me as well. And greetings to everyone from colleagues and friends in the UK and from the Royal College of Psychiatrists. We've heard from some excellent talks already this morning, and the focus of this session, I think, is a neat follow-up from where we began. What we know that as psychiatrists, as scientists, we have a responsibility of care towards our patients, and we have a responsibility towards understanding and explaining the mechanism of action of some of these things that we've known for a long time, but now we can actually begin to elucidate the facts. So hopefully over the next 40-45 minutes, we will try, and I've got an August panel here with me. So let me introduce my panel to you. So first that I can see is Dr. Ranjan Bhattacharya. If you can say hello, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Hi, hello, Professor Shubhada, I'm here. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Dr. Bhattacharya is consultant neuropsychiatrist and from Murshidabad. And you all will also know that he's in charge of specialty section in positive psychiatry and task force of IPS. And then I've got Shugato, my colleague from UK, who's now back in India, and he's a co-chairperson of the Yoga and Meditation Task Force of IPS. So Shugato Pandopadhyay, if you can say hello as well. Then I've got Dr.
Hello.
Praveen Wadadkar.
Welcome to everybody. And
Dr.
I'm
Hi,
Shogat.
Shagata. Dr. Praveer Varadkar, who is the convener of Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force, IPS. Hi, hello to you, Praveer.
Namaskar, sir.
And then Dr. Abha Bangsoni, who is also the convener of Yoga and Meditation Task Force, IPS, and a dynamic force in the West Zone of IPS. And Dr. Abhay De, who is the convener of the award subcommittee, IPS.
Hello, and namaskar.
Good morning, sir.
So let us start. I think without further ado, I think there's a lot to be discussed today. And so my first question, if I could start, Shugato, with you, is can we get Shugato on the screen, please?
Yes.
So as psychiatrists, we come across a whole range of lifestyle disorders. Clearly, while we manage people's mental health, we also have a lot of people presenting with comorbid physical health issues. So, and the newspapers and TV reports are full of people with a whole lot of lifestyle disorders. And so what is the relevance of lifestyle disorders? What are these lifestyle disorders and what is their relevance to psychiatry?
Good morning, Professor Dabe, and warm welcome to everybody. Well, we know that we are today here to discuss about the lifestyle disorder and the implication. Lifestyle disorder is actually the type of disorder whose occurrence are actually based on the personal habit and its unhelpful relationship with the environment, and thus affecting the physical, mental, and social well-being of the person. Previously, it was used to be known as the disease of opulence, and currently World Health Organization also describes it as a non-communicable disease. And according to WHO, about 41 million people are dying of this non-communicable disease, which is actually nearly 77% of the global death, of which 85% occurs in the low and middle income countries. So that's a very big number. But it's not only about this number, it's the importance lies on the morbidity, mortality, the dysfunction, and the implication. The risk factors that we see are mainly that, according to the World Health Organization, are the poor lifestyle, the unhealthy diet, lack of exercise, tobacco, use of tobacco, and alcohol. These are the modifiable risks, while the metabolic risk are those like the raised blood sugar level, hypertension, obesity, etc. And the most important thing is that the type of disorder that we incorporate here are like the cardiovascular illness, diabetes, cancer, and also COPD, arthritis, etc. Most importantly, these diseases can be prevented with suitable intervention, probably at the primary level, and through lifestyle modification, mindfulness, and like yoga, meditation, etc. So this is briefly to talk about the lifestyle disorder. And I think you also mentioned about its implication on the mental health aspect. The implication on the mental health is through, I think, the social and emotional aspect of the disease, which actually in turn also affects the mortality and morbidity.
Thanks, Shukato. Thanks. Let me. I think this is the key. The last phrase that you mentioned. I think what we are really interested is in the cyclical link between physical and mental health. And I think it's easily forgotten, and sometimes people try and separate them. And I hope that the panel will help us distinguish between the two as to how do things like yoga, we've heard about the impact, not just on, and then we've heard speaker after speaker say that it's not just about physical asanas, it's also about the mental and spiritual aspect of health. So to answer that question, no better than Praveer, my colleague here, who can tell us that what is yoga? I mean, is it a scientific treatment? Is it just some physical exercise? So please educate us.
Thank you, Dave sir, for asking such an important question. In fact, from the morning we have been listening to a few of the aspects of the yoga. But to tell you very briefly, yoga is it's a philosophy. It's not a science. It needs to be practiced, and there are some interdisciplinary steps in that. If you can enumerate, yam, niyam, then asana, followed by pranayam, pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. The first two, if you see the yam, it is the external discipline. External means what you need to practice with others. It has 5 components: ahimsa, that is non-violence; truthfulness, that is satya; asatya means chastity or celibacy; non-stealing. Then it's a brahmacharya, that is celibacy; and aparigraha means non-possessiveness, non-covetousness. So long-term practicing of yam is your integration with the society as a useful member. It builds up your so-called personality. It puts some higher virtues in you. Automatically, if you see, you are devoid of lot many anxiety issue. You are lot many issues which are creating grief, which are it's actually shields you with not many things. This yam, and it properly integrate with your society. Then followed by niyam. Niyam are those virtues which need to be built up over the period of years within you. They are so-called habits. It starts with soch, that is purity of not only body but mind, that's thoughts, and even the intellect. You should deduce something very positively and things which are pure. Then followed by santosh means contentment, acceptance of the situation. Tapas, the austerity, the perseverance. Then swadhyaya means the self-reflections, the study of the scriptures, and Ishwar Pranidhana means contemplation of the Lord, the higher. This two, yam and niyam, when practiced over the period of time, it gives you so-called resilience, as Dr. G. Prasad Rao was talking. And this actually are the basis of the yogic life. It is aimed at preserving from all those lifestyle disorders which Bandyopadhyay sir was talking just before. So followed by, once these two are there, then asanas are practiced, and those asanas are in current time have been equated with the yoga. It is not the yoga is equated with the asana, but this is something a general population understand. The asana are the posture that can be held for a period of time, staying relaxed, staying comfortable and motionless. This is for integration of the mind, and followed by the pranayam. These are the breathing techniques. So all these 4, yam, niyam, asana, and pranayam, are actually collectively called bahiranga sadhana. Bahiranga is something which is needed externally, and this leads to the next 4, and this is the pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. This is known as antaranga sadhana, means the inward journey. Okay. And what is inward journey? Inward journey is control over our thoughts. We can concentrate our mind, make the mind still. The thoughts can be controlled, and we can contemplate on our higher self, and that is dhyan. And ultimately, giving up the individuality and merging into the totality is what the samadhi means. At that point of time, all these factors come into picture, and this is the way. And it is not to be, it can start any time of your life. The thing is, you need to understand what yoga is. Yoga is the unification. It is something, the self-awareness. It leads to the self-development, and over the period of time, there is a self-transformation. It is an amazing inward journey which eliminates life beyond the pain and the suffering. You start reaching the purposefulness of your existence. You start gaining the meaning of your existence as a human being, and then you start look beyond that. So all that realm which gives you pain, suffering, and all those memories, you just transcend above them. This
Thank
is
you. Praveen, in the interest of time, I think I'll try and summarize what you said. It's been an excellent brief journey through yoga, but I think the last point you make is the most important one. I think that is that ultimately yoga is about those 4 steps that you talk about: yam, niyam, pranayama, asana. But the most important point is achieving a higher purpose, going beyond yourself and having that inward reflection. And so I think that those values I think are very important, having the right kind of values. And so that leads me to let me try and link back to the topic that we're discussing today, which is around lifestyle disorders and the role of yoga in preventing and treating them. And so, Sugato, if I can invite you again. We've seen a lot of depression, anxiety disorders being talked about. You talked about the incidence of non-communicable disorders. Tell us a little bit more about depression and anxiety in particular, and how they are rising as lifestyle disorders. Sugata, are you there? Dr. Bandopadhyay? Are we having some technical issues?
No, it's okay.
It's absolutely fine, Professor Shubhat. I can hear you.
Hello. Yeah. Yes, as we were discussing about the lifestyle disorder and returning back to it, as I mentioned that, yes, lifestyle disorder and its implication on the mental health. However, I will say that lifestyle disorder, it might be little bit, the term might be a bit debatable. And it has, however, the implication is both on the cause and that is the etiology, and also on the consequence. And we see on the mental health aspect that lifestyle disorder, we see that due to the chronic stress and the pain and the dysfunction, which later on might result in isolation and difficulty in coping, giving rise to more mental health problem. And if I go back, that probably by according to the enriched study, we have seen that in myocardial infarction people, 39% of them develop depression, while in diabetes, nearly 10% may develop depression. On the other hand, we as a psychiatrist are well aware of the interface between the substance misuse and mood disorder. Again, it's not only on the mental health that substance misuse and alcohol addiction, it's also affecting the neurological aspect, also on the cognitive aspect. Obesity, again, is much more common in people suffering from mental illness, in patients with intellectual disability, and also smoking, which is probably one of the commonest, probably nearly 50% of the patient with mental illness suffers from, and one of the commonest cause of death. We all know that the serious mental illness like schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder, people in them, the life expectancy is cut short by 25 years. So here lies the implication of the lifestyle disorder. So irrespective of probably whether the lifestyle disorder is the right word, because it actually implies a single etiological cause, while in most of the cases we see that it's actually multifactorial, and probably a broad-based prevention and management program is necessary. And being mindful and prevention and intervention at the primary and secondary level is the most important aspect that needs to be considered. And here lies the importance, and we have seen that actually that my previous speakers have already mentioned that the importance of yoga and meditation, especially in people suffering from the mental illness, like especially in depression and the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, where, as Professor Gangadhar has mentioned, the importance of the yoga and meditation.
Thanks, Sugata. I think in the interest of time, let me try and make sure, remind people that if we try and adhere to our 2 minutes limit, that will be helpful. But let me bring in Ranjanda now, Dr. Ranjan Bhattacharya. So following on from what Sugata said, is there evidence to show that yoga and meditation can help prevent these disorders?
Yes, absolutely, Professor Shivat. 3,000-year-old tradition yoga is now regarded in the Western world as a holistic approach to the health. And yoga, an ancient mind-body technique as defined as the samatvam, that is the balance or equipoise or the homeostasis between the mind and body. And it is linked with the modification of our mind, the chitta vriddhi nirodha. And even in the spiritual concept, we talk about the karma yoga, jnana yoga, dhyana yoga of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which has 18 chapters and 700 slokas. But we forget about the
Some network issue on Dr. Ranjan's end.
Yeah, I think I have also lost him. Is Dr. Abhay there?
Yes, he is on site, sir.
Okay. Dr. Can I ask you to take over? And then maybe while Dr. Bhattacharya is sorting his issues out, if you can.
Yes, he's come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
please.
Yeah, I am going to tell my personal experience about yoga, psychotherapy, and all. So 2-3 years back, due to certain issues, job stress and work stress and some personal issues, I suddenly feeling that I am getting exhausted easily. I could not have a proper sleep. I could not concentrate on my work. And so symptoms of anxiety, depression were very florid. And then I discussed with my colleagues and seniors, natural reaction. I started antidepressants along with some anxiolytics, clonazepam and all. But after 4 to 6 weeks, I could not get any appreciable improvement. Then I tried some psychotherapy sessions. I attended, not much improvement. I was still getting fatigued very easily, not very feeling good or feeling happy. And then one of my mentors suggested to go for yoga and meditation as an add-on. I didn't stop the medicines. And then I was introduced into this wonderful. I used to do physical activities, but not in this planned way. And then I did some asanas under guidance, Surya Namaskar and all. And I went into meditation. I tried to do just reflect, close my eyes and reflect on certain scenes where I had been happy. I had gone out on a outing with my friends on a sea beach. I tried to visualize that scene and not just a photographic memory. As per meditation instructions, the sound of the waves, the sound of the vendors selling tea and other eatables. Then in the evening, we came back to the beach. It was dark, the azure light of the waves breaking. And then we had a song that had a very calming effect. Whenever I used to close my eyes, I used to get this visual vivid and also the memory of the sounds. And then that was a sort of reflection. And then what helped me was, in the meantime, there was a group in IPS, which is headed by today Rajoshi, Naresh Bhai, Gautam Shah, OP Singh and others. I joined their group and I learned in the wonders of this ancient Vedanta. As we were discussing in the morning, yoga is not just Indian gymnastics. Yoga, unless there is some substance inside it, this ancient learning wisdom of Vedanta, and that helped me to see things in perspective. I learned to get away, I would not say, learn to observe my troubles and others in my life, but they melted away. And in effect, I am still a learner. It's just a toddler learning in the kindergarten class. But this knowledge of Vedanta, the ancient knowledge of our forefathers, such wonderful knowledge which has a tremendous scientific base, and that is gradually probably seeping into me. And I am trying to go to the ultimate philosophy, Sarvajana Hitayacho, for the good of everyone. And when you try to do good, that has a positive effect on me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dey. This is a very powerful personal story and a reminder of that there's no us and them. I think all of us can, and sometimes do suffer from mental illness and other comorbid disorders. And so let's hear from Dr. Bhattacharya, who's back now to tell us about the evidence of this effectiveness.
Apology for getting missed out due to connectivity issue. Thank you. What I was telling is that the 3,000 years old ancient yoga mind-body technique is defined as the samatvam, that is the balance, equipoise, or the homeostasis at the mind and body both level, and which is achieved through the mastery over the chitta vriddhi vinodam. So chitta vriddhi nirodham is a prime concept. Even we talk about the karma yoga, dhyana yoga, the parts of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which has 18 chapters and around 700 sloka, but we often missed out the chapter first, the beginning, the Vishad Yoga, where the Arjuna is telling that Beputascha Sharireshe Ramaharscha Jayate Gambhir Bang Sangsate Hastat Tabal Chaira Paridahate. That means my whole body is trembling, my grip is getting weaker, and my skin is burning. So this is the manifestation of the depressive and the somatoform disorders. So while talking about the primary, secondary, and tertiary level of prevention, there are enormous aspects where the yoga can do the miracle. But you often forget the primordial prevention. There is a prevention that is necessary to take before the emergence of the risk factor. Coming to the clinical perspective, is these therapeutic techniques of the yoga have been reported to be beneficial against the management of the ranging from the various psychiatric illnesses like the acute stress disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. We have witnessed that in the Vietnam War, Ayla, tsunami, Amphan, Phony, even recent super cyclone, even during this COVID-19 pandemic. In chronically stressed people who are suffering from the depression and anxiety, and in many non-communicable diseases like asthma, hypertension, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, so on and so forth. There are evidences that it has been demonstrated that giving this abdominal pressure during exhalation in the Kapalbhati, which can improve the efficiency of the beta cells of the pancreas, which can be further viewed as the modulated interoception sensation and can helpful for the abnormal glycemic control in the type 2 diabetes. Even the yoga and meditation can trigger our immune system, which is extremely important. Even in COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that the acute phase reactant IL-1, IL-6 and TNF alpha levels are getting raised. So these levels can be brought down to normal with the help of the yoga, and the beneficial differentiation immunomodulators, like interferon gamma, can be raised. The NK cell activity, natural killer cell activity is extremely important. That can be improved with this yoga technique. So innate immunity is needed for the precious regulation, and that can be changed and modulated with the practice of the yoga on the regular day-to-day basis. And if we do the practice, the cell-mediated immunity, which can has the antibacterial, antiviral property. Coming to the techniques, we have mentioned that even during the ventilation function, controlling the respiratory rate, the force vital capacity, force expiratory volume, this all can be regulated by the practice of the pranayama and the mindfulness-based stress reduction technique, which is extremely helpful for acute respiratory illness. Ranging from the COPD, diabetes to the various psychiatric illness. Also, we can found there are evidences of the common mental disorder like anxiety disorders, depressive disorders can be controlled or benefited with the various prayers like the Vinayaka mantra, that is a removal of the all obstacle, Mahamrityunjaya, that is the removal of the fear of death, or Dhanvantari, that's the Lord of the health. So there are different techniques like the loosening exercises or Sithila Karan technique, bending forward and backward techniques, spinal twisting technique. These are the various techniques have been advocated. So with this, the yoga practices, we can do the lots of changes. Even in the recent evidences are coming that the severe mental disorder like the schizophrenia or the bipolar disorder, that also can be benefited with the regular practice of the yoga. So in a nutshell, the primary, secondary, tertiary preventive level, as well as the primordial prevention level, yoga can do the miracle. All we need to do that's a regular practice, and we have to forget something that we are just misusing, that we think that the yoga is all about the demonstration of the ultra flexibility. It is not about the acrobatic stops. It is not for just one group of people. Yoga is not a religion, and it is not a new practice. This is an age-old practices. So this is the first take up about the primary, secondary, and tertiary level prevention. Over to Professor Shubhat.
Thank you so much. That was really a rapid fire journey through the evidence. So thank you. Dr. Ababangsoni, could I invite you now to tell us a little bit about, we know that there is such a lot of evidence, but yet there is a lot of barriers in people using these approaches. What do you think are the barriers?
Thank you, sir. Since morning, we have been hearing about the benefits and effects of yoga and meditation, but unfortunately, it is not as practiced as widespread as it's supposed to be. And I believe one of the major reasons for these barriers that I've come across through research is also because yoga is looked at as a religious practice, as opposed to a philosophy or a holistic practice. And a lot of people associate yoga to a particular religion, which kind of also hampers them from taking it up. There have been studies which have shown that there is a preconceived notion that yoga is purely a female dominated effect, or it is something that only females are supposed to do. So that is another big barrier. Plus, like Ranjan sir was just saying, that people feel that it is for somebody who's very flexible, and it is a Indian gymnastic or flexible aerobatic exercise. So it's not cut out for everybody. Plus, there is a belief that yoga can only be practiced in certain time of the day, and that time constraint could be another barrier for practicing yoga. And getting good teachers, coming across good classes, and getting good supervision and knowledge about the various forms of yogas and how they can be practiced according to your age, according to your requirement, I think is lacking, which is also not letting it be propagated that much. Plus, certain times yoga is being propagated more from the non-scientific community as opposed to the scientific community. And that provides a major barrier for a lot of people to actually take it up seriously and reap the benefits that yoga and mindfulness and other meditative practices can have, like we've been discussing across all lifestyle disorders. So I think that in a nutshell are the barriers. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. Dr. Abhay, so we've heard about the barriers, and I think one of the barriers I feel personally is that, so this is for Dr. Day again, is this barrier between mind and body. I think people kind of struggle to understand how can something like yoga actually have an impact on you physically? How can it have an impact on you mentally? So Dr. Abhay, can you tell us a little bit about the mind-body dichotomy and how that impacts on this? And also, can I request everybody else, apart from the speaker, to mute their mics, please? Thank you.
So this mind-body dichotomy, this is a very age-old question that has been bothering philosophers, scientists, and great thinkers over the ages. And mind-body dichotomy, there's a term coined by the famous French mathematician, philosopher, and thinker, René Descartes. He said that mind and body are separate entities. And over the ages, people were thinking how something as mundane as the body, which perishes, can harbor or be linked with the mind. But all through this day, we have been discussing that yoga and other spirituality. Spirituality is not just any religion. Spirituality is a manifestation of divinity, or religion is divinity within human being. Every soul is potentially divine. And so how we link this? So this, our sages have done it before with this ancient knowledge of Vedanta. They showed that our body is part of the universe, the Param Brahma, Shakar Brahma, Nirakar Brahma, and we don't have to search outside. It is within us, the search for the self. And in the Western world, this concept was clear by the famous case, all of you must be knowing, Mr. Phineas Gage. He was a railroad worker. He was laying tracks in Vermont. And when he had a terrible accident, a metal splinter shot up and entered his skull. It injured his frontal area of the brain. And this previously docile man suddenly had all personality changes, become aggressive. He used to get anger on slightest provocation. That set the scientists thinking that this damage to the frontal of the brain is causing damage to his mind or his soul, whatever you say. He's become a bit different person. And then we have Eric Kindle and his theory of neuroplasticity with studies with aplasia, the sea snail, and other thinkers. And now we have the mirror neurons, therapist talking to the patient, his brain imagery, and it's supposed to have a positive image on the mind of the patient. And with time, we are realizing that this dichotomy is not a dichotomy. Mind is a part of the brain function. We have this frontiers of neuroscience research by Eric Kendall and others, where these things are coming to light, that mind is not something different. It is a brain function. And now we are having studies about supercomputers, super brains, human connectome project, human brain project. That computer has not yet been made. But what is my take on it is, a mind is like the software. It is running the hardware, which is your body. Do you see the software of the computer when you break it up? So mind is an evolution of our human civilization.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dey. That's very helpful. So we have seen a lot of evidence presented today about how this is happening. But Dr. Abha Bangsoni, I think if you, we don't need complex experiments to know this, right? I mean, we all have real experiences every day in our life when we see how psychological and social factors have a biological impact upon us. So can you talk us through as to how does a normal, non-layperson, non-scientific layperson relate to this?
Yes. Thank you, sir. So like I usually tell my patients very simply when they ask the same question that Dr. Abhay was just answering. So in small day-to-day routine incidences, when we feel angry or anxious about something, although it's a feeling in our mind, it's a thought, it's an emotion that we're feeling, we can appreciate the bodily changes that are happening. And in both of these states, whether when we are too anxious or too angry, it is very common for all of us to have some trembling sensation in our fingers, our heartbeat going up, feeling a little breathless, and feeling on the edge. We can feel that our body seems all charged up. And this is a basic reflex that we've been having from our primitive times, from the time that we were hunters and gatherers, because this is how the body perceives danger and reacts to it by activating the autonomic nervous system at a very basic reflexive level. Our sympathetic system is activated and it prepares our body for a fight or flight situation. And that is why our heartbeat raises, because our heart is pumping at a higher speed to make sure your muscles get all the blood, all the energy to react in the best possible way. But as we know about the stress theory by Hans Sale, that when over time this stress, when it becomes a little more chronic and we are constantly in that state of being hyperactive, sympathetic overactivities, where we constantly feel anxious or angry or negative, then we reach a point of exhaustion, and it can break us down into depression, anxiety, and a host of other lifestyle disorders like diabetes, hypertension, etc. So what yoga and meditation or spirituality essentially does is activates the balancing system that our body naturally has, which is the parasympathetic system. So in simple layman terms, the parasympathetic system, like we all know, is our relaxing system, is the thing that relaxes us down, calms us down, and puts us in a resting state. Like Dr. Abhay, they just beautifully shared his experience, his personal experience of using the imagery technique in which he started feeling calm. The similar way, when practiced regularly, of yoga and meditation can help us go from a default sympathetic overactivity to a default parasympathetic overactivity, put us in a more relaxed state and help us get out of that state of exhaustion and in a better positive mood. So I hope that should be able to,
Thank you so much. That was really very clear. I think we've got the last couple of minutes, and Dr. Bhattacharya, maybe very briefly, in a minute if possible, can you just tell us about the do's and don'ts, because I think a lot of people have lots of myths about yoga, and maybe a brief overlook of that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely. There are various falsification concepts about this, because in the chapter 3 of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, it is mentioned in the sloka 6, Karmendriyani Shangjama Jaste Manisha Sharana Indriyarjana Vimuratta Mithachara Uchyate. That means one who can practice, or he cannot control his or her senses, but falsify it, he or she can never become the Karmojogi. So in a nutshell, the Saucha means the cleanliness that is required, an important prerequisite for the yoga practice, which includes the cleanliness of the surrounding, clean body and mind. Asana should be practiced on an empty stomach. Consume small amount of the water if you feel weak. Bladder and bowel should be empty before starting yogic practices. Practice session should start with a pranatu sahaviryam karvavahe tejasvi navadhitamastu ma vidvishavahaye. Yogic practices shall be performed very slowly, and a warm-up loosening exercises may be required. Asana should be done slowly, and one should move to advanced posture with practice only. Try to eat the sattvic food that avoid meat, egg, onion, garlics, and stay hydrated before doing the yogic practices. Complete the yoga session with the relaxation technique to cool down, and do not hold the breath unless it is specially mentioned to do during these practices. Now, what about the don'ts? Don'ts about the yoga are: yoga should not be performed in a state of exhaustion, illness, or in a hurry. Women should refrain from the regular yogic practices, especially asanas, during their menstrual period. Relaxation techniques and pranayama, though, can be instead be done. According to the yoga text, that spiritual seeker one needs to follow, and there are certain restraints that needs to be followed. Always perform pranayama as a slow process. Clean and neat surroundings and good ventilation is required, and never do the yogic practice with full tummy while doing it, and wait until 2 to 3 hours after a large meal. So So at least do not have any shower or drink water after 30 minutes of doing a yoga. So it's a nutshell, the do's and don'ts about the yoga. Over to you, Professor Shubhat.
Thank you so much. I
We
think
now
I'll let
need to finish
Dr.
the session, please.
Abhavan to finally give us the take-home messages, and then we can move to the next. So yes.
Yeah. So the take-home messages are on the screen for everybody. Like we've heard, yoga is a holistic discipline that integrates both body and mind. And lifestyle disorders, both physical and mental illnesses, have an evidence base for benefits that yoga and meditation can have for these at various preventive levels. It has, like Ranjan sir said, been effective in elevation of stress-induced immune deregulation and strengthening of the innate immune response. Lots of myths and misinformation about yoga and meditation are the barriers for widespread use, and best results are obtained when practiced in the correct way under proper guidance as an individualized therapy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to all my panelists. You all have been fantastic, and I've learned a lot this morning. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, Professor Shubhat.
Thank you, sir.
A big thank you from the organizing committee to all the panelists and Dr. Subodh Deve for that wonderful panel discussion. It was very enriching, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed and had a very fruitful session. With that, we move on to a next session, and the chairpersons for that are Dr. Nizami Haq and Dr. Tufan Pati. Dr. Nizami Haq, he's the ex-director CIP Ranchi, and Dr. Tufan Pati, he's the chairperson, membership subcommittee, Indian Psychiatric Society. So may I invite them to take this forward, please? Dr. Tufan Pati and Dr. Haq.
Yes, please.
Yes. So may I request them to take this forward, please, the next session.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're perfectly audible.
Okay. I would request Dr. Tufan Pati to introduce the speakers, please.
Thank you, Dr. Haq. Can I have the display of the CVs? Tech team. Okay, it is not there to the best of my knowledge. Dr. Alan Pong is an attending physician at North Newark General Hospital and chairs the Research Ethics Board of the hospital. His interest involves spirituality and religion and mental health. He had been the secretary of APA caucus on spirituality, religion, and psychiatry, and he's a board member of the WPA section of religion, psychiatry, spirituality, and psychiatry. And he is also the steering committee member of Mental Health and Faith Community Partnership in the US. And Dr. Indranil Basurai, with him, I had a talk yesterday also. Dr. Basurai is an interventional cardiac electrophysiologist. He is currently with the Memphis Medical Center in US. He is adjunct professor in the University of Memphis, and his special interests are in science behind yoga, his fascination, and he is involved with American Association of Yoga and Medicine. And with this yoga and meditation, with this, I welcome Dr. Alan Pong as well as Dr. Indranil Basurai. And I request Dr. Nizami to introduce the topics and invite the speakers.
Well, this topic, since morning we are listening, hardly there is anything that need to be shared. The only thing what I have been wondering since morning, not very long ago, in any scientific or psychiatric or medical group, you talk about religion or spirituality, that was supposed to be something unscientific, not to talk about. The development in the basic sciences over the years have opened up very different vista. And now we have evidences where various kinds of non-pharmacological intervention seem to be very meaningful. And it is not only yoga, it is not only, I would say, physical exercise or nutrition or reducing stress, different methods. they seem to be working. There seem to be, changes in the brain, in the body, in the biochemical phenomena. And now yoga has gained much recognition, and we are over the years gathering evidences that it is helpful. Yoga, along with other systems like Qigong, they are equally having ancient, over the years, accumulation of knowledge, as seem to be efficacious. Yoga and spirituality need not be, as it has been repeated by many speakers, it need not be linked to religion. Religious experiences may have, spiritual dimensions, but spirituality without religion is also a possibility, and it happens. So with these words, I would request Dr. Tufanpati to call the speakers. Perhaps Dr. Ray is the first speaker to give the talk. Thank you.
I think Dr. Alan Fung is as per the program. First speaker is Dr. Alan Fung. I request Dr. Alan Fung, who had been a member of the steering committee, member of Mental Health and Faith Community Partnership in the US, to please deliver, address us and tell about the use of mindfulness in promoting mental health in North America, his experiences. Dr. Fung, please.
Thank you, the chairs.
Did I spell your word correctly? Pronounce
Yes.
it correctly? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, okay. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Just trying to share screen. Now I might actually need the privilege to share the screen because I cannot share my PowerPoint slides.
Could you, Ellen, could you send it to, have you already sent it to Rajshri, or could you send it to them?
No problem. Okay, so so I can do that. Maybe the next speaker can go first in that case.
Because if that is a problem, Dr. Tufanpati, you please take a decision.
Okay, we can have Dr. Bashurai. Welcome. Are you there? Dr. Indranil, you are there? Yes,
Yeah,
yes, you
I'm
are.
here. Can you hear me?
Can you take up the lecture now?
Sure.
And speak in,
Sure.
so that
Can
will
you
give
guys-
us time so that Dr. Fong send this to the organizing technical committee.
Okay,
Welcome.
can you guys
Welcome.
hear me?
Look, yeah, quite compatible.
Okay, you can hear me clearly, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Nizami, Dr. Pati, members here, it's a pleasure to be with you guys today. I'd like to thank Dr. Rajshri to give me this opportunity to speak here. So today I'm going to talk about, as Dr. Nizami rightly said, yoga is a spiritual entity. It has really nothing to do with religion. And there is last 2 to 3 decades, we have had a lot of science that explains how yoga works. And in the last 10 years, indirectly almost, we had 3 Nobel Prizes that was given for concepts that is close, that forms the entire umbrella of what yoga is all about. So today I'm going to talk about the science of yoga, and we'll go from there. So basically, yoga is an ancient Indian technique of healthy living. So extensive research in the last few decades has revealed the critical role that yoga can play in eradicating stress. And why is that important? That's important because we'll slowly learn most of the cardiac diseases, cancers, a lot of other diseases has their origin in stress. So numerous studies have corroborated yoga's beneficial effect, including a favorable influence on the autonomic nervous system and negative emotions. And we'll try to go through some of the science that is behind this. So this has led to a scientific understanding. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, you're quite audible. I can hear you from the eastern coast, no problem.
Okay, thank you. This has led to the foundation for a scientific understanding of the pathophysiological changes that is attributed to stress, particularly at the molecular and the genetic level. So what I'm going to do today is go through the different mechanism by which we know yoga works. One is the brain and the nervous system. Number two is the psychological mechanisms involved. Number three, the endocrinal mechanisms. Number four, cellular mechanisms. And finally, genetic and epigenetic mechanisms. I have shared PDF with Dr. Ray. She may have sent it to everybody. Feel free to use it as I talk, because I'll try to be short, and but that particular PDF is more detailed article, and it also has extensive references that you guys can use based on what I'm trying to say. So the most important things are changes in the brain. So yoga makes radical changes in the brain using functional MRI, PET scanning, radioactive ligand. We are now able to read both the anatomical and the functional work of the brain in different states, emotional states. So for the first time in 2005, Sarah Laser at the Harvard Medical School came out with the concept that practice of yoga actually makes your brain grow. So there's increase in cortical thickness. If you practice yoga for 10 years, you might have as much as 1 inch growth of your cortex. Now, after that, there's over 86 papers all over the world to show that not only brain grows, the other parts of the brain also grows. Plus, the parts of the brain which is responsible for negative emotion, for example, amygdala, hypothalamus, functionally they shrink. So that's a very important concept that we didn't have since last 2,000 years of medicine. So there's also changes in the brain chemistry with completely reformation of neuronal circuits, what we call neuroplasticity. And there is also change in the chemical composition. As you know, generally, if you take the neurons in a very simple concept without really going into the complexity, there are two types. There are one-to-one neuron connecting with each other. They mostly have things like dopamine, serotonin, and then there are one neuron connecting with multiple neurons, and they are GABAergic, glutamine, and other amino acid derived. So there's been a lot of changes that can be seen with yoga practice, with increased level of serotonin that brings in elevated mood. And as all of you possibly know, I guess most of you guys are from the Indian subcontinent, is in India or in yoga philosophy, we don't talk about just happiness, we talk about bliss or ananda. So that sort of comes with a bunch of different neurotransmitters functioning, and serotonin is certainly one of them, and that's why we have serotonin inhibitors as antidepressive medications used by psychiatrists. Now, what is the other important fact also? There are areas in the midbrain, the hypothalamic pituitary axis, which are the neurons that initiate the so-called fight or flight response. This is an important concept that I need to bring out here. We lived in this earth for 2 million years. So you get up in the morning, you have a nice cup of coffee or tea, and then you go to your work. Unfortunately, this has not been the practice of our predecessors for thousands of years. When you get up in the morning, you might find a large anaconda trying to get into your cave, or a saber-toothed tiger waiting to greet you. So the mechanism that our predecessors used is either they kill these or they run for their life. And that is the reason why you and me are the dominant species on Earth. Otherwise, somebody else would have been.
So this is the basic reaction. So, and this basic reaction, unfortunately, remains today. The difference is that when I am even say jealous about you, or I don't like something about you, unlike a dinosaur, I just can't go and eat you up. So what happens is those mechanisms work in my brain, in my subconsciousness, and I generate the same flight or fight response, creating a bunch of chemicals inside the brain, leading to anxiety, stress, depression, and a bunch of chemical inside my body, adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol, which causes a flight or fight response, leading to a large number of diseases, like, for example, heart disease, which you know is the largest killer on earth. Heart disease kills twice the number of people than the next largest killer, that is cancer. So when EEG recording is done in these patients, among yoga practitioners, we find a different brain recording. We find more recording in the alpha frequency. And alpha frequency, when you have a global alpha frequency, you have a feeling of calm and positive effect, thereby attenuating anxiety. In fact, many Hindu and Buddhist monks who were studied at the Roger Davidson lab in Wisconsin, including the Dalai Lama, they have found even slower waves like gamma waves, delta waves, theta waves or delta waves. Some of these waves are actually in a normal human being who does not practice meditation are not even found at all. One of them is found actually in fetuses inside mother's womb. So, and there is some indication that some of these waves, called like gamma frequency, can actually underlie the way neural mechanism work to bring out consciousness. But that's a topic for another day, because our knowledge on that is extremely low, and maybe the day we have a better knowledge, that will lead to a Nobel Prize. So one of the other things that yoga does, it elevates the mammalian target of rapamycin signaling, which promotes synthesis of protein. As you know, memory, creation of new neural connection, all needs protein. So I tell my people who I teach yoga, meditation, that to practice rigorously for just 4 weeks, because there's been n number of papers that have shown practice of that by just 4 weeks increases change neuroplasticity. If you're liable to be anxious, if you're liable to be depressed, you can get rid of that by just a 4 weeks practice, because in 4 weeks, enough protein and other things are translated to change the brain circuit. There is also, in a couple of years back, we also found the so-called the sirtuin pathway. I'll not go into the details. And that has been also referred for Nobel Prize. Nobody has got a Nobel Prize on that now, to see how brain actually adapts with the with different environment, including using yoga to create what we call the super brain. And the super brain is a brain where both the brain organs, both the sides of the brain work with each other much more than the corpus callosum is a better highway. Like now, for a normal person, if it's a 2-lane highway, it becomes a 6 or 8-lane highway with enough information transferred between the two lobes. On top of that, there are other changes also. For example, if you do PET scanning or using radioligand, you'll find that the amygdala, hypothalamus, and other places that derives negative emotion, the functional activity of those places decrease. Then there is something called the VTA, which is in the midbrain, ventral tegmental area, which is responsible for the reward and craving, and particularly is important in case of addicts, people with addiction, and also APC in the frontal lobe. Those places we find decrease functional also. So, and that's how today in most of the rehab centers in America, people have started using yoga for rehabilitation, whether it's for opioids, where we are given agonists like buprenorphine, but people are also, even with buprenorphine, sometimes the rate of relapse can be as high as 50%. And you need to have long-term processes like yoga to prevent relapse. So these are the things that we find happening inside the brain. I think about the autonomic nervous system, almost everybody knows. I don't want to waste more time, but rather go.
So, Dr. Rai, you are having 3 more minutes. Sir.
Okay, I thought I had 20 minutes. Is that not true?
A 20-minute session was there because of all discussions. You can take another 5 minutes you take.
Okay.
Started little late.
So, okay. I'll try to go fast. So, so the other important things that are, unfortunately, the time is too short to talk on such a long topic. So I'll try to be, I'll just try to jump some of the slides and give some of the latest purviews. So one of the endocrine effect, there are a bunch of other effects, psychological ANS, which I think most of us know. The endocrine effect, which are particularly important, is the change in the glucocorticoid handling in the brain. For example, a lot of the stress causes production of CRP inside the brain, and that causes release of ACTH. There's also a change in the mechanism of how brain handles corticosteroid receptors using the NF-kappa pathway. So those are reduced. And as we know, excess corticosteroids actually is not helpful, but deleterious for a lot of reasons, including the fact that it causes vascular inflammation. So this is the pathway by which it is believed to work, where the number of glucocorticoid receptors are decreased. So even if you have high level of glucocorticoid inside the brain or in the adrenal gland, because of release of ACTH, that glucocorticoid is ineffective. And there's also a connection between the sympathetic pathway using the sympathetic nerve and the development of these glucocorticoid cells, which are also attenuated to a large extent in these people. There's a couple of other things that are the immunological changes. As we know, yoga practice is associated with improvement of salivary cortisol, CD3, CD4, and obviously immunoglobulin A. Immunoglobulin A, as you know, is the most important immunoglobulin that prevents entry of organisms. For example, the COVID virus, it enters through the lungs, but increased immunoglobulin A at that point can increase your innate immunity and prevent you from getting a COVID infection. It also works on a number of other markers like interleukin-6, which we shall talk about. So a whole host of inflammatory markers starting from interleukin-6, TNF-alpha are decreased to a large extent. This is a 12 weeks yoga course in a breast cancer patient. As you know, breast cancer, any flight or any stress, whether it's cancer, whether it's hypertension, whether it is heart attack, whether it's stroke, causes a raise of IL-6. IL-6 or interleukin-6 is released almost 80 to 100 times in COVID. And as you know, more the number, worse is the prognosis. Most people, when it's increased to that high extent, actually have severe disease or die out of it. But just 6 to 12 weeks yoga course can bring down your interleukin-6 to a large extent. So these are the ways by which, and I'm not going to go into the details, you don't have time. Now, talking of the inflammatory effect, we also it's important to understand how genetically this has happened. So one of the important ways by which it possibly happens to cause cortical growth, cause neuroplasticity, is by decreasing the destruction of BDNF gene. BDNF is the brain-derived natriuretic factor. So BDNF is increased in people with practice of yoga, especially long-term yoga practitioners who have got 20 to 22 years of yoga practice. The fortunate thing is even brand new practitioners, just of 4 to 6 weeks, has shown increase in BDNF. As I said, it also works through global modification of a bunch of histones, and which is noted, and those also result in different changes. For example, they decrease the corticosteroid receptors inside the brain. They increase certain neuronal pathway mediated by serotonin, decrease the dopamine pathways. So there's a whole bunch of changes, and there's some indication they might also increase the release of endogenous opioids like the endocannabinol. As all of us know, that God has put marijuana or opioid right inside our brain, and we have the capacity to release that. And some of those releases are increased in meditators. Maybe that is the reason why you have this state of bliss or ananda, which is way more than just plain happiness. So another important thing, this is Elizabeth Blackburn. She got a Nobel Prize in 2009 for showing that telomerase length depends on aging. And so people with yoga tend to have longer telomeres, though it's a little controversial because some of the short-term study, unfortunately, has not shown that the telomere length is increased, but longer study, for example, this is a study that was in PLOS One, where people with hypertension was practicing meditation, and a 6 weeks course of yoga and meditation did show decrease in telomerase damage compared to those who did not practice. But telomerase length does play a role. There's been a couple of studies using multiple different cohort of patients, for example, hypertension, patients with cancers, and the results were different. But that is believed to be a mechanism by which meditation, particularly long-term meditators, people who have 10, 15 years of meditation, possibly they can. And this is, I mean, though not very scientific, we know this. We know we have people in the Himalayas who are 85, 90 years of age, and they are more active than a 60 or a 50-year-old man. And that's why the very concept has come in yoga now, what is called as the, not in yoga, the concept has come in modern medicine of what is known as aging, biological aging and chronological aging. So if you are born 90 years back, your chronological age is 90 years. But if your biological fitness is as good as a 50-year-old man, so you've saved 40 years. So you're biologically as efficient as a 50-year-old machine, though chronologically you might be 90 years of age.
Gently reminding you, sir, Dr. Roy.
Okay. So that's
reminded to me also from the organizers.
The last but not the least is the inhibition of the CTRA. CTRA is a bunch of genes, over 300 genes, that gets expressed when there is adverse condition. For example, loss of job, somebody dies, pandemic like the COVID, there is rapid increase in CTRA. And CTRA initiates chronic inflammation leading to heart attack, stroke, peripheral artery disease. It also decreases immunity and downregulates antiviral antibodies, making people susceptible to things like COVID. So yoga definitely flips the CTRA activation. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I realize the time was short, but we'll waste no time, and I shall invite Dr. Fong to deliberate on the use of mindfulness treatment in promoting mental health in North America. Dr. Fong, please.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So I would just need the privilege to share screen.
Wants to share.
Perfect. Okay. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. It's a privilege to be here to be sharing with all of you about. I'm not an expert in mindfulness or yoga per se, but I'm a psychiatrist practicing in Canada who found mindfulness-based interventions extremely helpful for my psychiatric work, as well as in my work in promoting mental health. So I would like to share with you my journey. And I'm mindful that we are running short in time, so I'll be very quick in my presentation. So I'm going to start off by showing you this brochure. This is a brochure for the public or for patients published by the CAMH, the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, based in Toronto, which is the largest psychiatric hospital in Canada. As you can see, they have this brochure about mindfulness. So they are describing mindfulness as about being aware and present in the moment, with acceptance and without judgment. It's a practice that involves paying attention to your surroundings and noticing or observing your emotions, thoughts, and how your body feels. Anyone can practice mindfulness, and they've listed some of the benefits of mindfulness. Now, mindfulness has been integrated into mainstream mental health treatments, and here they've given some examples like the mindfulness-based stress reduction, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, etc. So no discussion on mindfulness in the Western world can be without the mentioning of Jon Kabat-Zinn, who had been credited for really bringing mindfulness to the Western world. So this book, Full Catastrophe Living, is one of the most helpful books that I've recommended to my patients, especially those with pain issues as well as other medical issues. From my talk, I'll be sharing with you some of books that I own on my bookshelf. So this is one of the books that I found extremely helpful. And this is the website of Jon Kabat-Zinn. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the details. You can actually go to the website to read more about him. Except that I want to say he was actually a molecular biologist in training or by training. And he was able to actually to be immersed in mindfulness practices and then brought that to the Western world. He started a mindfulness-based stress reduction clinic in the late 1970s in Massachusetts. And that center has been a model for thousands of programs throughout the world in integrating mindfulness in medical use. And this YouTube video actually was actually recorded by Jon Kabat-Zinn last year, sharing his experience in using mindfulness practices to cope with COVID. I highly recommend that. You can actually get the link from his website. And on his website, there are also other scientific papers talking about the mindfulness-based stress reduction techniques that Jon Kabat-Zinn had founded, and other related papers on the benefits of mindfulness. Now, on a practical level, this is the book that I recommend to my patients, a mindfulness-based stress reduction workbook, which has integrated a lot of the elements of the MBSR program in an easy-to-use self-help format for patients. Sometimes I would also recommend that my patients participate in some professionally run mindfulness-based stress reduction group. For example, my colleague at Norfolk General Hospital in Toronto, Dr. Majitai, runs such a group. Now, I'm going to move on to talk about MBCT, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. Dr. Zindo Siegel is actually my colleague at the University of Toronto. He was one of the co-founders of MBCT. Basically, he wanted to strengthen CBT, or cognitive behavioral therapy, and he came up with the idea of integrating the MBSR approach with CBT. And so we have the MBCT. And this is one of the key textbooks on MBCT by Zindo Siegel, Mark Williams, and John Tisdale. This is the book on MBCT that I recommend to my patients. This is a self-help workbook, extremely helpful. If you would like to know more about the MBCT approach and also the background in the development, you can actually go to this TED Talk by Zindo Siegel. The link is available from his website. And if you would like to learn more about his work, this is his website of his lab. Again, sometimes I would actually recommend patients to participate in professionally run MBCT groups. And my colleague, Dr. Levitsky in Toronto, runs such a group. And this is actually the description on MBCT on Dr. Levitsky's website. It's an 8-week program designed originally to help people with depression, but it's actually been extended to people with other issues like anxiety issues and related conditions. Not going to go into the details. Feel free to check out the website cognitivetorontocom. Now, other than MBSR and MBCT, mindfulness has also been integrated in other mental health treatments. For example, ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy, is a widely or is definitely gaining popularity in North America. This approach is especially helpful for people with chronic medical conditions or chronic stressors that they may not have the ability to change. So the premise of ACT is to accept that suffering is part of life, but the emphasis is on how to help patients to function, how to maximize their functioning. So I found this approach to be very helpful clinically, especially for patients with incurable medical issues. This workbook, the Mindfulness and Acceptance Workbook for Anxiety, is a very helpful workbook that I often recommend to my patients. They also have another version of this book for depression. Now, another widely used mental health intervention that's integrated mindfulness is dialectical behavioral therapy that was invented by Marshall Linehan more than 30 years ago. Again, I'm not going to go into details, but just to illustrate how widely mindfulness has been integrated in mainstream mental health treatments. Now, not talk about specific techniques, but mindfulness has also been used for different age groups. So for example, in treating teen depression, there is this particular workbook. My colleagues and I, we had actually done several studies in Toronto looking at web-based mindfulness interventions for university students. And this is one of the papers that we have published recently in the JMIR Mental Health. And in this paper, we found that with a virtual mindfulness virtual intervention, there were significantly reduced depression and anxiety symptoms. Now, I also want to mention about this book. Maybe not as popular as John Kabat-Zinn's book or some other MBCT interventions, but Dr. Herbert Benson, who is an internist by training, actually published this book, The Relaxation Response, in the 1970s, talking about a simple intervention, simple way to meditate that would actually help us to achieve relaxation. So this is actually another common technique that I teach my patients. Basically, I ask them to think of the sound of one, O-N-E, one, like this, one. So people think of the sound in the mind for a few minutes, let's say 5 to 10 minutes. And Dr. Benson was able to show that even if people just do such a simple intervention, they could achieve relaxation state. They have decreased heart rate, decreased breathing rate, decreased sweating. So this is a very easy to use technique. For people who would like to learn more about Dr. Benson's work, the Benson Henry Institute based at the Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston has further details. Now I'm going to switch gear a little bit to talk about how mindfulness-based interventions can be helpful for ethnic or racialized populations. Certainly, depression and mental health issues are also very prominent in ethnic communities in the Western world. So this is just a paper that my colleagues and I had published a few years ago, reviewing symptoms of depression in the Chinese communities in the West. One thing I found in the Asian communities in the Western world is that sleep issues can be a gateway to providing mental health care, because a lot of people are not willing to seek help for the mood issues or mental health issues per se, but they're much more willing to talk to their doctors about sleep issues. So this particular book it talks about different mindfulness and relaxation exercises to help people with the sleep. Now, I published this op-ed article around 10 years ago, talking about culture's role in mental health is overlooked. In this article, I mentioned that collaboration with faith leaders, clergy members, can be a very important component to promoting mental health and providing mental health care. So thanks to Dr. Paul Summergrad, who is here with us today. When he was the president of the American Psychiatric Association during 2014-2015, he had initiated the Mental Health and Faith Community Partnership. And I have been a steering committee member of this partnership. If you would like to learn more about this partnership, you can go to the APA website. Basically, the partnership was formed to try to foster dialogue between the two fields, because often faith leaders will be the gatekeepers to mental health issues. And the partnership had published the Mental Health Guide for Faith Leaders and a quick reference guide on mental health for faith leaders. And you can download both on the APA website. But I would like to point out that I've done a lot of work trying to raise mental health awareness among the Christian community in Canada. One common question that people ask is, can Christians practice mindfulness? Because they feel that mindfulness has come from whether it's the Buddhism or the Hinduism tradition. So for that, I've had various discussions with theology professors of Christian background, and they basically have all said that it's certainly okay for Christians to practice mindfulness. And indeed, there are different websites talk about Christian mindfulness. So these are some examples. And I mention these because there might be patients, of different religious backgrounds who are hesitant about mindfulness practices. And you can likely find resources online, addressing how to use mindfulness for their particular faith tradition. And indeed, in the Chinese community in Toronto, the Living Water Counseling Center is a Christian-based counseling center serving the Chinese community in Toronto. They have actually founded various mindfulness-based courses as well. So that's also helped the Chinese Christian community to accept mindfulness-based techniques. So these are some examples. And indeed, not just for the Christian community, but for the Muslim community as well. So Mindfulness Muslim is an Islamic mindfulness group therapy program founded by my colleague in Toronto, Dr. Yusra Ahmed, and I'm also part of the research team for this. For further information about this, feel free to check out this website. But this is just to illustrate that mindfulness techniques have been actually adapted for use in various faith communities. And certainly mindfulness with the Hindu tradition and philosophy has been used in the mainstream community in Canada. So this is one event held at the University of Toronto, Meditation in Hindu and Yoga Philosophy. And the facilitator of the session, actually, she's the director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Toronto, and she's been a yoga practitioner for more than 20 years. So this is, just another example of how faith and mindfulness techniques can be integrated. Now, in the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly mention that, of course, mindfulness interventions are also helpful for coping with stress. So this is a website that was actually written by my former trainee and current colleague, Dr. Jerome Pereira, about improving mental health during COVID-19. And on this website, he had talked about how to use meditation and mindfulness techniques to cope with the stress associated with COVID-19. And there's mentioning of yoga here. And if you actually click on the link of yoga, it links to this page, talk about today, International Day of Yoga. And they offer actually a free yoga mallet class. There are certainly other websites in Toronto, in Canada, talking about using mindfulness to cope with the stress. So this is another example of some seminars using mindfulness and relaxation techniques to help cope with the stress in mental health care providers during COVID. And certainly there have been papers published, on the use of mindfulness in helping mental health workers to cope, or healthcare workers to cope during COVID-19. This is one example of a model that they have used at Johns Hopkins. You can see that mindfulness has been integrated in the model. Last but not least, today, yeah, so I only need 2 more minutes. Yeah. So today is the Father's Day. Mindfulness has also been used in teaching people how to be a father. And this is just a program, Mindful Fathering, based in Toronto, talking about how people can use mindfulness to help them to become a father. And I'm not going to go through the details, but just want to raise the awareness on this. In summary, mindfulness-based interventions are well integrated into mainstream mental health treatments in North America and are generally well accepted. And I think these interventions are especially helpful to individuals with mental health issues who don't want to use medications, as well as in addressing some of the cultural and spiritual dimensions of mental health care. And the use of these techniques more broadly should be further explored. And there are significant implications of using these interventions in coping with stress associated with COVID and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm grateful to be able to share some of these examples. And I'm also grateful to India, the Indian tradition, and the heritage in Buddhism and Hinduism for mindfulness and related interventions, because these are gifts to the world. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Fu, and thank you, Dr. Bashurai. We had nice sessions, and we had a deliberation by Dr. Bashurai on the biological aspects, including genetics, and Dr. Fu has explained that yoga and mindfulness is absolutely secular and beyond the limitation of religious institutions. And I don't think we have got any more time to have discussions. So I will request Dr. Nizami, please, to conclude the session.
Well, both the talks were very informative. Dr. Indranil Basure, I wish we had more time to listen to him. The kind of scientific and biological underpinning of this process that is there, it should have been brought out. But unfortunately, time was scarce. And Dr. Fung, it was wonderful to sit through his talk, particularly how mindfulness can be used in variety of situations, including, COVID. I wish even we, in our environment, maybe whatever limited scale we can do, wish, this kind of intervention, we can also make it available around. It has been very, gratifying experience to sit through both the presentations. I thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Rajshri Ray and Dr. Gautam Saha, to give me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot from the organizing committee as well to Dr. Huck and Dr. Tufan Pati for that wonderful chairing of the session. We have had two excellent speakers speaking to us, Dr. Fung and Dr. Rai, and my grateful thanks to Dr. Basurai for stepping in and for Dr. Fung for managing the technical difficulties. We have another stalwart of international psychiatry chairing the next session. And for that, I would like to invite Dr. Gautam Shah to introduce him, please. Dr. Shah.
it is really great privilege to introduce Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul Samagrad is the Secretary of Finance, World Psychiatric Association. He is the Chairman, Department of Psychiatry, Professor of Psychiatry and Medicine, Tufts University School of Medicine, Psychiatrist and Chief Tufts Medical Officer. Thank you, sir, to be here with us today. And I request Dr. Sanjay Garg to please proceed. Sir, please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Shah, for that introduction of Dr. Samagrad. Dr. Samagrad, can you listen to me, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. So please take over the session from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this very, very kind introduction. I know that we are starting out a little bit behind schedule on in terms of the time. We have an extraordinarily distinguished group of speakers, and I want to just spend a couple of minutes mentioning who they are and their names. I don't know whether you can see the screen here, but let me share the screen and show it to you. Our speakers include Professor Malcolm Hopwood, who is the president of the Asian Federation of Psychiatry Associations. He's a professor of psychiatry at the University of Melbourne. He's a past president of the Royal College of Australia and New Zealand, otherwise known as RANZIP, that wonderful initials. He's an honorary member of the World Psychiatric Association, and he will be one of our speakers, and I will introduce their topics as they each come up. Dr. Sarah Egger is the chair of the Janki Foundation for Spirituality in Healthcare. She's an NHS consultant psychiatrist and honorary senior clinical lecturer in the Department of Psychological Medicine at Imperial College London. She's a member of the executive committee of both the WPA and the UK special interest groups for sections on spirituality and mental health and psychiatry. And has been a certified Raja Yoga meditation teacher and self-compassion teacher for 40 years. Dr. Bruno Paz Mosquero, I hope I said that correctly, is the secretary of the WPA section on religion, spirituality, and psychiatry. He's a member of the nucleus of the Rio Grande do Sul Psychiatry Association. He's a doctoral student in psychiatry and behavioral sciences, psychiatrist working at the Grupo Hospitalar Concieso, and we are very honored to have him join us as well. And finally, Dr. Naresh Vadlamani, I hope I said that as well correctly, who's the chief consultant psychiatrist at Columbus Hospital in Hyderabad, and he is formerly the zonal secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society South Zonal Branch, president of the Hyderabad Psychiatry Society, and a number of other honors and leadership positions. What I would like to do is to speak with you briefly about an introduction to this topic. And in thinking about the world as we have been going through it most significantly over the course of the last couple of years now, and thinking particularly the kind invitation of the Indian Psychiatric Society, the suffering that has occurred in India, in my country, and so many countries around the world because of the COVID-19 virus, that suffering, as we know, is inevitable. It doesn't mean we shouldn't respond to suffering or attempt to ameliorate suffering. That is, after all, a core responsibility of the medical profession. At the same time, I think that we need to be very aware that how we respond to suffering, our capacity to maintain conscious awareness through various experiences, even experiences that we would call painful or sad or difficult or unwelcome, is a quality that can both be developed through mindfulness, through many other activities such as various forms of yoga, through and yoga, as you know better than I, has many meanings and really describes multiple different paths to various levels of spiritual development. In my own youth and through my adulthood, I was, and I will share just a couple of slides here. I was very affected by early in my life by training in Zen Buddhist meditation and by Buddhism. And as my colleagues from India well know, the Buddha was approximately a 5th century before the Common Era prince who was the heir apparent to the throne of his state or his province in India. And then after exposure to the suffering of the world, of seeing dying men, dead men, and other forms of aging individuals, and then seeing a monk, he renounced his worldly inheritance and became a sadhu, and then discovered what was considered the middle path or the middle way between license and asceticism. One of his sutras, or as it's known in the Pali Canon, Sutta, the Sulata Sutra, is known as the arrow. And a simple way of thinking about this is the Buddha begins by describing the responses of both those with trained minds and untrained minds to the arrows of life, what Shakespeare would call the slings and arrows of fortune. And one cannot avoid the pain associated with a wound or a misgiving or a negative experience. What one can perhaps not control, but at least be aware of, is what he describes as the second arrow, which is our reactions and our responses to this. And that in turn leads to a different form of suffering. So there's the experience, and then there's the reaction to our experience. And for so much of us and so much of what we do, the experience of letting go, of holding on to various reactions is habitual, chronic, and also very, very painful. And I'm not saying that I or anyone that I know has overcome all of this, but I think that the retraining of the mind-heart, what is known in Buddhism as bodhicitta, the kind of mind-heart wisdom, and the openness and softness of compassion within meditative traditions, at least provides us an opportunity to have a little bit of a delay in our response, that we can visualize and see and experience our response rather than simply being entirely controlled by it. Now, if you ask my children, they will tell you, I'm not very good at this, or my wife, I'm not very good at this. I defer to their wisdom and to their experience, but I try as much as I can to utilize these things that I've learned as a way of at least slowing the reaction, slowing the breath, focusing the mind, being aware of responses and feeling before simply becoming completely prey to them. And so I think one of the great gifts of all of the wisdom traditions, the meditative traditions, is that they bring us skills that have been used by our ancestors on whose land we sit and whose lives we inherit, to be able to hopefully respond in a different and more compassionate and more open way to the arrows that all of us will inevitably experience. So with that as an introduction, what I would like to do is to go back to introducing my colleagues. And let me just get to the right screen here. So I have this for you. Next will be Professor Hopwood, who's going to comment from an Australian perspective about how is spirituality incorporated or not into contemporary Western society.
Thank you, Paul, for that kind introduction. And it's a great pleasure to join everyone. Let me begin my comments as the current president of the Asian Federation by wanting to pass on our best wishes to everyone in India, particularly, who's joined us today, certainly within Australia and New Zealand, but I'm sure all of Asia. We're very conscious of the challenges India, along with the rest of the world, has faced recently, and we sincerely wish you all the best in that battle, if I can put it that way. Particularly mindful of the time, I'd just like to make a few comments, if I may, around what I think could be viewed in a sense as a translation of science issue. We've heard today some great evidence about the utility of techniques like yoga, meditation, mindfulness, and the role of spirituality in our broader mental health. And yet it's impossible to ignore that in many Western countries, including Australia and New Zealand, spirituality has struggled to form a regular part of contemporary psychiatric practice. It's not that there's none, but the question remains why? What are the barriers to the translation of this evidence to a more routine component of mental health care? I'm going to suggest that in essence, the tension may be more about the conception of spirituality as a component of mental health. So arguably in Western tradition, both organised religion and spirituality have often been confused and seen as essentially the one entity, with strong control of the notion of spirituality exercised at times by organised religion. This has included etiological concepts relevant to mental health, but also supportive mental health services, and the role of organised religion in early Western mental health services cannot be ignored. However, in recent terms, my contention is that spirituality and religion have lost that significant part of that role in Western psychiatry. The question is, if that contention is true, why might that be so? Because clearly there are both individuals and groups who would not wish that to be so, and I would support their cause. To some degree, of course, particularly in Australia and New Zealand, we need to acknowledge that this may reflect something about the changing role of spirituality and organised religion within society. That in some ways their role has diminished over the last few decades from a previously predominant or very significant role in society. Arguably, we've moved from being a spiritually guided society or a spiritually aware society to a much more materialistic one. In addition, in many Western countries, including Australia and New Zealand, some major scandals involving organised religion have further diminished the welcoming of spirituality into mental health care. It really is an interesting question and challenge to our contemporary Western societies about where does spirituality reside in our societies and what is its relationship to mental health care. But certainly as a consequence of these changes, I would contend that within Australia and New Zealand, and I don't think they're alone, spirituality has largely faded in contemporary mental health care. Our young psychiatrists will often not focus on taking a spiritual or religious history. Psychiatrists, in fact, will attend to matters spiritual and religious in a cultural context, but outside of that context in their mainstream work may in fact feel inhibited in bringing up religious or spiritual issues, as they are often now seen as somewhat controversial or perhaps inappropriate for a medical practitioner to raise in any way or form. Does this influence, therefore, the potential translation of techniques like yoga and meditation? It's not that these practices are unheard of in Western psychiatry, that's clearly not true, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about that from the next few speakers. And the success of mindfulness, one would contend, strongly indicates a desire for a more enlightened mental health care, and one that is indeed more mindful. However, one could look at the penetration of mindfulness into Australian and, dare I say it, North American culture and say that in some ways it has been stripped of its spirituality and has become more of an exercise than perhaps a spiritual one. So I'm going to contend that in looking at the wonderful evidence we've heard presented today, we have a translation problem. For yoga, meditation and other treatments that have a spiritual origin to be widely translated in Australia and New Zealand does require a shift in our view of the role of spirituality in mental health care. How this is to occur and how this can best be done remains important questions for us to consider if we're going to bring a more enlightened and humanistic mental health care across Asia in the rest of this century. Thanks very much for your attention.
Let me unmute myself. Thank you so much for that perspective on contemporary psychiatry and religious traditions, obviously, particularly from the perspective of your experience in Australia. And let me just see if I can pull up. Yes. So next is Dr. Edgar. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Who, as I mentioned, is the chair of the Janki Foundation, very important leadership group internationally. And she's going to speak on the meaning of yoga and how this supports our resilience through the mind-body connection and neurobiology of self-compassion. Dr. Edgar.
Thank you so much and welcome everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm aware that we have a very short time span, so I'm going to be quite essenceful and try and perhaps join together some of the themes that we have been talking about already today. So I'm just going to share my screen. Is that visible to everyone? Thank you. So I really picking up on a few themes and what Malcolm just said, and Malcolm, you may detect from my accent, I'm actually from Melbourne. So I went to Melbourne University, but I've been in England for some time, but there's that connection. And I've been very drawn to the work of the self-compassion community, and it was interesting how Alan drew on the science of mindfulness and how widespread that's become. And one of the therapies which indeed has been championed by a psychologist from Boston, who you may know, Paul Christopher Germer, and also Kristen Neff from Texas. So they have developed a mindful self-compassion course, and that is, again, a therapy that's been translated into a secular setting, perhaps you can say a little divorced from its Buddhist spiritual underpinnings. But I'd like to perhaps just talk a little bit about the science, but maybe how I see that connection, how we come back to that connection, because I think you're right, Malcolm, there's an interesting disconnect between the spiritual sort of practices wanting to be more scientifically validated, and in a sense then the science has somehow lost its soul, or what does it mean for us to actually be human beings. So the essence really with the self-compassion work, and they talk about this as being like two wings of a bird. So the mindfulness, that self-awareness is a very important aspect of the practice, and Alan's covered that in great detail. And that's in contrast to a habit that we say is over-identifying with our thoughts. And I think, Paul, you mentioned that too, that ability with a mindfulness or meditation practice to just step forward, step away from our thinking and seeing our emotions arising, and just have a bit of space where we can monitor our reactions and in a way choose much more thoughtfully how we're going to respond. Another aspect of the self-compassion work is the common humanity versus isolation. And it does touch on the fact that we all suffer as human beings. This is something that brings us together, actually. But when we are suffering for whatever reason, we tend to feel isolated and lonely and somehow uniquely persecuted. And then this idea of bringing self-kindness, and all the practices in the self-compassion work are really teaching us how we have the capacity to show kindness and love to others, but we don't often think about using that same capacity to bring that kindness and love to ourselves. And yet it's something you can do. And that's in contrast to self-judgment, the harsh inner critic, the way that we talk to ourselves. And that's often a subject of many therapeutic hours, about the internal voices that we have in our minds that have been put there through our parenting or cultural influences. So these are the three main sort of pillars, if you like, of self-compassion. And what how I like to describe it is in terms of, again, connecting the science, is the three emotional regulation systems which Paul Gilbert has described, and Tanya Singer also talks about it in terms of motivational networks. And I think these are very helpful concepts for people to understand really what's going on, which linked to the previous speaker before Alan about what's going on, in a sense, in our neuroendocrine system. So we know about the threat focus system, the fight, flight system, which activates adrenaline and causes the stress response. The dopamine system, which I think is now becoming much more understood, which is incentive and resource focused, but also very addictive, underlying in gambling, and a lot of the social media addiction and checking our emails and our messages. I feel you get a little dopamine hit from that. And really the work in the self-compassion practices is about tuning into this soothing system, the safe system, which activates cortisols and which activates endorphins and the oxytocin. So that mammalian bonding love hormone that gets activated, and how there are many ways we can do this physically and mentally to activate this system, and things we can do. So understanding that, sort of asking people, how much of your life or your day do you spend in these different domains, and not much time feeling safe, but a lot of time getting things done or feeling under threat. And when we look at the threat response, when we turn that inwards, we get those patterns of self-criticism, isolation, or rumination, and really the antidote that we want to bring to these feelings, which are underlying processes in a lot of anxiety, depression, all kinds of mental illnesses. And there's a lot of research that has shown these kindness practices are very helpful in reversing those things. So the self-kindness, the common humanity, and the mindfulness. And we can see that again, the previous but one speaker really emphasized that when we are reacting, when we're triggering our stress response, how that leads to so many different kinds of illnesses and chronic stress and ultimately breakdown. So all these practices are really wanting to, the yoga, the meditation, the mindfulness, the compassion, cultivate that mindful and compassionate response, which is decreasing our stress levels and activating the right kind of neuroendocrine pathways. And I think all the work on neuroplasticity really does show how much this is two-way traffic. It's two-way traffic between the mind and the body. And what I find really interesting is, because I think if you just say it's at the level of the mind or of the brain, you're really just talking about, you're correlating things, you're noticing correlations between things. But really, I think for anyone who follows a spiritual path, what's very compelling about the self-compassion work is, and I feel this myself, is that if on a spiritual level, in a holistic model, when we understand ourselves as mind, body, and spirit, that our true nature, our spiritual nature of love and peace, that compassion is an outward example, it's an outward manifestation of our true inner nature. And so it resonates with a deep spiritual truth. So it's not just that we're activating, certain hormones. It's really a sense about where do those feelings of peace and love come from? And I did many hours of research looking at Alzheimer brains and scans and all this kind of thing. And I think still that question of who is the experiencer, who is the witnesser, who's the observer? And for me, it's an inescapable conclusion that there really has to be a spiritual being that's bringing together all those experiences and who's really manifesting by using the brain, and then that the energy of thought that the soul or the spirit or that life force generates is permeating the body, and we are creating thoughts, we are creating feelings. So I think all these techniques are really taking us on a journey back to our true selves and our true spiritual nature, which is one of love and peace and happiness. So I think there's something, we need a more coherent narrative, if you like, of what's joining these kind of practices together, and these religious practices as well. And of course, the true meaning of yoga is union. It is connecting. And so what is connecting with what? And in my practice of meditation, I'm very aware that I'm connecting with myself as a spiritual being, but I'm also connecting with a higher energy, an ocean of compassion, if you like, something beyond all of us that is there and that we can tap into and take the power of love and peace from, and deep wisdom. And I think whether it's praying, whether it's your yoga practice, whether it's your meditation, your mindfulness, whether it's your mantra, whatever it is, they're practices which lead us on this journey inwards and then beyond, in a way, to connect with a higher source and a higher energy, a divine energy. So that's really all I have time to say. Just wanted to let you know that I've, in lockdown, used my time fruitfully to write a book called Stillness in the Storm, 7 Tools with Dealing with Fear and Uncertainty, which is available from the Janki Foundation website, where a lot of these tools for managing this kind of mental illness is discussed. And finally, the Janki Foundation has also developed a free app called Happy Dote, which are short meditations for stressful situations that we specifically develop for healthcare professionals, social workers, any kind of caregiving situation to help you manage your stress and tension throughout the day. So please encourage your colleagues or anyone you know who's struggling to take advantage of this free app. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Eager, for that wonderful talk, and for those words that bring us closer to the experience that you're describing. I'd like to turn now to Dr. Mosquero. Again, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is going to be talking about the relationship between spirituality, resilience, meditation, and mental health. And I will leave it to the conference organizers to let me know when I know we're behind because we started out late, but when we're hitting our time limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, and all the people who are watching us. It's really a pleasure to be here from Brazil, and it's been an honor to share some thoughts about these topics. I want to please share the screen just a little. Just a moment. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about spirituality, meditation, and how those things can help us to be resilient and to achieve mental health, especially in those days we are all facing in the world with the COVID-19. And I start thinking about why religion and spirituality matter. And when we look for data, we can see that almost 85% of people in the world have some kind of religious affiliation. And for those who do not have a specific religion affiliation, most people have some kind of spiritual practice or beliefs. And for most of all these people in the world, meditation and other spiritual practices are part of their daily lives. So this is something quite relevant for us as mental health professionals to be aware of, to think and to study about that, to improve the life of our patients. In Brazil, for instance, many people from different religious traditions have some kind of meditation practice, even yoga practice. So this is something very interesting too. Adding to that, we have high quality prospective studies showing that higher religious or spiritual involvement but seems to have a global protective effect to mental health, with lower suicide rates, lower addictive disorders, alcohol and drugs, lower incident and depression and bipolar disorder, better prognosis, and measures such as social support, family stability, and well-being certainly can be related to those practices. Considering that, we have the WPA position statement on spirituality and religion in psychiatry that recommends us as mental health professionals to be aware of that, to be culturally sensitive about our patient spirituality, and to learn and to include that and address that in psychiatric care. And I want to share, we have a very comprehensive book edited by Professor Alexander, me, and Professor Dinesh Buger that will be released now in August, talking about a lot of those topics and how to include that from different cultural perspectives, different religions in the world. So it's something we need to be aware and to study certainly. And I want to share something about resilience, that it's something we need to be very open, especially in the days we are all facing with loss, with burnout in different parts of the world. And when we think about resilience, certainly we are looking for a process. It's not something that's ready, but it's a process of trying to adapt well in face of adversities, trauma, tragedy, threats, and significant sources of stress, trying to bounce back from those difficult experiences. And it's very interesting to think about how spirituality or meditation might help us to be more resilient. We can think about resilience as we have our potentials, our skills, our mental health, our patience. We might face some kind of adversity, trauma, or disease like COVID. And resilience is this process of trying to recover, and sometimes we can see even some kind of growth. We heard about a post-traumatic growth and how spirituality can bring us meaning, and purpose. And this kind of resilience is something we need to be aware and need to think those days. And to illustrate that, I brought some papers. This is one of Professor Dr. Liza Miller from Columbia University, showing how religion and spirituality had a protective effect from depressive disorders, even changing brain thickness a long time, bringing resilience to people with high risks from depression. And we did some research here in Brazil. This is a paper where we studied how intrinsic religiosity was capable of bringing resilience to people with severe depression in an inpatient care unit. And we really confirmed that those with higher religiosity showed a higher resilience and higher quality of life, and improved more from their depressive symptoms during the inpatient treatment. And we also observed higher BDNF levels at the discharge from those patients who had those reported more religiosity. BDNF is a potential marker of neuroplasticity in major depression. And certainly we have many information and many scientific evidence reported in previous presentations about the benefits of mindfulness and meditation, especially as a preventive resource in the long-term benefits for well-being and for especially in depression as a protective factor to many people in the world. And as a final thought, I want to share with you how the resilience has some deep connection, possibly with the meditation, sometimes yoga practices, and how those things sometimes can come together. This is a model of psychological resilience from Wagner and Young, showing that some core characteristics of resilience include a sense of purpose, meaning and value, the capacity to be perseverance and to keep going despite difficulties, a sense of equanimity, and this ability to consider a broad range of experiences and moderating extreme responses to adversity, the capacity of self-reliance to clearly understand our personal capabilities, limitations, and to find problem-solving skills. And the capacity of being alone is something very interesting to be mentioned, to share our authenticity, self-acceptance, and being comfort on who we are. And I think certainly meditation is something that can bring that to many people, especially in the long term. So this is something I want to share in these few minutes. And then I want to share also some good wishes here from Brazil of solidarity, hope, faith, compassion. We all need in those days, resilience to face these challenges of our pandemic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mesquero. And our last speaker is Dr. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing it again correctly, Vadlamani, who will be speaking with us regarding biological aspects of spirituality and spirituality factors in resilience and crisis management from an Indian perspective. Dr. Vadlamani.
Right. Are you able to hear me? And see me as well? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Paul, Sarah, Dr. Bruno, and Dr. Michael as well. And yeah, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I have a couple of slides to present. And being the last speaker of the day, so I'm lucky that most of the topics have already been covered. I can always say that as an excuse, but let me just go through the slides. Oh, 1 minute. Are you able to see my slides as well?
They are in like sort of an infinite loop. So I don't know whether there's a way to just share your screen directly rather than showing the screen as a picture in the room. I'm not sure.
Can I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. Right. So I'm just going to talk about briefly about spirituality, resilience, and crisis intervention. That's the topic of our discussion. And let me just discuss what spirituality is. Spirituality and science. When we say it's what is spirituality is, it's an inner core. So that's a definition has 4 parts. When we say there's something that inner core, that's what is life is. And that's what differentiates between non-life and life. And then it is also called consciousness or soul or Atma or inner Brahman. And there is connectedness. So that's what I think throughout the day people have been talking about, that life, there is connectedness to all that exists in creation. There's a purpose to life. So that is one of the biggest definitions. That's what I'm going to explore about. And we all believe that there's a higher entity or higher consciousness. So spirituality has these 4 parts. And let's look at science. So inner core or higher entity are beyond physical or biochemical or spiritual sciences. People have been able to speculate, but not able to exactly define. Now, what is the goal of physical or biological sciences is to know and to utilize what is that inner core or even outside. And the goal of spiritual science is to know and merge with that inner soul. So how do we go about it? The physical or biochemical sciences, they tend to use technology and evidence-based. So that is externalizing the kind of evidence that they want. And spiritual science is a way of life, leading a particular life. It is self-experiential, it is individualized, and it is internalizing one's path. Right. So, I mean, when we say what is inside, so we have a cell, human body, there's a nucleus. Inside the nucleus, we have nucleic acids. Then we have an atoms. Inside the atom, I mean, there's protons, and inside the protons, then we come up to what is called as God particle when we say that. So electrons and neutrons, protons, and inside the Higgs boson particle, that I think in 2012, that's why they got the Nobel Prize for that. And this is the externalizing kind of a thing, which is the whole universe, multiple galaxies. So we don't know whether there is life there or not. But I think this is what we are trying to talk about in spirituality. So what is it that is inside and what is it that is outside? And the second part of the definition is connectedness. So in Bhagavad Gita, there's a saying, I mean, there's a sloka called Urdhva Mula Madashakam Ashwatham Prahu Raviyam. So what does it mean is that it's a banyan tree. Banyan tree has multiple branches and roots which are coming in and out. So that's a part of connectedness. That's a kind of simile that they used for explaining the connectedness. Same thing, I mean, we have electromagnetic waves. When we try to measure that between each person, there is connectedness between people, and this is the connectedness or lineage of the diagram of the third one. So what does it mean is there is connectedness between individuals, there is connectedness between all living beings. Now, spirituality, the third part is the purpose of life. So coming to this is a main definition. That's what I'm going to talk about in spiritual health as well. Kurvanyaveha karmani jijevishe ichcha shatam samaha. Even tvai nanyate tosti na karma lipyate nara. So what does it mean? So taken from the Isa Upanishad Sloka 2. By performing one's responsibilities in a righteous way continuously, one should wish to live for 100 years in a balanced way. There is no other way than this for men than to perform the responsibilities in right way in a non-attached manner. So what does it mean is we are born with what is called as a potential. We have genetics, we have chromosomes, 23 set of chromosomes are there. We are born with that information, we are born with that potential. So the maximum potential we need to use, so however long that potential is necessary, and whatever that keeps us healthy, to keep utilize this potential, we need to do that. So that is what is the purpose of life means. I mean, just imagine like a jukebox, which has many outlets, HDMI ports, USB ports, there's inlet, outlets, there's so many things. So every part of this jukebox has a purpose. So like that, we have been born with certain set of genes which have purpose, and we need to utilize those genes to the maximum. Only then that can have the full potential. So what does it mean? We are born with a life, we have genes, there is potential, we need to believe, gain knowledge and skills, practice and gain wisdom. We need to live and perform our responsibilities in an optimum balanced manner till the maximum. And then only we can merge and know the inner self. So that's what is the spirituality purpose of life means. So what does it mean again is that, say for example, say one has to travel from say New Delhi to London, and then he's given a budget of around 30 or say 300 pounds. The flight ticket costs 1,500 pounds. So it means that we can't go by flight. And there's no direct train. The only way we can go is by the straight line as the crow flies. If we deviate from that path, the cost increases and we can't afford. So it means that we have a limited budget and we have to utilize that budget to reach up to London. Any distractions will, we need to spend more money. So it means that the budget won't be sufficient. So what does it mean is we need to stay in a straight line without any distractions, in a mindful way and in a dedicated, purposeful way to travel to reach up to London. So that's what it means by spirituality. So whatever helps us to keep us healthy, that means that we are trying to utilize every part of the cells to keep us healthy to reach up to that place. So that's what a spirituality means. So then what does spirituality involve? Spiritual health. So what is spirituality is different from spiritual health. So we need to be spiritually healthy to what is called as materialize the goals of spirituality. And any stress, positive stress or negative stress, if we are very happy, we may stop at our paths. If we are sad or depressed, that will halt our journey. So that's what it means. So any deviation from the path, any instability of emotions, any instability of cognitions, if we like something, if we desire something, it will halt our journey. So it means that we need to stop, walk in a straight line. So we need to lead a least stressful life. So that's what it means. And stress, we know that how different stages, how stress can say have influence on the cell. So what it means is the spiritually healthy, we need to be spiritually healthy. So it has various dimensions, the physical health dimension, mental health dimension, social health dimension, religious health dimension, and medical dimension as well. So what does it mean? Whatever makes us healthy to reach our destination, which is the merger, right? So that's what we need to utilize, and that is what it means by spiritual health. So yes, people may be surprised by looking at the medical dimension as well, but if the goal or the purpose is to live up to our potential, whatever it takes to make us healthy, including medicines, that's a part of spiritual health then. So yeah, so these are what is called as a resilient factors which can withstand stress, so that enables us to live longer or maximum depending upon our genes. Yeah, the physical dimension includes various fitness programs, hobbies, breathing techniques, which are like pranayama, asanas, food and diet, sometimes fasting or even self-care. So all these are methods in the physical dimensions which can help us keep healthy. And we have evidences for all these. And then the mental dimension, the cognitions, the moral values, character, personality traits, concentration, locus of control, which is internalized, meditation, anticipation. So all these are resilient factors which help us withstand the stressors and then help us continue with our journey. The behavioral aspects work with sense of responsibility without excess passion or without excess emotions, having a day plan and structure, having a good demeanor, attire and etiquette. So all these make us walk in that straight path without deviations, including emotional stability, consciously practicing equanimity, anger control and controlling desires. So we know this, all this stressors can decrease our lifespan. Social dimension, the family, yes, marriage or children. If I say that they help us walk on a straight line without distractions. So that's a part, it gives us a sense of responsibility to continue with our path without losing focus on the destination. Friends, yes, relatives, there are, evidences that neighborhood, colleagues, and then we have the religious dimension. So it's a part of spiritual health. So, and whatever religion, parts of the religion which are necessary to prolong our lives or to utilize our potential, we need to take those from that religion. If the religion is negatively involved or is harmful, some aspects of the religion, then we need to shun that. So that's what it means. Group activities, prayer, chanting, devotion, faith, hope, fasting, self-care, charity, locus of control, which is externalized, and moral values. That's what religion dimension teaches. And these aspects of the religion help us reach our potential and to reach our destination too. Medical dimension, yes. So this is a part of spiritual health as well. Like I said, the purpose of life is to live up to the maximum. So that even if surgery is required to be healthy, let's get it done. So that's a spiritual health part of medications, therapies, diet, lifestyle changes. All these are part of spiritual health. And spiritual practices and biology, I'm not going to go deep into it. Spirituality per se, when I said there are 4 steps or stages in spirituality, so that itself cannot be what is called as, there cannot be any neural correlates to that singular term called spirituality, because it's divided into so many parts. And spiritual health, we know different parts of the body are involved. So that doesn't make any sense. And remaining, I think there is evidence since morning, many people have spoken about. Dr. Indranil Basu has spoken about, Dr. Gangadhar has spoken about. So many have spoken about the biology and the various practices, spiritual practices. So all these are spiritual practices. And yes, coming to crisis, spirituality and crisis intervention. So when we say crisis, they are life events. And we know that death, divorce, imprisonment, illness, marriage, financial loss, job, and social embarrassment are various crises. And how does our body react in an acute way? Panic, fear, fright, flight, avoidance, running away, paralysis, or freeze techniques. And then there's a 5-stage in the crisis: anger, denial, bargaining, mood changes, and acceptance. And later, the compensated behaviors are grief, reminiscences, cognitive adjustments, getting into new or prior routine. Decompensated behaviors are illness, suicide, and deaths. And then the same way, the spiritual health and crisis intervention in acute phases. What does help? In physically, breathing exercises, relaxation techniques. Since morning, we have been learning exercises, asanas, and even food. Mental cognitions, behavioral control, emotional stability. Family, friends, relatives can help us in an acute crisis. Religion, parts of the religion which are prayer, chanting, gathering, social, the religion together, people together can help the person to overcome, and including medical parts, which are acute, medicines and surgery. Now I'm going to give you a brief about the Indian perspective, yoga and its 8 components. I think since morning we have been hearing about the various parts. And one of them is the yama. So there are 8 parts of yoga. The various parts of yama are life with moral values: non-violence, truthful, sincerity, no stealing, sharing, forgiveness, focused, compassion, optimal ingestion, working towards self-realization. So all these are parts of yoga and yama. Yama is a part of yoga. So yoga is not just asanas. I think that's what the perception most people have. So including living a disciplined life is a part of yama, niyama. So cleanliness, austerity. So all these, dedication to follow a disciplined life, acknowledging the inner and higher unity. So all these are parts of. And then the pranayama, I think this is what the breathing techniques, various breathing techniques, or just not breathing techniques, but it's a pranayama means whatever is ingested and whatever is excreted outside, they have to be balanced as well. Any excess or any deficiency will cause illness, and then it not allows progress on our journey. Then various asanas to stay fit. Pratyahara is controlling the sensory processes like touch, taste, smell, hearing, and seeing. And these reserves in case of acute and persistent stress. And then we need to have what is called as emotional stability to withstand all these. Yoga and dharana. So dharana is concentration exercises, helps one to stay focused on the goal, controlling distractions. And it helps in concentration on the inner focus or on the external symbol. And yoga and meditation is, I think since morning we have been discussing on various types of meditations are there. And there's something called as Saguna Dhyana or meditation, concentration on external aspects of the creation, and Nirguna Dhyana is concentration on the inner soul or Atma. And then the part of the meditation is controlling the breathing. And then we have the final stage, which is leads us on the path of yoga, which is the samadhi or final merger with the higher consciousness. So Indian perspective of spirituality is a way of life. That's what we say. Dharma is leading one's life in a righteous way. And then performing karma is performing one's responsibility with emotional stability without expectation or motivation. And artha is acquiring positions to lead a life that is necessary, acquiring positions to that point which is necessary to lead a life to reach our goal. Kama is controlling the cognitions, emotions, and behavior to reach that goal. And moksha is final realization. So people do ask, is there any short module in our day-to-day practice we have to go to our profession? So this is a small module which can be tried at home on a daily schedule, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. So early awakening, 10 minutes breathing or exercises of pranayama, 10 minutes of meditation, 10 minutes of physical exercises or asanas, freshen up daily, 15 minutes of prayer, chanting, reading a scripture, healthy breakfast, lunch and dinner, work or study with responsibility, with a time limit, have good family time, early to bed and early to rise as well again. And weekly chart and then monthly as well. Yes. So spiritual practices, what is to live optimally and longer. So we have particular set of genes. We have to live with the environment and nature and creation optimally in a balanced life. We need to have physical activity which is necessary. We need to acquire knowledge and implementation and implement that knowledge. We need to breathe clean and safe air. Environmentally should be okay. And we need to shoulder responsibilities optimally in a married, family, social and societal lives, performing one's responsibilities without attachment in all spheres. So I think once we live in this way, I think that's what we attain what is spirituality. And yes, in the conclusion, I think since morning we have been hearing about Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukhavat Bhavet. So what does it mean? May all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer, and be peace, peace, peace. And finally, in Bhagavad Gita, there is a saying, 6th chapter, 35th sloka. It says, Asanchayo Mahabaho Mano Durnigraham Chelam. Abhyasena to Kaunteya Vairagyena Chakrahyate. What does it mean is the path is straight and the mind is very wavering and restless. So have no doubts. That's what it means. And only with practice, one can keep the mind under control, lead a non-attached, stable, emotionally stable, and perform one's responsibilities. Those are various acknowledgements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vadlamani. And I don't know if you all can hear me, but I know we are over the time limit. So I will defer to the conference organizers as to whether they want us to take a few minutes on discussion or whether they wish to simply move to the closing ceremonies. I think we've had a very robust presentation, which echoes many of the other themes of the conference. And again, want to thank my fellow presenters, but I will defer to the conference organizers.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Samagrat, for that wonderful presentation and chairing that wonderful session. We had a galaxy of stars from all over the world, and I'm grateful for everyone in spite of the time zones, maintaining the time and joining us. To give thanks to this esteemed panel, I would request Dr. Gautam Shah.
Thank you, Dr. Paul Samagrat. It was a nice session and very well managed and moderated by you. Thank you again, my regards to you. And Dr. Hopwood. Hello, sir. Hi, how are you? Thank you, sir, for being with us today. And I had a nice presentation, Dr. Eager and Dr. Mosquito, Dr. Naresh, all of you. I must congratulate you to be here with one of the most auspicious days of today, the International Yoga Day. In fact, one day prior, we are observing this. Thank you. I am seeing we have our Dr. Avdesh Sharma, Dr. Prasad Rao, Dr. Fang, all of you, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, our Honorary General Secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Sanjay Garg, and all of you, thank you very much for joining us. And I am really, it is a proud moment of us, on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society. I pay my regards to all of you, and it's a really great session. And I think I should hand over my mic to our MC, Dr. Sanjay Garg.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Saha, for that. So with that, we come to the end of our day's presentation. So we have elaborated a lot about spiritual health, and just let me remind you that spiritual health relates to our sense of overall purpose in life. People often find this purpose from a belief of faith system, while others create their own purpose. A person who has purpose to life is said to be healthier than those who don't see a purpose to life. So with that, a big thanks to everybody who has joined here today. For the valedictory session, may I invite Dr. T.S.S. Rao. Sir, please take it over from here for the valedictory session. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, Dr. Rao, please, for the valedictory session.
Good evening, and it was wonderful that from morning till this minute, you were able to concentrate, understand, participate, learn, and carry home a lot of messages. In fact, the very conference speaks about the leadership, which initially, though thought of in the terms of a small program, then it became a national program, then it became international program. Then we thought of one or two academicians to participate in this particular activity, but then it became something like the presidents of so many international organizations, including World Psychiatric Association and International American Academy of Yoga and Spirituality and AFPA. So it was one of the very wonderful carry-home message it has given to each and every one. At this particular hour, so many people are still participating and involved. That only speaks about an extraordinary job that actually has happened. Before I call upon certain specific people from our Indian Psychiatric Society and other related things, anybody would like to make comment on, in fact, all the activities that have happened and the carry home messages related to? I welcome anybody present here to make certain comments before I conclude. Please unmute whoever would like to speak.
Dr. Rao, Avdesh here.
Please. Avdesh.
Very
Please.
briefly, because I've been involved from day one, I think this has been the most exhilarating experience, not of the conference today only, but the run-up to the conference, the cohesiveness of the group and cooperation that was seen from all the organizations, and especially the organizing committee led by Dr. Gautam and Dr. Ramana Rao and Rajshri, Naresh and everyone. I think that was wonderful. And I feel that that is spirituality in action. We have spoken a lot of things, what we can do in the clinics, but what we can do with each other is equally important. And that was seen right here. And I wish we can continue doing that in future. And thank you to the team.
Sir, can I speak?
Yes, Dada, Dr. M.S.V.K. Raju, please. Dada, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, my president. Unmute, please, sir. Dr. M.S.V.K. Raju. I think he's speaking on the phone. Anyway,
Sir,
Dr. Tufan Bhuti.
Dr. Ramana Rao wanted to speak.
Yeah. So first of all, I thank you all for a wonderful attendance and extraordinarily well conducted conference, and the whole support to Dr. Rajeshri, who has planned, executed, and she has been doing multitasking all these months almost. It is her brainchild, and she needs maximum appreciation from all of us. So thank you, Dr. Rajeshri, and everybody. Thank you very much.
Dr. M.S.V. Raju.
Rajeshri will give the vote of thanks, then she will talk. Hello, Dr. T.S.S. Rao.
Hello.
Dr. Rajeshri will give the vote of
Anybody
thanks.
else would like to make comments?
Dr. Prasad Rao, sir. Dada.
Yeah, I
Prasad,
think
to the
I
past
was just
president of
waiting to just say that it's one of those most beautiful, wonderful conferences we had. And the total number of audiences from Australia to North America and South America, I think it's a great conference. And on behalf of Malcolm and myself, from AFPA, we send the great wishes to all the team who have organized so wonderfully well. And thank you very much, Gautam Dada, for those wonderful conference. And G.V. Ramana Rao, who is also the organizing chair.
Dr. Eager, please. Dr. Tufan Bhuti.
Yes.
Dr. Eager.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad Rao, for those comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, I am speaking. Thank you, Gautam. So I had the great pleasure of participating in this conference. I had been there since the morning. And after you meditate upon whatever you have learned today, it percolates down to this thing. You gradually transcend from the feeling that I am in the universe to the feeling that I am the universe, and you become a part of the divine Almighty. Thank you, everybody.
Alan Fung, would you like to speak something?
Well, I'm very grateful to all of you for organizing this event and allowing me to learn from all of you and to share some of our perspectives from North America. So thank you again.
May I say, Rao? Hello.
Dr. Raju sir, please.
Yeah. Yes. This firstly, I think it is wonderful to have so many from all corners of the globe here to participate in this webinar. It shows something that we may be speaking different languages from different lands. Basically, all human beings are alike, and spirituality, I think, is the common thread that runs through all. I mean, religions apart, spirituality is different dimension. This, I think, conference has highlighted this. I never had something like, mindfulness in Islam. I'm hearing it the first time, for example. I think we can go back with much enriched experience from this enriched experience with a sense of satisfaction and wisdom. Thank you.
Dr. Bruno,
Sarah wanted to speak something.
Please.
Thanks, Avdesh. I thought Dr. Rao invited me to speak, but everyone was very keen to speak. No, I can only echo what everyone else has said. And I think really what Avdesh said echoes with me the most, in that the way that we've cooperated, that the thoughts have come together, how the ideas interweave. We can see how the threads are there. And I guess it's also interesting because some of the themes emerge, and I'm sure it will lead to future discussions and ideas, because we're getting to know each other as well, working in our own countries in this area. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. And I agree, it's joining us all as human beings, as human souls, under the eye, the watchful eye, the big compassionate heart of the ocean of compassion and love. So I feel all that for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Egga. Malcolm, would like to speak?
Yes, I would only like to add by saying thank you for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. I found it most interesting and I think heartwarming, with that lovely sense of communion among colleagues and friends. Again, I wish on behalf of AFPA to thank you for inviting us to co-sponsor this meeting and to pass on all my best wishes to all of you during this difficult time our world is passing through. I trust you all pass through it safely and well.
Thank you, Dr. Hopwood. It is always a pleasure to meet you and talk to you. It is a nice time whenever we spend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruno would like to.
Yes, sir.
Bruno?
Dr. Igar hogi.
Thank
Yes, Bruno would like to speak something?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation and for the kind reception. It was very nice to share some thoughts and to learn from you all. It was a very, very pleasure experience. And I wish you all and us all from the world a better moment of peace, of compassion when we are facing this pandemic and the post-pandemic times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Nikhil Patel?
Yes.
Yes, very good evening, everybody. I started as an opening batsman in this one-day international. And it's my pleasure now to wrap up. Thanks, Dr. Rao, for giving me the opportunity. I missed an hour or so in between, only for the nap, which is my habit. I'm tuned to that. But excuse me for my absence. Otherwise, I enjoyed the company of all the faculty, the speakers, and nice to see you all smiling with gratitude and fulfillment. Everybody has chipped in, and we should thank each one from the core of the heart. Greetings from Mount Abu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody from the office bearers' point of view, anybody would like to speak?
We have our past president, Dr. Murgesh Vaishnav, with us. Sir, please.
Dr. Murgesh?
Hello. Dr. Murgesh. Okay.
Anybody else from the office bearers' side?
Now, what I'm telling, we should invite, because in person, one person has come long from Hyderabad.
Yeah, hello, sir. So
Yeah, Dr. Naresh.
Naresh, please.
Yes, I want to thank the organizers. It was a wonderful journey starting from the beginning of April, I think, that when we envisaged that we need to have this kind of a program, international program. And I mean, great efforts by Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, Dr. Rajeshri Ray, and the office bearers. I mean, the president, Dr. Gautam Saha, T.S.S. Rao, everyone who have cooperated and chipped in to make it such a successful event. And coming from Hyderabad, it made my trip worthwhile. Let me tell you that. And the kind of topics that we had since morning. One is a practical session of yoga demonstration, the breathing techniques, the exercises or the asanas. And then we had the great lecture of evidence-based yoga and spirituality by Dr. Gangadhar sir. And then continued with Dr. Avadesh Sharma sir, Dr. Yogacharya, and Dr. Nikhil Patel, and other people who have spoken. I mean, the president of Dr. Afzal Javed, the mindfulness techniques in addiction. I mean, that's the first time that we are trying to hear about these topics. And so it was so worthwhile listening to these topics, which are varied. And then third panel, the panel 3 of my own, Dr. Paul, Dr. Sarah, Dr. Malcolm, Dr. Bruno. I mean, all of them were very fantastic. And I think they are very accomplished speakers. They have great experience in this topic as well. And yes, I think we need to have more kind of these sessions, because I think more interaction between people across the countries, across the religions, across the people would promote peace, it would promote compassionate, promote what is called as, I mean, finally, like I said, in a beauty pageant, world peace. Thank you very much.
Hello. Last
Please
time,
unmute yourself, Dr. Rao.
Dr. Rao, unmute yourself. Dr. Rao, unmute yourself. TSS Rao. Okay, I'll tell and then you tell and then vote of thanks will be done by Dr. It is really great pleasure to have such an excellent program today. Especially, you know that encouragement from Dr. Abdesh Sharma, Dr. Patel, both the advisor of the two committees of Indian Psychiatric Society who has done a wonderful job behind the screen, and always they have suggested, present each and every meeting and suggested like us. And number two is definitely the Dr. Ramana Rao, one of the great initiator, is the chairperson of the Yoga and Mental Health Subcommittee of Indian Psychiatric Society, Task Force of Indian Psychiatric Society. And lastly, I should mention Rajashree Rai.
Yeah,
as
she is
fully agree with Dr. Ramana Rao. She is a multi-talented, and what the contribution she has, unparalleled. This program success is definitely her dynamicity, her sincerity, her involvement fully, because we are there, we know that how much she is involved. That is a great, and thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. TSS Rao, and thank you all my senior colleagues, my dear friends. Thank you all of us, and our international colleagues like Dr. Malcolm, Dr. Agar, Dr. Vangi, Dr. Bruno, all of you, you really have done a wonderful job for today. And we are really very much successful, consecutive 2 or 3 years we are doing all these things. And I am hopeful that on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society, we'll do it again in the next year with the help and support of you. Thank you so much. Dr. TSS Rao, over to Dr. TSS Rao.
Okay. Today, I'm one of the extremely happy person as Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. This is an effort of a lot of people involved, and all said and done, I had almost a narrow vision that sex is ruling the world. Today, my eyes are open in the sense that the spirituality may be taking over much more bigger way, and to its application in almost all the areas, starting from mental illnesses, mental health in general population, making a person to a complete human being. In fact, a lot of processes are involved, and it may be only one solution ultimately that may be available to us, maybe that it is a range of spirituality practices. And from this particular angle, Indian Psychiatric Society is indebted to almost all the people involved in this whole process. But I would take very personally thanking all the international organizations which participated. In fact, World Psychiatric Association, Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, and American Academy of Yoga and Meditation, and almost all office bearers, including presidents, they are here, and we are really grateful to you people. Coming to Indian Psychiatric Society, I think it was a masterstroke by our president that yoga and mental health, spirituality and mental health. In fact, why so many subcommittees or task forces, we were wondering. But that brought working together of many stalwarts and a lot of ideas that were discussed, implemented ultimately, and seeing the light of the day. It is one of the marathon job, and I thank all these subcommittees and task forces which carried out this particular responsibility. The EC has been there, and office bearers have been almost always together, and Dr. Saha at Kolkata, Dr. Raju at Vishakhapatnam, OP Singh and KK Mishra, and all the other people involved. In fact, they have done a great job in coordinating the work and seeing that this particular conference is a great success. the way it has gone on from the morning till now. In fact, the technology, one advantage and disadvantage is the difficulty in concentration. But so many people could be there, part of it all through the day. It only shows how extremely important people consider this. And it has helped in a very big way, bringing out the current understanding and the way actually it can be implemented in each and everyone's life. I am thankful to Rajashri, Ramana Rao, and all the other people involved with the yoga and other section for their constant effort to see that this particular conference is successful. We are also, of course, in vote of thanks, she is going to talk about the task which has done a great job in coordinating the program. Thank you very, very much, each and everyone. And I personally really enjoyed it. And it was a one-way eye-opener. The second one, in fact, this is one of the area in the coming days going to rule the field of psychiatry and mental health in general. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, for that.
Now, over to Rajashri.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. T.S.S. Rao. So with that, we come to the end of the program today. And who else would be the best person to finish the program by giving the vote of thanks? May I invite Dr. Rajashri Rai Bandyopadhyay, please. Dr. Rajashri Rai.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Sanjay. A very good evening and a very good morning to all of you across the globe. Today is the Father's Day. I would like to start with a shlok from the Mahabharata, Shanti Parva. Pita Swarga, Pita Dharma, Pita Parama Tapa, Pitari Pritima Panne, Sarva Priyanti Devata. My Father is my heaven. My Father is my Dharma. He is the ultimate penance of my life. If he is happy, all deities are pleased. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in this world. I remember my late father-in-law whose birthday it is today. I am here because of my parents. And it is my esteemed honor to start the vote of thanks. And you wouldn't believe Calcutta was having a torrential monsoon season for the last 4 days, to the extent that the corona pandemic was overtaken by this flooding that we have. But we did not have a drop of rain right from the start. And now, just as I start the vote of thanks, it is raining heavily. So who do we thank? So that this network has been maintained all through without a single interruption, but the Almighty. We bow to you, God, for giving us this beautiful day today. I would like to thank the organizers and the presidents of the 5 organizations who came together today. The president of the World Psychiatric Association, Professor Dr. Afzal Javed from UK, Dr. Gautam Shaha, president of the Indian Psychiatric Society from India, Dr. G. Prasad Rao and Professor Malcolm Hopwood, the president and the president-elect of the Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations, Dr. Avdesh Sharma, the chairperson of the WPA section of Religion, Spirituality and Psychiatry, and Professor Indranil Basuroy, the founder chairman of the American Academy of Yoga and Meditation. I would also like to thank the task forces of the Yoga and Meditation led by Dr. Nikhil Patel, Dr. G.V. Ramana Rao, Dr. Shogata Bandyopadhyay, my dearest husband, and of course, Dr. Abhabang Soni, who has been an immense help behind all this work that has gone with the technological preparations today. I would like to thank the Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force team of the Indian Psychiatric Society, led by Dr. Avdesh Sharma and my dear brother, Dr. Naresh Vadlamani and Professor Paratkar. I'm also part of this team. May I thank all our international participants today, with Dr. Samagrit, Dr. Hopwood, Dr. Alan Fung, the Dean of the Royal College, Dr. Shiva Dave, Dr. Sarah Egger, Dr. Bruno Moscuro, I would like to thank all the speakers from Dr. Shivaram Varambali, Dr. Hemant Bhargav, Dr. Karirama Reddy, Dr. Yogacharya Anandabala Yogi Bhavani, Dr. R. Padmavati, Dr. P.K. Dalal, Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. Sagar, Dr. Ranjan Bhattacharya, and Dr. Abhay De. And of course, the two stalwarts today, Professor B.N. Gangadhar and Dr. G. Prasad Rao. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I would like to thank all the chairpersons, Dr. Uday Chaudhary, Dr. M.S.V.K. Raju, Dr. N.N. Raju, Dr. K.K. Mishra, Dr. P. Kishan, Dr. Mrugesh Vaishnav, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Professor O.P. Singh, my respected teacher, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Dr. Nizami Haq, Dr. Tufan Pati, sir. May I thank our Masters of Ceremony, Dr. Sharmishta Chakravarti and Dr. Sanjay Garg, for a fantastic timekeeping and leading us to this whole session. I thank the technical staff at Monnier Gardens, who has done a tremendous job in organizing this show for us, because with the lockdown restrictions and the pandemic restrictions and the torrential rain, it has been an incredible task. So thank you to all the staff here. I thank our technical team, led by Mr. Nityananda Datta, for a fantastic coverage, a beautiful stage, and all the technicalities which could bring together more than 5,000 participants streaming across StreamYard, YouTube, Facebook, and more than 60 faculty members across the world, across time zones. I thank IPS-AVANTA Pharmaceuticals, who are the knowledge sharing partners. With that, I would finally thank my family for having given me the time to be, and Shiraj for having beautifully framed the pictures in a very few days. And of course, the final thanks is always left for the two most respected people, our chief guest and inaugurator, Swami Attapriyanandaji, our Guruji, who has led the show and has started this day, and Dr. B.N. Ramesh, our guest of honor, who is from the Indian Police Service and was so dynamic, we just couldn't stop but listen to him. With that, I think we would all appreciate it was a beautiful conference. Thank you to everyone. We would like to continue this task from the Spirituality and Mental Health Task Force, along with the other sections and task forces. In continuing our journey, this is just the start and the beginning. So be with us, stay with us, maybe have your cooperation, just like today. And this is a beautiful scenery. This is Monnier Gardens, the home of Dr. Gautam Shaha, who has been generously, has left this place to us. When I was worried, Dada, ki korbo, what should I do? Where should we go? We can't be sitting at our homes and doing this huge thing. I can't do it. He said, he always says, even he calls me last night, I said, why are you worrying? Just relax, I'm there. So he's really always there. Professor O.P. Singh sir and Gautam Da, they just carry us through. So I am just someone who just obeys them. So thank you to all my dadas, everyone here. So this is Monnier Garden. It's raining outside. Kolkata brings you a lot of love. May peace come back to this world. And may we stand for the Indian national anthem, Jai Hind. May we have the national anthem, please. Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha, Dravida Utkal Vanga, Hind Vindhyachal Yamuna Ganga, Uchchal Jalabhi Taranga, Tab Shubh Name Jage, Tab Shubh Ashit Bhave, Ahe Jayu Gata, Jana Gana Mangala
की जय है मुक्त भाग्य विधाता जय है जय है
Jai Hind. And really, I would have loved this song to be led by none other than my sister, Dr. Shoncheri Rai, who sang the inaugural song. So miss you, Shoncheri. Thank you for being with us this morning. So I would like to bring this session to a close.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Sarah, nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
all.
everybody.
Thank you.
Sharma
Thank you
sir.
all.
Bye-bye.
Mukesh
Thank
bhai.
you very
Very
much.
much.
Bye, sir.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Pleasure to
Thank you.
with you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Dr. Ramarao, Dr.
Ramarao,
Tupan.
Thank you.
Avnish,
Thank you, everybody.
Nikhil
Thank you,
Patel
sir.
ji,
Thank you.
Dr. Murugesh, I asked you to say something, but that time he was not there.
He was taking tea at that time.
Tell something. 1 minute. Unmute. Unmute yourselves. Dada, unmute yourself.